era of football. Est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclama más propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 926. Raid. Zenit launched an attack. They are good at attacking, which is similar to Fifan, but there is also a fundamental difference. Fifan is a newly established team, and their energy is basically focused on attacking. This is also closely related to the fact that their main players are basically good at attacking. Before entering the Super League, Zheng Qi was their core, and other main players such as Zheng Qi, Nialiwa, Zhai, Su Jin, Liga Rui, Ban Yuanfen, etc. were all focused on attacking. Those who focused on defense was Yu, Fulei and other players with slightly less potential. Those who can play are good at attacking, so of course they have to work harder on attacking and fully play their strengths. After entering the Super League, in order to supplement their strengths, they also chose offensive players first. At the time, the introduction of Ben Shiqiang was certainly because it was a good opportunity, but Ben Shiqiang's characteristics also focused more on attacking, which was also an extremely critical factor. Until the second year, Fifan's offensive strength was already very strong. They introduced Liu Shibo in addition to Shin Fei. It was not that picking up a basket was a good dish. If Liu Shibo could not better improve Fifan's shortcomings in the back line, they would not easily introduce such a big name. After all, whether a big name can be integrated is still an unknown. In the final analysis, Fifan is good at attacking because their foundation is not strong. If they want to quickly reach the peak of strength, they can only work hard in one direction. And Zenit is good at attacking. It is the confidence accumulated by countless years of domineering, and their foundation is much stronger. Almost since the beginning of the football era, this team has been established. Over the years, they have become the overlord of Russia and Eastern Europe, and they have swept across the 8 wildernesses with their offensive. However, over the years, their defensive foundation is also quite outstanding. At least, they have never lacked excellent defensive players, and they also have a very good defensive system. Such a team is generally no problem. Being good at attacking only means that they are better at this. From this perspective, Zenit, as a team, is more outstanding and perfect than Fifan. Of course, whether a team is perfect or not does not mean that it will definitely win, otherwise Fifan would not have won the quadruple crown this season. In China, Changping and Tianhe are also equally perfect teams. They also have no advantage when facing Fifan. Zenit started to attack. Zenit, with the big three on the field, launched an attack. When they started to attack, everyone became serious. Focus. Zhu Shan said in the team channel. With his reminder, the Fifan players began to move forward quickly. On the unobstructed field, the opponent's movements could be clearly seen. At this time, Zenit had begun to move forward with all their strength, and they certainly could not show weakness. Fifan also began to move as a whole. Both sides moved forward very quickly, showing an extremely outstanding overall level and state. The speed of overall movement can definitely measure the overall level of a team. Now both sides are playing with their main players. Whether it is Zenit's big three or Fifan's 4 core players, they are all on the field. As long as they are all on the field, it is enough to prove that the lineup on the field is the strongest lineup. It is actually appropriate for such a lineup to show the top level. The long distance disappeared quickly under the feet of both sides. When the two sides met in the center of the field, the discerning fans and commentators all nodded at the same time. The place where the two sides touched was exactly in the center of the field, no difference at all. This is enough to prove that the speed of movement of the two sides is exactly the same, and the overall level is also very close. It is not easy to do this, but such a situation often occurs in the confrontation between strong teams. Come on! Petrovich roared, and then rushed forward. As the vanguard of Zenit, he has always hit such a violent style, like a battering ram, simple and direct. Under his impact, few teams can resist, including when facing teams from the United States. Whether it is the previous Lakers or the current Knicks, facing his impact, most of them avoid his edge first, and then find ways to continue to fight. His impact is the most powerful. Unfortunately, there are also such players in the extraordinary team. Shin Fei came up. The two of them had a strong momentum and then collided with each other. Of course, it is not a simple collision, that is too unskilled. When colliding with each other, whoever can attack faster and more accurately can gain a better advantage. When colliding with each other, the confrontation of strength will make both sides fall into a state of stiffness at the same time. The key is how many times they can attack and how many times they can hit each other's vital points before falling into a state of stiffness. Shinryo and Petronovich collided with each other unavoidably. Both sides are attacking with all their strength, of course they can't avoid it. At this time, one side is afraid and wants to avoid it, that's a hell of a thing. The next moment after the collision, whether it is Shinryo or Petronovich, their bodies are stiffened for a while, and then they quickly relax. After reasoning, both sides flew back at the same time. Shinryo and Petronovich are both players who will never retreat, but they are not fools. After the collision between the two sides, whether it is Shinryo or Petronovich, the physical value of both has dropped rapidly, and they are close to the danger line of 1/3. At this time, staying on the front line is not called bravery, nor is it called toughness, it is called courting death. Of course, they are not looking for death. As core players, protecting themselves is also very important. When they began to retreat at the same time, Sujin and Agatha's recovery skills fell on them at the same time. The others were a little unsure, they had never seen such a situation before. If it was their advantage, then of course they would rush forward with the vanguard and try to cut the opponent's formation first. If they were at a disadvantage, they would start to prepare for defense. Now the result was a draw. They rushed forward, but there was no gap. They defended. The opponent did not attack either. What should they do? With both players a little stunned, Zheng Qi and Agatha were the first to react. Long-range bombing. Zheng Qi shouted. Large-range skills. Agatha shouted. Although the two shouted different words, they meant the same thing. If the vanguard charge was ineffective, then of course they would use long-range bombing to maintain their team's lethality and make the scene chaotic, so that they could have a better chance to attack. At the same time as they shouted, Fifan and Zenit's players also reacted. No matter what, they were all experienced in many battles. Even if Fifan's experience was a little less, they had experienced such a situation before. When Fifan was fighting Changfen, Shinryo had been entangled with Lu Xiaoshan. But at the time, they were well prepared, and Shinryo was only responsible for entanglement with Lu Xiaoshan, which was different from the current situation. Players from both sides began to throw their most powerful large-scale long-range skills at the opponent's formation, and began to dodge at the same time. This skill can bring a lot of damage, but it is still a bit difficult to create too good an effect. After all, the players are not small monsters, and they will automatically dodge. This skill has two biggest effects. The first is to let the opponent dodge, and the second is to create light and shadow effects, thereby creating opportunities for the team. When the skills began to explode, Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai began to move. They are all good at finding loopholes, but Zheng Qi is better at observation, while Bin Shikai is a bit metaphysical. If he feels it, the attack he launches will be extremely exquisite. If he doesn't feel it, then his role on the field will be much worse. However, his own operation level is also excellent, so even so, his role on the field is much better than that of ordinary players. Launching an attack under the light and shadow effects and looking for the opponent's flaws are what Bin Shikai and Zheng Qi are good at. However, there is a problem now, that is, the opponent is attacking, and they don't know where the football is, so such an attack is a bit blind. However, Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai have the same idea at this time. They want to take a gamble. If they can win the gamble, then they can grab the ball when the opponent kicks off and then take the lead in the attack, which will give them a great advantage. If they don't win the gamble, then it's nothing more than the opponent scoring first. After all, they kicked off first, so it doesn't matter if they lose the ball first. For Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai, this idea is as natural as breathing. It's normal for players with the same characteristics to have the same ideas. And the route they choose is also very natural. Agatha. Although Agatha is Zenit's core player, it is precisely because she is a core player that she has the greatest possibility of controlling the ball. Of course, as both an auxiliary core and a ball-controlling player, the protection around her is of course the greatest. If they want to sneak attack Agatha, they will most likely be beaten badly. However, for Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai, they are not afraid of this. At the same time, wealth and honor are sought in danger. With a 30% chance of success, it is enough to take risks, not to mention that they now feel that they have at least 60% chance of success. After a quick conversation in the team channel, Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai reached a consensus, and then the two began to attack one after the other. Zheng Qi took the lead, and Bin Shikai followed behind. Both of them moved very fast, and they were also very familiar with using light and shadow effects to cover their own forward routes. After all, players who are good at taking advantage of loopholes must be able to make good use of various environments. So they quickly approached where Agatha was, and Zheng Qi rushed out first. He immediately faced Agatha. Bin Shikai also quickly followed. However, the next moment, Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai's faces changed. Agatha was indeed there, but there was no football under her feet. This was the biggest goal of Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai's raid. Without such a goal, their raid would fail. As a supporting core, Agatha didn't control the ball. Chapter 927. Different. Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai died in frustration. Agatha did have enough players to protect her, and she was already far back, so Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai were considered to be deep in the enemy camp. Deep in the enemy camp, they could not achieve the original effect, so of course they had to die. Although their counterattack also took away two of the opponent's players, using their two core players to exchange for the opponent's ordinary players, Fifin suffered a great loss in this attack, and it was hard to say how much loss he suffered. Depressed, how could this happen? Did they think of our offensive method and deliberately dug such a pit? Bin Shikai said depressedly. With his rich experience, he certainly would not have a mental fluctuation because of this, but this problem had to be clarified. Maybe she was not originally protecting the football, because she is an alternative auxiliary core. In addition to assisting, she often rushes forward. Such a player would not control the ball, and we just didn't think of this. Zheng Qi thought about it and said, "That makes sense. Next, we have to find out who usually controls the ball." Bin Shikai nodded. Generally, a team will have a fixed ball-controlling player, and such a player is basically played by the auxiliary core. There is a reason for this. Other players have to constantly participate in the front line, and only the auxiliary will always be in the back and in a relatively safe place. Letting the auxiliary core control the ball is the best choice. However, since Agatha is such an alternative auxiliary, it is not appropriate for her to control the ball. Fifin needs to find the opponent's ball-controlling player, so that their offensive and defensive can be better prepared. If they are like this, then it's too advantageous. Bin Shikai said after thinking about it. Zheng Qi nodded. It was true. The first time facing Zenit's team, they must suffer in this regard. Fifin is already a team that can adapt to changes, but they still suffered such a loss. At this time, Fifin on the field has begun to be at a disadvantage. The defending side is easy to be at a disadvantage, not to mention that Fifin suffered a big loss right at the beginning. The two cores only replaced two ordinary players of the opponent. After taking such an advantage, Zenit immediately launched a fierce attack. Shinryo was entangled by Petrovich, while other players of Zenit began to launch a fierce attack. Fifin struggled to resist under the command of Liushbo. They wanted to hold out for 10 seconds and wait for Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai to return to the court before launching a counterattack. However, Zenit would not let go of such a good opportunity easily. When Liushbo was commanding, Agatha suddenly appeared in front of him. Then Agatha made a move. Liushbo is actually very strong in one-on-one ability. Even Shinryo could resist for a while. However, Agatha's move was quite strange. Just after Liushbo finished commanding and had a fight with Sirde, Agatha appeared. The timing was extremely accurate. The next moment, Liushbo fell into a stiff state. Agatha's imprisonment skills left Liushbo with almost no time to dodge. Liushbo had no choice but to take a wave of concentrated fire on the spot. While Agatha was imprisoning Liushbo, the other players of Zenit started to focus their fire on Liushbo. No matter how strong Liushbo was, he couldn't bear such an output. So Liushbo became the third Fifin player to be sent off the field, and also that third Fifin core to be sent off the field. Fifin fans looked at this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. They all knew that the strongest of Fifin were undoubtedly these four cores. The number of times they died in each game was very few, not to mention that 3 of them died when 4 people played at the same time. This had never happened before. And now it happened. This made them feel involuntarily that this game was different from the past. It's worthy at being a strong team in the World Cup. Our 4 cores all played, but 3 of them died. Many Fifin fans had such concerns in their hearts. Nothing is different. It's similar to other games. We are just not familiar with the characteristics of the opponent and suffered a small loss. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. They are different from ordinary teams. Their auxiliary core does not control the ball and often participates in the attack. The timing is also okay, that's all. Let's play well and get a ball first. Fifin's players nodded one after another. Just now, after the 3 core players left the field, they finally failed to withstand Zenit's fierce attack and were suppressed all the way to their own goal. In this case, even if Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai returned to the field, it would not be of much use. In the case of compressed space, even if the overall performance is better than the opponent, it is useless. And now, it is time for Fifan to counterattack. Do you want to play again and catch up with the goal first? Su Jing suggested. No, it's just an ordinary game, there is no need to be so troublesome, Boss Bin, you and Brother Fei can play together. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Fifan's players nodded one after another. It had to be said that Zheng Qi was still their backbone. At this time, the more relaxed Zheng Qi seemed, the more confident they were. They could still beat the opponent with ordinary rotation. This was the confidence that only Chinese champions had. Next, Fifan's lineup naturally began to rotate. Shinrao Fei, Bin Shikai, and Zheng Qi, Su Jing, Li Gerui, Niao Zheng Xiaohan and others appeared on the court. This was their offensive lineup. However, at this time, the Fifan players in the stands seemed even more worried. The reason was simple. When Fifan rotated, Zenit did not rotate. Their main lineup still appeared on the court. Obviously, this was intended to rely on the advantages of the lineup to take the lead in blocking Fifan's attack, even if it consumed more of the main force. This was obviously a bit unfair, because for Zenit, even if they overdrew a little in this game, it would be fine, and Fifan had to think further. However, this was actually not unfair. If you want to win the 5-time champion, you have to endure such unfairness. Fifan's players had already been mentally prepared for this. In the domestic league and cup competition, aren't they experiencing such scenes? In the league, all kinds of people are chasing and blocking them, and in the cup competition, all kinds of people are still chasing and blocking them. Changfeng and Team Head, two super teams, one is chasing them in the league, and the other is blocking them in the cup competition. Under such circumstances, they still performed quite well, resisting Team Head's fierce pursuit and Changfeng's frontline interception. None of the 4 championships they have won so far this season were easy to win, and they were all very difficult. It can even be said that there was no championship that was so difficult to win as they did but 4. The team that fought out in such an environment is fearless. Of course, after the game was restarted, they were not able to notice this. After all, if you don't see the opponent, you don't know what lineup the opponent has. It was not until the two sides were about to get close that the extraordinary players realized that the opponent did not rotate, but played all the main players. Be careful, they are still all the main players. Bin Shikai immediately said in the team channel. Shinrafei greeted him silently. In such a situation, he couldn't have any fear. After all, the opponent's attacking players were also very good. Once he was afraid, he really couldn't fight. If he could gain the upper hand in the head-on confrontation, then he could still fight, and at the same time he could cause a huge blow to the opponent. As an attacking player, he could use this method. Seeing Shinrao continue to rush in front, Petrovich was also unconvinced and went up to him. Defeat him, Ivan. Agata said in the team channel. With her eyes, of course, she could see that in such a situation, Fifan's only chance of winning was to gain an advantage in the point-to-point confrontation, so that he could score a goal when all the main players of Zenit were on the field. If they really achieved this tactical idea, then Zenit would be under great pressure. So they must not lose their momentum. Using Petrovich to hold off Shinrao, the opponent with the strongest impact, and then concentrating troops to deal with Bin Shikai, this was Agata's tactical arrangement. Petrovich rushed forward bravely. Shinrao went forward even more bravely. The two sides collided again, and after being frozen for a second, Petrovich flew back. However, Shinrao did not retreat this time, but continued to move forward bravely and began to chase Petrovich. Damn, so stupid and bold. Petrovich was shocked. He was confident that Shinrao's physical value should have dropped a lot, almost the same as his own. He had already started to retreat, but Shinrao caught up. Why was he so confident? The next moment, Su Jing's precise recovery skill fell on Shinrao's head. This was the source of Shinrao's confidence. The physical value of both sides dropped by about the same amount, Shinrao might have dropped a little less, and now, Su Jing's recovery skill allowed him to recover at least 80% of his combat effectiveness. For a player like Shinrao, as long as his physical value does not allow him to be killed by his opponent in a very short time, then he has nothing to fear. Damn it, why haven't you recovered yet? Petrovich and Shinrao, who were fighting head-on, continued to fight each other. Shinrao began to output crazily regardless of his declining physical strength, while Petrovich relied on his own reaction and operation to barely resist. The operation level and attributes of the two are similar, and Shinryo might be only a little bit higher, which was not enough to form an advantageous suppression. But now his physical value is so much higher that it is enough to form a suppression. Agatha's recovery skill did not come. When Petrovich was suppressed, Agatha retreated instead of advancing. I found the position of their auxiliary corps, you support it. Agatha said to Petrovich in the team channel. Chapter 928. Unwavering. Damn, this girl is so cunning. Zheng Qi slapped his thigh off the court and said depressedly. What's wrong? Liu Xibo is stunned. She deliberately didn't give her teammates recovery. Maybe she was waiting for the moment when Su Jin recovered Shinryo. Now they have locked Su Jin's position. Zheng Qi said very speechlessly. Then why don't you remind her? Liu Xibo was a little anxious. I'm not the head coach, how can I remind you? Zheng Qi said speechlessly. Liu Xibo had nothing to say now. The players on the bench could share the perspective of all the players on the court, but they did not have the right to speak in the team channel. Only the coach had this power. When Zheng Qi told Zhu Shan and asked Zhu Shan to remind Su Jin, after several procedures, the opportunity was gone. Agatha did find Su Jin's location through Su Jin's recovery skills. When Sergei was entangled with Ben Shikai, she led most of Zenit's players to rush into the Fifan defense line and then appeared directly in front of Su Jin. Su Jin wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Although she had someone to protect her, Zenit's skills had already focused on her. She was not killed by this wave of focus, but the football she was protecting had been refreshed. Get ready to play, we are going to start defending. Zheng Qi said to Liu Xibo. Liu Xibo nodded helplessly. In fact, even if they were replaced, they could not avoid Fifan's passivity. The opponent refreshed the football and also showed an extremely good state. Next, they will take the initiative in oppression. Even if they defend, they will inevitably lose the ball. This is actually the case. In the following time, Fifan began to be suppressed by Zenit in front of his own goal. No matter how strong the team is, it is already difficult to operate in such a situation. To resist the opponent's attack, it is mainly the confrontation in the midfield. If you really reach your own goal, you will only have less room to move. 2-0. When the score was posted, the fans of Fifan were a little silent. Now that the game had been over for 15 minutes, their team was already 2 goals behind. This was not a situation that had never happened before, but it had never happened this year. Is this the level of the World Cup? Is Zenit really that good? This was something that neither Zheng nor Tin had done. Such thoughts began to weigh heavily on their hearts. The fans of Zenit began to shout and cheer wildly. They had been looking forward to the World Cup championship for a long time. The last time they won the World Cup was 10 years ago, and all the players at the time were no longer in the team, and the entire team had been replaced. However, the strength of the Chinese team still made them a little worried, especially since this Chinese team was still going to challenge the 5-time champion team. Just think about how strong such a team would be. The grouping situation was not very good either. They were directly in the same group as Fifan from China. If they lost to the other team in that group stage, they would have to face the first place in another group in advance, which would almost certainly be a top team like the Knicks. Such pressure was also quite huge for the fans of Zenit. They are so eager for a championship. As the overlord of Eastern Europe and Russia, it is really shameful that they have not won the World Cup for 10 years. This year is a good opportunity, because their team can be said to be the strongest this year. Petrovich and Sergei have reached their peak, and Agatha has matured and officially become the core of Zenit. With these 3 top players, Zenit already has the strength to win the World Cup, and the cooperation of other players has almost reached a perfect level. This is the time to achieve results. If they still can't win the World Cup this year, their strength may decline next year, and it will be even more difficult to win the World Cup. The biggest obstacle to winning the World Cup is undoubtedly the team from China. This year, the Chinese team that qualified is a new army, and they are not familiar with them and have no experience in the World Cup. It is also a good opportunity for them. The greater the hope, the greater the pressure. In this case, they saw that Zenit was leading by 2 goals. How could they not be ecstatic? Do you need to change? Go together and score a goal first. Liga Rui was a little impatient. Don't worry, it's just 2 goals. If we force a change in rhythm, it will be counterproductive. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. But we have to be careful in the next attack. They may still adopt the tactic of all the main players. We must be careful when attacking. Do you understand? Even if we only have half of the main players, as long as we are more flexible when attacking, we can't fail to score. You won't play? Bin Shikai gasped Zheng Qi. No, I think too highly of them if I play. We don't need to go all out in this game. Zheng Qi smiled slightly. Bin Shikai nodded. There was actually a problem with his performance just now. After seeing Shin Fei being attracted, he should have retreated immediately to protect Su Jing. If he was there, the opponent would not be able to easily refresh the ball. However, he ignored this point, so he stood forward and was entangled by Sirage, which led to the passivity of the whole team. Next, just pay attention to this point. Shin Fei was also nodding. His sudden advance was actually very clever, but Agatha took advantage of it. This was completely the result of not being familiar with the opponent. Agatha was obviously a player with excellent on-the-spot tactical command ability. Shin Fei had only seen such characteristics in Zheng Qi and Li Qing's before. No wonder Agatha was called a genius in Russia every 20 years. In China, there is only one player who can have such on-the-spot tactical command ability in 10 years. This kind of player is really terrible. But it is not impossible to deal with. I will pay more attention to my position and not take it for granted. Taking it for granted will make it easy for the opponent to catch it. Su Jing said in the team channel. She exposed her position before, and it was also because the position was too rigid that the opponent easily found it. A truly outstanding auxiliary player will pay attention to his own movement while healing his teammates, because a truly outstanding opponent can judge where the opponent is by the source of the healing effect. In this case, if you don't protect yourself well, it will be easy for the opponent to catch your position and conduct a special raid. Su Jing had never encountered such a situation before, but now, she has. This is also an experience. Do you know why I am most confident in our team? Because I know that our players can constantly learn lessons and make up for their previous mistakes through their own performance. Even if we are unfamiliar with them, we will only start to suffer a little. Will they have too many things that we can't adapt to? Impossible. With our level, no team can do this, so we don't have to worry at all. As long as we gradually get familiar with them, the advantage will gradually return to our side. Even if we rotate the lineup and face their main lineup, we will not suffer. If they still send out all the main players next, we will prove this to everyone. After saying this, Zheng Qi waved his arms and let others go on the court. Shin Fei nodded to him and walked onto the court expressionlessly. This is the task Zheng Qi gave him, so he will definitely complete this task. In the previous confrontation, he has gradually become familiar with Petrovich. This is indeed a very strong opponent, but no matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than Lu Xiaoshan. Facing Lu Xiaoshan, he was somewhat suppressed, but he was still able to rely on his tenacity and fighting spirit to gradually make up for the gap. And what about facing Petrovich? In terms of overall level, he is actually one level higher, so in the game, this advantage should be fully demonstrated. This is what Shin Fei is thinking at the moment. Attack. Even if the previous attack suffered a setback, they would not have any mental fluctuations because of such a setback. Because they have won all the way like this, including top teams such as Changfeng and Teen He, who have failed in front of them in all the games this year. They have met Changfeng 4 times and Teen He 3 times, but their results are facing Changfeng, 2 wins and 2 draws, facing Teen He, 2 wins and 1 draw. What is this? Although it is not an absolute advantage, it is also a considerable advantage. No matter how good Zenit is, it is not as good as Changfeng and Teen He. However, the one who has been in the limelight for the past 5 years will not be Changfeng and Teen He, but Zenit. We were just not familiar with you before. And what you need us to gradually become familiar with in the game is nothing more than these. With your level, it is impossible for you to have endless new things that we cannot resist. In fact, the 2 times we suffered losses before were nothing more than the loss of your core. An auxiliary core who can take the initiative to attack, and a genius in on-the-spot tactical conversion. It is indeed excellent, but it is a bit too much to think that you can beat us just by doing this. What we have been facing is a charge maniac like Lu Xiaoshan, and a top tactical master like Li Qing's. No matter how good Agatha is in on-the-spot tactical conversion, he can't be as good as Li Qing's, not to mention that there is also a similar player in Fifan, that is Zheng Qi. Although Zheng Qi is now focusing more on defense, he will stand up without hesitation when he is needed in the offense. This is the confidence of Fifan. A team with enough confidence is of course fearless. So they immediately launched a counter-attack and started the attack again. Unwavering. Chapter 929. Trouble. When a team is attacking, it is often very important whether it is confident enough. A team with sufficient confidence will move forward with full momentum. A team with insufficient confidence will often shrink back and appear to be weak in attack. Although everyone knows the benefits of sufficient confidence, it does not mean that knowing it can achieve it. Although the psychological quality of professional players is not bad, there are still very few players with the ability to self-regulate. Under such circumstances, Fifan's offensive momentum is still so unstoppable. Zenit still played with all its main players. If you want to do it, of course you have to do it thoroughly. Since you have played twice in a row, you don't mind playing again. 2 goals are not a big advantage, and 3 goals are really a big advantage. If the opponent also plays with all its main players, then the consumption of our side will not be too much. No matter how you calculate it, it is beneficial to do so. Agatha's strategic vision is also quite outstanding. Now that they have come into contact, seeing that Fifan still uses the offensive lineup just now, they certainly hope to take advantage of the situation to counter-attack again and expand the score to 3 goals, so that they can slowly deal with the opponent. Petrovic rushed forward again. Although he blocked the opponent's goal-scoring opportunity and scored a goal himself, he was personally embarrassed in the confrontation with Zheng Qi. Although the team won, he was still very unhappy. So this time, he planned to let Zheng Qi know through his attack that he was just fighting him at a disadvantage. Zheng Qi also came forward with a blank expression. The two sides collided again, and they shot again before the collision. The physical value dropped almost at the same time, and Petrovic began to retreat. While retreating, he stared at Zheng Qi, wanting to see if Zheng Qi would continue to catch up. If he caught up like last time, Petrovic had prepared several tactics to kill him. However, Zheng Qi did not chase, nor did he retreat. Instead, he intercepted Sergei, who wanted to come up to fill the position. Su Jing's recovery skill fell on his head, allowing him to instantly recover most of his combat power. Sergei was going to entangle Bin Qi and create opportunities for Agatha, but he was entangled by Zheng Qi, which made Sergei feel a little depressed. Agatha did not have any psychological fluctuations. She first restored some blood to Petrovic, and Petrovic immediately rushed up again with great momentum. Bin Qi was still hiding in the offensive formation. He didn't mind working with Sergei to kill Zheng Qi first. 2 against 1, although it was a bit unfair, the overall confrontation has always been like this. If your core players don't come out, we will force you out. The tacit understanding between Petrovic and Sergei was also quite sufficient. They began to attack Zheng Qi at the same time, and Fifan and other players of Zenit also began to intercept each other. In this melee, whoever retreats first will be at a disadvantage. Agatha began to continuously provide teammates with endurance as an auxiliary, and at the same time she was observing Su Jing's position, but soon she frowned. Because although Su Jing was constantly restoring the status of her teammates, her position began to change constantly. Obviously, after suffering a loss before, she also began to notice this. Agatha's brows soon relaxed. It was expected that the opponent would do this. After all, Su Jing was also a very good player. It would be a pity if she didn't learn a lesson after suffering a loss. But this was nothing more than a little more judgment. Agatha had absolute confidence in her judgment ability, but at this time there was another thing that surprised her. Facing the fierce attack of Petrovic and Sergei, Zheng Qi was at a disadvantage, but he still showed strong fighting power. He did not passively defend, but took the initiative to attack. He entangled 2 opponents alone. In the confrontation, his operating level could make him lose less physical value. At the same time, Su Jing's recovery skills from time to time continued to sustain him. A player with strong operation can create miracles if he gets enough support. Now Zheng Qi is creating such a miracle. Facing the siege of 2 players of the same level, he held on, and at least at this time, it seemed that there was no problem. Agatha looked at this scene, but she was not very anxious. She knew that Petrovic must be very unhappy at this time, but she also knew that this was a good opportunity for her to find the opponent's core. The extraordinary players have already played in the confrontation, so the one who controls the ball must be Su Jing. Su Jing is constantly changing her position, but she is not moving fast enough with the ball. She can judge where she will move next. Now all she has to do is to find an opportunity. She is patiently waiting for this opportunity. Agatha has always been a very patient player, which is also her strength. After continuing to entangle for a minute, Agatha finally found an opportunity. Through continuous observation and calculation, Agatha has almost calculated Su Jing's range of movement. She calmly greeted in the team channel, indicating that she was ready to go. Petrovic and Sergei also continued to attack without making a sound, but they had already begun to prepare to coordinate with Agatha to help Agatha complete the key kill or refresh at any time. The next moment, Agatha appeared in front of Su Jing. Her calculation ability was indeed very strong. After rushing over, she saw Su Jing not far in front of her. Only one skill was needed to imprison Su Jing and then snatch the ball from her feet. However, while rushing over, Agatha's heart sank. Because when she saw Su Jing, she also saw another person. Bin Shiqiang. In the previous confrontation, Bin Shiqiang had always appeared in her sight. When he and other extraordinary players attacked Zenith's defense line, although his operation was excellent, there was nothing special about him. Among the 4 core players of Extraordinary, Bin Shiqiang was indeed the most inconspicuous one. He was the oldest and quite low-key. Compared with the other 3 young god-level players who were full of energy, he was indeed not very conspicuous. So Agatha didn't pay much attention to Bin Shiqiang. Anyway, it was unlikely that others could understand her movements. But at this moment, Bin Shiqiang, who she thought was not a big threat, appeared in front of her at a critical moment. Agatha immediately felt something was wrong. Although she had good offensive ability, she was still a supporting player in the final analysis. No matter how strong a supporting player is, he is still a supporting player. When facing the attack of a combat player, he is very vulnerable. So her first reaction was to leave. However, Bin Shiqiang would not give her such an opportunity. He quickly pounced on her and entangled Agatha. Bin Shiqiang's operation level is certainly not as good as Shinryu Fei's Zheng Qi, but as a god-level player, he still has an overwhelming advantage in operation against ordinary players. Even if he is old, this will not decrease too much. Once entangled by Bin Shiqiang, Agatha immediately couldn't resist. Not to mention that she couldn't resist, even Li Qing's couldn't resist. Petronovich and Sergei immediately wanted to come to rescue Agatha. Agatha is their auxiliary core. If she dies, there is no need to fight. However, Shinryu Fei entangled them in turn. He attacked Petrovich first, then attacked Sergei. When Petrovich and Sergei wanted to move, they were constantly intercepted by him. In fact, they were only intercepted once, but this little time was enough for Ben Shiqiang to kill Agatha. Ben Shiqiang's operation level is not something that ordinary people can resist. Agatha died in great frustration. Auxiliary players are of course at a disadvantage against combat players. And when this auxiliary core left the field, Zenith, which had relied on the main force and the overall superiority to Fifun, and suppressed Fifun, immediately began to be at a disadvantage. When Agatha was about to die, Petrovich and Sergei had stopped rescuing at the same time. Anyway, they couldn't save him, so it was better to kill one of the opponent's cores, which could be regarded as a little bit of compensation. The game is like this. When there is no way, you must learn to give up in time, instead of nagging. If they can kill Shinryu Fei when Agatha is killed, then it is not too much of a loss. Without Shinryu Fei, the charged player, they could hold out for 10 seconds without any problem. This was also a way to make up for it. However, Shinryu Fei, who had been bravely confronting them head-on, began to hide. The King Kong transformed into Voldemort. He began to protect himself constantly, reducing the rate at which his physical energy value decreased, and Su Jing also recovered from time to time, allowing him to remain in a state of not dying. After Ben Shiqiang killed Agatha, Petronovich and Sergei saw that it was still a long way to go to kill Shinryu Fei, and they wanted to retreat first. However, Shinryu Fei entangled them in turn. They couldn't retreat, and of course the other players of Zenith couldn't retreat either. The core must be protected. If the 3 cores were all dead, even if they retreated unscathed, they could not withstand Fifun's fierce attack. They wanted to rescue Petronovich and Sergei. Unfortunately, they attacked too fiercely before and went too deep into the enemy's formation. Of course, it was nothing when they had an advantage before, but now they were at a disadvantage and couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Under Fifun's siege, Petronovich and Sergei died before they could hold out for long. Fifun counterattacked and killed people all over the place. We're in trouble now. Agatha, who had just returned to the court, looked at Fifun who had suppressed them to his goal and couldn't help but mutter to himself. 1-2, Fifun scored 1 point. Chapter 930 There is a conspiracy. Although Zenith is still leading by 1 point, Agatha knows that they will be in trouble. 20 minutes have passed in the first half of the game. During these 20 minutes, Fifun's main players have been taking turns to play, while Zenith's main players have been on the field for a full 20 minutes. This is a big burden, which means that they need to do a better job in rotation. If they are leading by 3 goals, then such an advantage is not small. They could let the main players rest for a while and let the substitutes fight with Fifun. In this way, after the second half starts, the energy overdrawn by their main players will be almost replenished. But now, With only one goal led, even if they use rotation like the opponent, their main players will be more tired in the second half. This is a very bad thing. You must know that in the confrontation between strong teams, the previous advantage is not as obvious as it seems. What is really important is the performance of both sides after the start of the second half. The so-called winning at the beginning is paper, and winning at the end is money. This is the truth. If they have enough advantage in the score, then it would not be a big problem to suffer a little loss in overdraft, but now they have no advantage in the score, which makes people feel depressed. But just now, all the main players faced half of Fifan's main players and still lost the ball, and Zenit was facing such an embarrassing situation. Next, we have to support them more, fight with them. Now we still have the advantage in the score. This attack will expand the lead to 2 goals again. Agatha said in the team channel. Zenit's players knocked out one after another. It is obvious that rotation is needed to solve the problem next. Otherwise, no matter how good the level is, it will not be able to play out. As the core of Zenit, Agatha does not need to be rotated. Her characteristics do not need to be rotated, because she rarely fights on the front line and does not need to consume too much energy in operation. This is the same as Zheng. In fact, many clubs have only one auxiliary core, and they will not rotate them when rotating others. Zenit started to attack. Zheng Qi took half of the main players to rest off the court. Zenit, led by Petrovic and Agatha, still had strong offensive capabilities. Petrovic was still a little depressed. He didn't take any advantage in the confrontation with SYNOPSIS, but suffered a little loss. This made the hot-tempered Petrovic feel quite unhappy. Of course, he also knew that Fifan must be rotated. SYNOPSIS would not appear on the court when defending. When the two sides met on the court, the situation was indeed the same. SYNOPSIS and Bin Shiqiang both went down to rotate, including Zheng Qi, Nialiwa, Liga Rui and other main players, replaced by Wang Yanfen, Zheng Qi and others. This lineup is of course better at defensa. Zheng Qi did not rush to the front, but hid in his own team. Liu Xibo kept directing his teammates to make them stand in a defensive position. Fifan started their defensa slightly behind. Zenit launched a fierce attack. During the fierce attack, Agatha was very careful to protect herself. Although she didn't control the ball much, Zenit's control of the ball during the attack was basically controlled by several people in the backcourt in turn, but as the only auxiliary core of the team, if she was killed, it would have a great impact on the entire team. Of course, Zenit is now attacking, even if she, the auxiliary core, is killed, Zenit can retreat first. They are not worried about being suppressed by the opponent in front of their own goal when they control the ball, because there are many passages to leave the front of the goal, and controlling the ball at their feet will have a great advantage. In this case, although she has to protect herself, even if she dies without protecting herself well, the impact on Zenit will not be too great. She even thought about using herself as bait to attract Zheng Qi, who was hidden in the opponent's lineup, and then directly focusing on him to die, just like at the beginning of the game. Of course, she also knew that Zheng Qi had been fooled once, and he might not be fooled easily this time, but she felt that there was still hope, because in many games, Zheng Qi's performance was very bold and daring to gamble. Fifan's defensive level is not particularly outstanding, but it is far from bad. However, when defending, Fifan is more accustomed to taking a bold and proactive approach, taking the initiative to attack, trying to grab the ball or let the football refresh, because Zheng Qi often plays when defending. When he defends, he is always ready to counter-attack. Liu Xibo is responsible for directing the defensa, as solid as a rock. Zheng Qi is constantly looking for opportunities to score and turn the whole situation around through his own raids. Of course, there are not always opportunities, but as long as you seize an opportunity, it is equivalent to turning around 2 goals. Fifan has won many victories in this way. In this process, targeting the opponent's auxiliary players is Zheng Qi's tried and tested trick. This time he will definitely not be able to help but shoot at himself, because this is his style. Agatha waited for Zheng Qi to shoot at him, then focused his fire to kill him, and then he could attack boldly. The opponent is missing a core player, which is a very different thing. And Agatha didn't think it was a trap, because Zheng Qi's actions were not risky. Even if he failed, he would just lose the ball. When facing a strong team, if he didn't take risks, he could only watch the opponent suppress the attack to score a goal. Zheng Qi's approach was more frequent against strong teams, and that was the reason. Agatha was waiting for Zheng Qi to fall into the trap. Anyway, she was not in a hurry. It was okay if the attack lasted a little longer. In short, Zenit was still leading, and there was still a long time to play. Take your time. Petrovic kept attacking. Under his impact, the substitutes who stood still and output were actually very struggling. After all, their own operation level was average, and they relied more on attribute points to defend. However, as one of the three giants of Zenit, Petrovic's attribute points were close to 900 points. In the face of such attributes, their past attribute advantages could not be said to be left at all. So Liushbo had to keep going to intercept Petrovic. He was a little worse than Petrovic in attributes, but defense always had some advantages. Every time Petrovic attacked, he was narrowly blocked by him. Zenit's attack was still like a storm, which made the Zenit fans in the stand start to shout more crazily, looking forward to the moment when the goal came. Originally, after Fifin recovered 1 point, their momentum was a little lower, and now seeing Zenit's attack still playing so vigorously, this undoubtedly ignited the passion in their hearts. For Russian fans, it is very important not to lose momentum on the court, and sometimes it is even more important than winning. In the domestic league of Russia, even the weakest team in the league, when encountering a hegemon like Zenit, will be hard all the way, and will never defend wretchedly. If they defend wretchedly, then even if Zenit suffers, their fans will most likely despise them. In this case, Zenit, as the representative team of Russia, certainly has such a level. They kept launching attacks and onslaughts, while Liushbo resisted Petrovic's attack while commanding Fifin's defensive players to set up the defense line in an orderly manner. Although the opponent's offensive space was inevitably compressed gradually, they were able to hold on for a longer time. Is he still not moving? He is really patient. Agata thought silently in his heart. Now through continuous mobilization and suppression, Zenit has almost suppressed Fifin out of the center circle. Everyone knows that in a strong confrontation, the center circle is the only chance to grab the opponent's ball. After being overwhelmed in the half, even if you want to grab the ball, you can't do it, and the initiative will be completely controlled by the opponent. However, Zheng Qi still didn't move. He just came out from time to time to help his teammates defend and delay that time when his own activity space was compressed. In this case, Fifin's space was gradually compressed, and then he was suppressed in front of the goal. It took Zenit more than 10 minutes to suppress Fifin and score a goal, expanding the score to 3-1. During this process, Zheng Qi never made a move, but honestly helped defend. Although his operation level is also extremely good, everyone knows that no matter how good his operation level is, if he only helps defend, it is a complete waste for him. Such a performance can be said to be very low-key, and it is not consistent with all of Zheng Qi's previous performances. Agata was a little confused. Zheng Qi's low games is indeed not normal. With his level, it is certainly not normal to be so low-key, and if he is not in good condition today, it is even more unlikely. In the first 2 games, he performed vigorously and scored first in the team. This game is more important, and suddenly his condition went down. How could this be possible? Such an outstanding player is so low-key, which is completely inconsistent with his usual performance. There must be something wrong. There is a conspiracy. This is the only thing Agata can think of. But she can't think of any conspiracy for the time being. We have to pay more attention. I always feel that Zheng Qi will have other ideas. Agata said in the team channel. Don't worry, there won't be any big problems. As long as we concentrate, we won't fall for their tricks. Petrovic said with a smile. Just now, he kept launching attacks and suppressing Liushbo's performance, which made him feel much happier. Agata nodded, knowing that there was nothing wrong with what Petrovic said, but she was still a little confused. What kind of conspiracy could it be? Chapter 931. Something is wrong. Some people say that the unknown is the most frightening thing, which actually makes sense. If you know what you are facing, no matter how difficult it is, you will always have the courage and the way to face it. However, if you don't know what you are facing and you know there must be something, you will be more likely to be uneasy. Agata is undoubtedly a very calm player. Although she is young, she is naturally calm. So although she has been on guard against Zheng Qi's possible conspiracy, she also commanded the team very well in the following games. Next, it was Fifin's turn to attack. Zheng Qi continued to be off the court, which made Agata feel relieved. However, it was obvious that even if Zheng Qi was off the court, Fifin relied on the wonderful performance of Shinryo and Bin Shikayang, who led them, to still firmly suppress Zenit in the offensive. The attacking side is already at an advantage. This is a truth. Fifin's offensive method is also somewhat irresistible. Shinryo launched an attack in the front court. Each time he attacked, he could force Zenit's defense to retreat a distance. Then, the other players of Fifin steadily pressed forward, and gradually suppressed the opponent's space for movement. Although it takes a lot of time to do this, Shinranofei's strong attack can force Zenith's defense to retreat a long distance each time. This is actually very dangerous. After all, each time Shinranofei attacked, he went deep into Zenith's formation. If he was not careful, he would be double-teamed and concentrated by the opponent. No matter how strong he was, he would die. However, Shinranofei was able to withdraw and drift away every time when he was close to the most dangerous moment. After 3 years of top league training, Shinranofei's game intuition has reached a very high level. Maybe he can't see where the opponent's trap is, but when there is a trap, he can use his intuition to detect the wrong place and leave in time. Facing such an attacker, Zenith seemed a little helpless. Under the opponent's relentless pressure, Zenith could only retreat continuously. In the process of retreat, Agatha wanted to set a trap for Shinranofei. He first retreated continuously, and then suddenly let Zheng and 4 main players counterattack together in the process of retreat, trying to kill Shinranofei who was rushing in front. However, when Zheng led his men to rush out, Shinranofei disappeared in front of them at the first time. The next moment, Shinranofei and 2 teammates appeared behind them, and Zheng led others to start concentrated fire from the front. Half of Zenith's players were immediately surrounded by the opponent. This was not an ordinary encirclement. Fifan's fierce attack plus the front and back attacks, although other Zenith players tried harder to open the channel, they still suffered the fate of being wiped out. When 5 main players including Zheng died, Fifan only died 2 players who blocked the opponent. The next thing is to make a concerted effort and destroy the enemy. No matter how good Agatha was, she couldn't maintain any advantage in such a situation. She could only watch Fifan's players overwhelm Zenith's defense and then score a goal, tying the score to 2-3. Okay, get ready to attack, don't think too much, the attacking side has the advantage. Agatha said in the team channel. She was still thinking about what conspiracies Zheng Qi would use next, and what tactics Fifan would adopt. After all, for Fifan, they were still 1 goal behind, and Zenith still had an offensive opportunity. This was actually a 2-goal disadvantage. If they couldn't stop Zenith's offensive at least once, then Fifan was still at a disadvantage. In this case, when would Zheng Qi choose to launch a surprise attack? Agatha had been waiting for this time. This made her a little excited. She was looking forward to the arrival of this moment, when Zheng Qi took the risk to launch a surprise attack, and then she was the first to see through it, set a trap and then kill him. This would be a very pleasant thing. At the beginning of the game, when Zheng Qi and Zheng were both taken away by Zenith's concentrated fire, Agatha was particularly happy. The stronger the opponent, the more she will feel when she falls into her calculation. Perhaps it is this kind of emotion that allows Agatha to constantly show her level and constantly achieve outstanding achievements in the game. At the age of 22, becoming the main core of Zenith, if it is not for certain characteristics, it is impossible to do this. She is looking forward to the moment when Zheng Qi falls into the trap. She is almost certain that Zheng Qi will fall into her trap. Because she has excellent on-the-spot command ability, and at the same time, each of her teammates has an incomparable tacit understanding with her, and can immediately respond to her instructions no matter what the situation is. This is very important. If there is no such tacit understanding, then any exquisite tactics will have no basis for display. Zenith has such a foundation. The extraordinary attack just now was played very quickly, and it took less than 5 minutes to score a goal. Such a brave offensive level also makes Zenith feel some pressure. However, Agatha felt that this might not be a bad thing. Because there were less than 10 minutes left before the end of the first half, Agatha had already made a plan: attack gradually in the first half, and be patient. After scoring, don't leave any time for Fifan, so that they can defend more easily. In this way, if Zenith enters the second half with a 2-goal advantage, the advantage will continue. In the second half, if they lead by 2 goals, the advantage is not small. They can be more patient, suppress Fifan step by step, make them impatient, and finally win. At least, this is a good choice. So Agatha plans to launch an attack patiently. Zheng went off the court to rest, and it was Petrovich's turn to play. Agatha didn't let him save his strength and waste time. She certainly knew clearly that in the confrontation between top teams, if you want to do something like saving your strength, you will most likely be beaten up by the opponent in return. At the time, you will want to pretend to be a fool, but you will become a fool. Of course, Agatha will not make such a mistake. Continue to attack with your strongest strength. In short, Fifan's ability to resist is still very strong. They will not let their team score easily. In such a confrontation, no one will give up easily, and at the same time, they are very vigilant. If you have any abnormality, the other party will definitely be vigilant. Just like Zheng Qi's honest game, it makes Agatha more vigilant because you are different from usual. The so-called abnormal things must have demons. This truth is not only understood by Chinese people, but also by foreigners. So Agatha decided to launch an attack honestly. Anyway, with Zenith's strength, it takes 10 minutes to suppress Fifan's defenses step by step, and then steadily advance. It is still possible to score a goal in 10 minutes. And it is not necessary to attack until the last second. As long as it takes 6 or 7 minutes, and scores a goal in the last few minutes, then only 2 or 3 minutes will be given to Fifan, and then it will be easy to kill those few minutes. Under this idea, Zenith's offensive has not changed much compared to before. Their offensive is actually similar to Fifan's. With Petrovic as the core, every time he attacks, Fifan's defense line will shrink. At the same time, Zenith's players will move forward step by step, gradually occupying the opponent's space. This offensive method is the kingly way in the football era game. Fifan is truly qualified to challenge the championship after he has such strength. Zenith, as the overlord of Russia, certainly has such strength. They began to suppress and attack step by step. Zheng Qi and Liu Shibo honestly resisted Zenith's onslaught. This made Agatha feel relieved and worried. This guy must still have a conspiracy. The previous game proved that he is a guy with deep scheming and unparalleled ingenuity. Will such a person play honestly? Don't joke. Maybe he will lay a good foundation seriously, but in important games, he will definitely have wonderful ideas and constantly use his own performance to give the team an advantage. Otherwise, he will not be so outstanding. If he just honestly worked as a screw, it would be a complete waste of his talent. There are many players in this world, but they can be divided into two types. Ordinary players who work hard in the competition, and geniuses who often have collisions of inspiration. Zheng Qi is undoubtedly a genius. So Agatha has been on guard against this genius, waiting for the other boot to land. However, this boot never landed, which made Agatha a little depressed. However, despite being depressed, Zenith's offensive was still quite good. They gradually suppressed Fifan and began to suppress Fifan in front of the goal. Seeing that Fifan was about to leave the central area of the venue, Zheng Qi finally moved at this time. The move was a desperate move. He took Wang Yuanfen and Zheng Qi, two main players, and teleported to the vicinity of Agatha at the same time. This was quite sudden, but Agatha was well prepared. Although Petrovic was still rushing in the front court, many of Zenith's main players were protecting them around, so Zheng Qi and his team were surrounded. When surrounded, no matter how strong they are, they will be easily killed by the opponent, and Zheng Qi and his team were no exception this time. They didn't hold out for long before they were killed by Zenith's players. Then Zenith took advantage of the situation to suppress the counter-attack and crushed them all the way. The opponent was missing 3 main players, so of course they had to take advantage of their weakness to kill them. After attacking all the way to the opponent's goal, the extraordinary defenses still couldn't be organized. Petrovic completed the final blow, making the score 4-2. Zenit once again took a 2-goal advantage, and the cheers in the stands began to get louder. However, Agatha suddenly felt as if something was wrong. Chapter 932 Rapid Destruction. What's wrong? Agatha quickly figured out what's wrong. This time, she was going to kill 10 minutes in the attack. Even if she couldn't kill 10 minutes, she had to kill 8 minutes, so that Fifan wouldn't have enough time to launch an attack. But what about now? They were entangled in the midfield for a few minutes, and then the opponent's surprise attack failed, and then they were pushed back and lost the ball. Agatha looked at the time. The whole attack did not exceed 3 minutes in total. In other words, there were still 7 minutes left before the end of the first half. Such a long time was enough for Fifan to complete a very patient attack. In this case, it was very questionable that Zheng Qi and his team failed in the surprise attack and were wiped out. Were they killed in the trap, or did they deliberately die and let Zenit score a goal? With Zheng Qi's characteristics, the latter possibility was much greater. This made Agatha almost angry. An attack and defense would not cause her mood to fluctuate, but she was fooled by Zheng Qi without knowing it, and this feeling made her very depressed. This ability to calculate and set traps is a bit scary. How bad must this person be to have such a trap ability? It seems that we can't underestimate him. This guy is too bad. We must pay close attention to his next move. Agatha thought to herself. At this time, the Fifan players on the field have started to kick off again. They are ready to launch an attack. This is the last attack. They should send all the main players to try to score a goal. We can't suffer in this regard. Try to resist their attack this time. Agatha thought about it and said in the team channel. She knew that in this situation, leading by 2 goals and leading by 1 goal into the second half can be said to be very different. After all, the opponent kicked off first in the second half. If you only led by 1 goal, it is almost the same as not leading. Tiffin's lag in the first half seems to be a lot, but in fact, they were blocked by Zenit in 1 attack. This advantage is not big. And the quieter Zheng Qi is, the greater the pressure on Agatha. Agatha is a very calm player, but under such pressure, she also began to feel a little tired. Of course, it was only the first half, and such a little tiredness would soon disappear after the halftime break, and she would still be able to face the second half of the game in the best condition. This is the confidence of a top player. Zenit, who played with all the main players, suffered a serious blow. Tiffin's rotation was different from before, but they did not play with all the main players. Liu Xibo rested on the sidelines, and only Zheng Qi replaced the original attacking Bin Shiqiang, allowing Bin Shiqiang to rest on the sidelines. Only 2 of the 4 core players played, Zheng Qi and Shen Ruofei. The other main players were also half and half. Strictly speaking, this was also a rotation. At the last moment of the first half, Tiffin still used rotation instead of all the main players, which makes Zenit feel a little bit difficult to get off the tiger. Originally, the opponent's main force was smaller than ours and rested better. In the second half, this meant that the opponent could maintain strong pressure and attack for a longer time. Their main force might have to leave the field to rest for a longer time at the critical moment. However, this was not because of any mistake in Agatha's tactics. This was because the opponent's performance was much better than they imagined. Most of the time, the opponent just rotated, but they held them back. They did suffer some losses in the beginning, but now, Tiffin has not suffered any losses at all. So even though they are still leading now, they are still panicking. Such pressure is not only felt by Agatha, but also by others. Obviously leading in the score, but still under great pressure. Such a situation rarely occurs in Zenit's previous games. But now it happens. Tiffin is like a silent mountain, slowly approaching little by little. Obviously, he is still far away from you, but he can still bring you tremendous pressure. This is a very depressing thing. Hold on to their attack, understand? Now it's almost time for the decisive battle. Moscow is behind us. Agatha suddenly screamed in the team channel before the 2 sides met. She had completely figured it out. Tiffin is now gradually applying pressure. Using his own performance to put pressure on Zenit. This is a very confident and difficult to crack approach. After all, in their pressure, they have been entangled with Zenit with half of their main force, but they have been tightly entangled with Zenit. This has made Zenit worry about what to do when the opponent's main force is fully on the field. After all, you have already used 100% of your strength, but the opponent has only used half of his strength to hold you back well. How can you not panic? If the opponent still scores this time, the pressure in the second half will be even greater. But if you resist the opponent's attack this time and enter the second half with a 2-goal advantage, then there will be much more room for maneuver. At the time, Zenit can let the substitutes play more to entangle the opponent when defending, and send all the main players to strive to score every time when attacking. In this way, they still have room for maneuver and the possibility of victory is very high. So Agatha immediately screamed in the team channel, in order to let the Zenit players know the importance of this defensa. And she even used her famous Russian saying Moscow is behind to inspire and motivate all teammates. This should have been a big move to be used at the end, but at this time, she could no longer care about anything, and could only shout out her full voice at this time. The big killer is indeed a big killer. The fighting spirit of the Zenit players was immediately raised by this sentence. They began to roar, and under the leadership of the big 3, they bravely met it. We must resist this extraordinary attack. This is their only thought at the moment. As the overlord of Eastern Europe, all Zenit players have strong strength. Although they are defending at this time, they can still seize some advantageous places first, making their defense more comfortable. However, Tiffin did not give them such an opportunity. They moved faster than others imagined. Zheng Qi and Shen Ruofei rushed to the front and quickly reached the middle area. Then, they relied on their own operations to contain the opponent. Because they were the first to attack, they moved faster. Before Zenit reached the middle circle, they had already arrived in advance, and then began their interception of the passage outside the middle circle. This was to seal Zenit directly in their own half and seal them from the beginning. Of course, Zenit's players would not watch them do this. No matter how good Zheng Qi and Shen Ruofei's operation level was, they were just 2 people. Even if they had the advantage of the terrain, could they stop their fierce attack? They really didn't believe it. However, Zheng Qi and Shinryo proved one thing. That is, players with good operation can sometimes really change the situation on the field and break the deadlock. This point has been reflected many times in Liu Xiaoshan before, and now, it is also reflected in Zheng Qi and Shinryo. Petrovich and Shinryo collided. The two collided, and then Petrovich flew back. Shinryo did not retreat. Sergei and others wanted to take advantage of the situation and launched an attack when Shinryo's physical value was only about half. However, Zheng Qi stopped them. He stood at the front line and began to help Shinryo more. With his assistance, Shinryo's output was even more hearty. The Zenit players were not in danger of dying, but after their physical value dropped to a certain level, they had to retreat. Otherwise, they would suffer too much in the overall confrontation later. The advantage of 2 people against 10 people is that there are too many people on the other side, and their skills do not need to be very accurate. Anyway, if they can't hit this, they will hit that. What's more, Zheng Qi and Shinryo are both players with extremely accurate operations. When they were stuck on that route, the Zenit players kept going up, and then kept retreating, and their physical value dropped rapidly. Seeing that they were unable to defeat the defense of Zheng Qi and Shinryo at the first contact, Agata sighed. This state of siege could not last too long. The opponent's main force was just slightly behind, not completely out of touch. Zheng Qi and Shinryo did not need to support for 10 seconds, 2 or 3 seconds were enough. If they failed to kill Zheng Qi and Shinryo in 2 or 3 seconds, they would actually have failed. They could not reach the middle, and they were directly blocked in their own half by Fifan. Fifan did not send out all the main forces, but relying on the 2 people with the strongest frontal attack ability, they sealed Zenit in their own half from the beginning. This approach is not uncommon, but generally only strong teams can play this kind of operation against weak teams. It is extremely rare for teams of the same level to play this kind of operation. But now, Fifan played it. This also put Zenit under greater pressure. When Su Jing's recovery skill came to Zheng Qi and Shinryo, Agata knew that this desperate defender had failed from the beginning. Zheng Qi and Shinryo's individual abilities were brought into full play at such a critical moment. Before, they used their entire team to fight against us. We had actually forgotten that their best players were still those 4 god-level players. We need to reconsider new tactics for the second half of the game. Agatha thought silently in his heart. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga and y subir en esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 933 is very important. Zenit's locker room was a little quiet. At the last moment of the first half, they still couldn't resist Fifan's attack. They had been mentally prepared for this. After all, for Fifan, since they had already suppressed the opponent in their own half, it would not be difficult for them to score next. 4-3, Zenit still took a 1-goal lead in the first half, which was actually an advantage, because although Fifan kicked off in the second half, they still blocked Fifan's attack, but Fifan didn't do this. In the confrontation between top teams, this is very important. But what is the price of such a small advantage? If Fifan's 4 core players and main players played for more than 20 minutes in the first half, almost equally, then Zenit's main players played for more than 30 minutes in the first half, and it was possible to reach 40 minutes. Staying on the field for 1 more minute means 1 more minute of huge consumption. You should know that the professional players of football era are not wasting time on the field. They must concentrate their energy at all times so that they can have enough performance on the field. When 2 players meet on the field, even if one is a god-level player and the other is an ordinary player, if the god-level player is a little distracted, he will definitely not be able to beat the ordinary player. Because the operation in the confrontation of football era requires too much detailed analysis, which requires the brain to operate and calculate quickly. If you don't concentrate, the final effect will be very different if you were a little bit worse. It is a conclusion that the main players cannot stay on the field for too long. Generally speaking, except for the auxiliary core, which does not require specific operations, but only calculates the health of teammates and the health of skills, such calculations can form instincts, so they will not consume too much energy and can stay on the field from beginning to end. Generally, teams with 2 assistants, even if the assistants occasionally rotate, are because the assistants have other tasks to do. For example, Qin has Li Qing's is the tactical core, so Li Qiang is often needed to help. Changfeng's Wen Xiang also has such a tactical command position, so he needs the assistance of others. Apart from such a special profession, the time that any other player spends on the court is preferably half and half, that is, 45 minutes, and no more than 60 minutes. If it exceeds 60 minutes, it is very likely to cause a huge overdraft. Once the human brain cannot accept such an overdraft, it may cause irreversible damage. This is the conclusion drawn from countless tragic cases in the early days of the professional league. Now, all teams have reached a sufficient consensus on this, that is, the main force cannot stay on the court for too long, and the level of the substitutes is equally important. Therefore, Zenit's core stayed for nearly 40 minutes in the first half, which will definitely have a great impact on their second half of the game. In the second half, they only played for 20 minutes at most, which is not something they can overdraft if they want to. The extraordinary main players played for about 20 minutes in the first half, which means that in the second half, if they overdraw normally, they can play for at least 30 minutes. This is a huge advantage, and it is also the huge problem Zenit is facing now. In this case, a one-goal lead is really nothing. All Zenit players know this. We didn't do well in the first half, so in the second half, we will rotate more players to prepare for the final battle. Before that, we have to try our best to slow down the opponent's offensive rhythm, otherwise, we will have no ammunition to play before the final battle. Do you understand? Agatha broke the silence in the locker room. As the core of Zenit, although she knows the dilemma Zenit is facing better than anyone else, she also knows that at this time, there can be no more mistakes. We need to focus more on offensive. When defending, we need to be more careful and try to hold them back. Then, in offensive, we try to take the initiative. This will make us better before the decisive battle. If you want to boost the morale of your teammates, you can't just talk big, you need to come up with something practical. What Agatha is talking about now is the official way to solve the problem: use offensive to score as many goals as possible, and hold the opponent back in defensive. When attacking, Sergei can rotate with Petrovic. Although he is better at defensive, it is no problem for players of this level to participate in the offensive. In this way, the pressure that Zenit can create in offensive has not decreased, which relatively gives the team more breathing space. As for defensive, you have to play better and hold the opponent back more. When thinking about this, Agatha began to think about Zheng Qi again. When is this guy going to attack him? He was always worried, and the pressure was still very high. The players of Zenit listened to Agatha's analysis and slowly settled down. After all, their current situation is not good. In fact, it is not caused by other things, but the passivity in the overall situation and strategy. In specific tactics, they have an advantage. After all, their one-goal lead is still real, because they blocked the opponent's attack once with the same number of attacks, and did not let the opponent successfully block their own attack. This is their advantage and their confidence. They just blocked our attack once, and caught us off guard. It's too much to think that they can defeat us with such a small advantage, Zheng Qi said in Fifan's locker room. Fifan's players laughed one after another. Indeed, they are very confident about this. Fifan didn't suffer much in the first half, but took the initiative in strategy. The slight tactical loss will not shape their emotions. Instead, it will make Fifan feel that it is nothing to recover this disadvantage in the second half. In fact, they kicked off in the second half, which made them more confident. If Fifan took the lead in the first half and still fell behind by one goal, the pressure would be even greater. Even though they are behind now, if we analyze it, they are only a little bit behind. In the second half of the game, Zenit has only one way to win, that is, try to score every time when attacking, and send more substitutes to entangle us in defense, so that we can't score so easily. It's understandable. After all, doing so can allow their main players to get a normal rest while also being able to better play their leading advantage. Zheng Qi continued to analyze. As a player with a very outstanding level of tactics, it is his task to analyze specific tactics, because he is on the front line and can always observe more clearly, whilst Yu Shan stands in a higher position and is responsible for helping him to find out the gaps. This does not mean that Zhu Shan only needs to sit on the sidelines. You know that Zheng Qi's observation ability is very strong. If he can't find out the gaps well, then his role as a coach will be too small, and in this way, the pressure is also very high. Fortunately, under such pressure, Zhu Shan also feels that his tactical observation ability has begun to improve a lot, which is undoubtedly a surprise for him who has not improved for a long time. He looked at things more carefully and more generously. He even learned to giving up carefully observing those obvious things, and began to observe more from the overall situation and details. He cooperated with Zheng Qi more and more seamlessly. In specific contact, Petrovic is better at frontal impact, which is similar to our Shinryu, but in terms of attributes and operations, Shinryu is better than him. Since we are used to bearing Shinryu's attacks in normal training, we should not feel uncomfortable with his impact. Zhu Shan added. And Sergei is indeed better at defensa. Although the top players will not be too obvious, just like Zheng Qi is strong in defensa and Shinryu is strong in defensa, Liu Xibo will also be very good in defensa. However, from the perspective of characteristics, Sergei is not as aggressive as Petrovic. He is calmer and more meticulous. However, we are not worried about this kind of attack. When Liu Xibo is defending, try to give them a good look. Liu Xibo nodded. Don't worry, in the second half, I will block their attacks at least twice. So confident. Can you do it without my help? Zheng Qi laughed. Of course, if it was Petrovic, there might be some pressure. I have already observed Sergei's characteristics. Liu Xibo replied calmly. He was indeed very confident at the moment. After all, for him, Petrovic was not very good, because the opponent was very simple and could be seen clearly at a glance. He relied on relentless attacks. There was no way to deal with such a player, just a head-on confrontation, because you couldn't have any other way to deal with it. However, Sergei's delicate style was easier for him to target. Hearing Liu Xibo say this, Zheng Qi nodded. Okay, then I will focus more on offensive in the second half, let them know what it means to crush withering withers and rotten wood. That's right, this is our tactic for the second half. They concentrate their forces on defensa, so we should also focus on offensa. They concentrate their forces on offensa, so we should also focus on offensa. Doing so will allow us to take the initiative better, use offensa to tear open their defenses, and make their pressure continue to increase, and eventually they will collapse. At this point, Zhu Shan stretched out his hand. What is our goal? Before the final 10 minutes of the decisive battle, gain an advantage, preferably enough advantage, so that they are forced to start the decisive battle in advance. In this way, we will win, understand? Understood. The extraordinary players nodded one after another. Such tactics are obviously very much in line with their appetites. Using offensive to dominate the game, this is what they are best at. Also, everyone should concentrate. Although this game does not have much impact on qualifying, its actual significance is very important. Winning this game will almost get us half of the World Cup. Zhu Shan finally said. Chapter 934. Never encountered. For the Fifan players, they may not quite understand why Zhu Shan said that winning this game would almost get them halfway to the World Cup, but for the core players like Fifan, they are very clear. In terms of strength, the current Fifan has no problem, because even compared with Zheng Qi and Tinhe at their peak, Fifan is not inferior at all, and even has some advantages in many places. However, even during the 5 consecutive years of winning the World Cup, Zheng Qi and Tinhe's road to the World Cup has never been smooth sailing. Facing weak teams, they have the strength and ability to crush them, but facing those strong teams, they still win very narrowly. Among them, the teams from the Eastern European hegemon Russia and the teams from the United States have always been the two most troublesome. In comparison, whether they are from Western Europe or South America, their strength is still slightly worse. When they win the World Cup championship, they are often super outbursts of character, and when the opponent does not perform well, if it is not the case, they will not have any problems. Under such circumstances, Fifan's biggest enemy in the World Cup is of course these two teams, and there will be no others. Even if the last game of the group stage is just a formality in terms of qualifying, Fifan will try his best to beat Zenit, and Zenit will also try its best to beat them. Because the situation in the World Cup is actually not complicated at all, and it can even be said to be very simple. If you grab the first place in the group stage, then you will of course face the second place in the group. The situation of a strong team performing poorly is actually very small, and it can even be said to be basically impossible. In this case, the advantage of the first place in the group is very large. Although theoretically, the Knicks may also lose to Liverpool in another game at this moment, Fifan will not count on this in reality. Only by trying hard to beat Zenit, and then kicking Zenit to fight with the Knicks, they can beat Liverpool, which is relatively easy, so that they can occupy a position in the final that at least does not lose to the opponent. Since they have such psychological preparation, of course they have to beat the opponent. In such a game, Zenit will not let the water go, and is one of the only teams that can threaten Fifan. Defeating them is equivalent to only having one opponent left. Isn't that half of the World Cup? It's that simple. Sometimes the game is not about doing arithmetic problems, and sometimes it is about doing arithmetic problems. Fifan wanted to do some math problems now. The break time passed quickly. 20 minutes was not enough to do anything. It was just a space for people to relax. When the players from both sides came out again, the fans from both sides in the stands also cheered loudly after the break. The expressions of the players from both sides were very serious. After all, the importance of such a game was beyond doubt. From the first half, although Zenit seemed to play better, Fifan had the upper hand in strategy and the overall situation. Zenit's main players played longer in the first half, which put them at a disadvantage in the second half. We only used rotation tactics in the first half to hold them back, which is enough to prove our advantage. We wouldn't dare to use such tactics without a certain level of confidence. A team that has the ability to look at the long term must have enough confidence in its own tactical capabilities. Yuan Fei analyzed the first half of the game. He had analyzed a lot during the halftime break. He had a clearer view of the first half of the game. He knew that Fifan had the advantage in the overall situation, while Zenit had the advantage in the actual score. It's hard to say who has a greater advantage in these 2 points, but for now, Fifan still has some advantages, as long as they can show their advantages in the second half. However, while explaining, Yuan Fei was also puzzled. Zheng Qi's performance in the first half made him feel something was wrong. If he was in a bad state, he did not progress in specific operations and confrontations. If he was in a normal state, he only had 2 sneak attacks in the first half, and all of them failed. The rest of the time, he was a diligent worker on the field. Such performance was really abnormal. To make an inappropriate analogy, in the past classical football field, Zheng Qi was an opportunistic shooter who rarely appeared and solved problems when he appeared. However, in today's game, Zheng Qi began to run and intercept in the midfield and do dirty work, but did not do his own job. This situation is of course not appropriate. After all, for Fifan, Zheng Qi is a very important player who changed their role on the field, but he became a coolie. Whether it is for him personally or for Fifan, it is not a good thing, and it can even be said to be a great loss. However, out of trust in Fifan and Zheng Qi, Yuan Fei did not raise such doubts, so as not to shake the morale of the troops, or in other words, to prevent Fifan from having other ideas and being slapped in the face in the end. Yuan Fei has been able to remain a commentator for so many years, of course he has his own strengths. And now, when Yuan Fei saw the performance of the Fifan players when they came on stage, he felt more confident. Although the expressions of the Fifan players were equally serious, Yuan Fei could see that their faces were also full of confidence. If Zheng Qi really did not perform well, they would definitely be a little worried. Zheng Qi's position in the Fifan team is unquestionable. Yuan Fei can be sure that Zheng Qi's position in the Fifan team is more important than the average core. If such a player performs poorly, the entire team will be greatly affected, and other players will also be worried. How can they not be as confident as they are now? If they are confident, then Zheng Qi's state will be fine. Looking at it this way, there is nothing to worry about. In the second half, we will wait and see what Zheng Qi and Fifan are up to. Fifan kicked off the second half. Agatha looked at her teammates and suddenly felt a little unsure. Sergei was not there, and Petrovic was not there either. Although she is now the biggest core of Zenit, and can even be said to be the most important person, in fact, she has only been a main player in Zenit for 2 or 3 years. She is so young now, and she is the core of Zenit. Of course, she is excellent and talented, but in fact, she can sit so firmly, and it is inseparable from the help of Petrovic and Sergei. There are often talented young geniuses in the world, but no matter how outstanding such geniuses are, they are young after all and cannot stand on their own. In this case, it is very important to have what kind of seniors led his team. If they are good, then it is good, but if the seniors are narrow-minded, they will suppress you secretly, so that your performance on the court will be hindered. In the long run, this genius may be useless. When Lu Xiaoshan debuted, the old players of Chengdu had been suppressing Lu Xiaoshan. If Lu Xiaoshan himself was not really good at playing, and the senior management of Chengdu discovered this phenomenon in time, and determined that Lu Xiaoshan had a top level, they decisively fired all the veterans who had a bad relationship with Lu Xiaoshan and introduced the famous coach Luo Qishuan to coach the team. Now there might not be a super team like Chengdu. In this regard, Agatha's luck is quite good. Zenit, where she is, has 2 core players, but these 2 people clearly know that they are not the core who can lead the team forward, so after she appeared, they immediately spared no effort to train Agatha. These 2 people are of course Petrovic and Sergei. At the time, they took care of Agatha's growth, and Agatha can now lead them to victory. This is undoubtedly a good story. However, although it is a good story, there is undoubtedly a small sequel. That is, although Agatha can now stand on her own, she has never played without Petrovic and Sergei. Never. Either Petrovic is here, his roar and toughness can bring enough sense of security to Agatha, or Sergei is here, his carefulness and judgment can also make Agatha feel at ease. When both of them are here, it is more reassuring. And now, neither of them is here. This is the first time for Agatha. She originally thought that she was already very strong, that she could be absolutely independent and solve all problems by herself, but now it seems that she is still a little flustered. This situation is somewhat unfamiliar to her. Agatha took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress this feeling of uneasiness. It was her decision to let Petrovic and Sergei play more in the first half, and it was also her decision to rest more on the sidelines at this time. Since she has made the decision, she must stick to it. She will face Fifin's fierce attack next, and she will delay the opponent very well. If they delay for one more minute, Petrovic and Sergei can rest for one more minute off the court. If they delay for one more second, Petrovic and Sergei can rest for one more second off the court. The longer the delay, the more Zenit can make up for the overall advantage it lost in the first half. Come on, no matter who you are, I will leave my teammates to resist you. Although the two of them are not here, the other players are also very good players. We are Zenit, the strongest overlord in Russia and Eastern Europe. Agatha said to herself that she must improve her confidence. I'm a little worried. She has never played without any of us. Sergei said worriedly off the court. I'm a little worried, but there is nothing I can do, since she made such a tactical choice, it means that she is sure. Let's have a good rest. Petrovic thought for a while and replied. You have a point. Sergei nodded, thinking that what Petrovic said was indeed reasonable, and it was relatively easy to defend. Moreover, their goal was to delay the opponent for a longer time. In this case, it was unnecessary to let their two core players play and waste their energy. As long as they scored every time they attacked, Zenit could keep the tactical advantage in the first half. This was very important. Chapter 935. Much smarter. When the Zenit players saw Fifin's players, they were all a little depressed. You don't have to look carefully. Shinryu, Bin Shikai, plus Zheng Qi, Fifin played not two core players, but three. They only played one core player, and that was a supporting core, while the opponent played three core players, all of whom were as fierce as wolves and tigers in defense. Although Zheng Qi appeared more often in defense, it did not mean that he would not attack. Zenit's players knew this very well. Now Fifin sent these three main players, which meant that he wanted to be devastating in the offense. With Zenit's defensive lineup, could it withstand the fierce attacks of these three guys? It doesn't matter, don't forget, our goal is to delay, do you understand? Agatha said in the team channel. Zenit's players responded one after another. They were used to being cannon fodder. After all, they were not the core, so being cannon fodder was inevitable. If any main player in the game had to choose between dying or the core, they would definitely choose to die and let the core stay. This is an iron rule for any team. So at this time, even if they knew they were going to be cannon fodder, they would not be disturbed. Feeling the momentum of her teammates, Agatha felt much more at ease. Although the opponent had three offensive players at the same time, this would also reduce their defensive strength, right? In the first half, when the core was 2-on-2, Fifin was unable to resist Zenit's attack, not to mention now it was 1-on-3. It didn't matter if Zenit lost more balls. As long as they seized every opportunity to attack, victory would belong to them. Agatha thought very clearly about this. She knew clearly where Zenit's advantages and disadvantages were now. Even if Fifin pursued their disadvantages, they would have no problem, as long as they maintained their advantages. Now the only thing that worried her was Zheng Qi's abnormality. The two sides came into contact on the field. Fifin's attack was extremely fierce from the beginning. Zheng Qi and Shinryu took the lead and rushed to the front, madly suppressing Zenit's formation. And Bin Shikai was hiding in the crowd, ready to respond at any time. And his role was soon reflected. Under the fierce attack led by Zheng Qi and Shinryu, Zenit's defense line was under great pressure. Although it did not collapse under the command of Agatha, it was inevitable that there would be places and flaws that could be used. In such a game, Bin Shikai's state was also very good. Although he seemed to have no performance before, at this time, there was a problem with Zenit's defense line, and he immediately noticed it. Under his leadership, Fifin's wave of raids immediately succeeded. Zheng Qi forcefully broke through Zenit's defense, and Ben Shikai quickly followed up to expand the advantage. Zenit's players began to be constantly separated, and then were constantly sent out of the field by Fifin. Agatha wanted to lead Zenit's players to fight and retreat to delay, but soon she found that such a fight and retreat would not be able to properly lay the last line of defense. Fifen methodically killed Zenit's players one by one in the pursuit, and when she retreated to the front of the goal, there was no one left by her side. And there were less than 5 Zenit players who returned to the field. In this situation, no one could defend. Fifen did not stop, they broke Zenit's defense in one go, and then scored a goal. It was 4-4, and Fifen scored the equalizer in just 1.5 minutes after the start of the second half. The Fifen fans in the stand cheered wildly, and so did the Chinese fans. In the first half of the game, Fifen never took the lead, and never even equalized the score. This was rare for Fifen. So they were a little worried that Fifen would have problems in the game, but in this case, Fifen still showed their extraordinary qualities. They calmly chased the score, narrowing the gap step by step, and now they finally tied the score. Although this was not considered a reversal of the disadvantage, at least at this moment, they had tied the opponent. This was enough to make the fans feel extremely relieved. Zenit's fans were a little worried. Although most of them knew that Fifen had not actually turned the disadvantage around, because they still could not stop Zenit's attack. Fifen's attack only took 1.5 minutes to score a goal like a whirlwind, which really made people feel very stressed. "Attack, go get the score back," Agatha said in the team channel. Her calm attitude made Zenit's fans start to calm down. "Yes, the next attack is to get the score back. We have to do well only ourselves." Zenit started to attack. Their offensive posture was different. Petronovich, Sergei, and Agatha, the 3 core players, were on the court. They looked very confident at a glance, and the state of the whole team seemed different. "Show our fighting spirit and let them see what defense is," Liu Xibo shouted in the team channel. The extraordinary players nodded one after another. Although there were more substitutes compared to the offensive lineup, they were not weak in confidence. In the face of head-on confrontation, they just had to give their all. Liu Xibo was in command. As long as they united with Liu Xibo, even if they lost the ball, they would persist for a long time. They had such confidence. Because even when facing the changing offensive formation led by Lu Xiaoshan, they persisted for more than 5 minutes in many cases. They believed that this time would be no exception. In fact, they did it. Zenit's attack was also very fierce, but Liu Xibo did not confront them head-on. He divided the Fifen's defense into 2 parts. One part was for standing defense, and the other part was for checking for leaks and filling gaps under his command. He was always the one filling in the gaps before, but if the opponent had enough god-level players, they could entangle him and then defeat the others one by one. Even if Zheng Qi was on the field, the opponent's tactics would be effective, so Liu Xibo did not intend to give Zenit such an opportunity. Under his command, the Fifen players kept intercepting the opponent's attacks, and he hid in the back, one to protect Su Jing, and the other to play his role better. Under his command and Su Jing's recovery skills, the Fifen's defense line was extremely solid. Even if a player died sometimes, it was only one person who died, and he could get enough support after 10 seconds. Under such layers of interception, although Zenit performed very well in the game, it still could not successfully break the Fifen's defense line. Just as the extraordinary players thought, they held out for 5 minutes before Zenit compressed their space and returned to defend in front of the goal. Even in front of the goal, they held out for a minute before Zenit broke through the goal. When Zenit changed the score to 5-4, their fans did not cheer. Although they took the lead, what price did they pay? Their core players played on the court for 6 minutes, and their physical strength and state were overdrawn more than before. They wanted to let the core players rest for a while, but the core players played on the court for more time than they thought. Now of course they're leading, but there are still more than 30 minutes in the second half. How many minutes can the core players play? Originally, they could play for 20 minutes in the second half, but this would remove 1/3 of their time. Even if they wanted to fight hard, I'm afraid they would not be able to fight. They wanted to use defense to hold the opponent back, but now it seems that it was extraordinary who held them back with defense. If they continue, their pressure will be even greater. Agatha had no other options in the face of such a situation. From this perspective, Fifen was using an open strategy, which was the kingly way. He just forced his way over, step by step, slowly, but irresistibly. In theory, this was the winning tactic. However, to use such a tactic, too much effort was required, and ordinary teams simply could not do it. They had to firmly suppress the opponent on both offensive and defense, and they could not let the team make any mistakes. It was almost impossible to do these 2 things, but Fifen did it. Facing such a team, what else could you do? If it was normal, Agatha could still think more, but at this time, she found that her energy had begun to disperse. With her self-control ability, such a situation would basically not occur, even if there was pressure, but now the second half had just begun. Why was she like this? That little girl should feel the pressure. Zheng Qi said with a smile when he was about to go out. You really guessed it right. How did you know that she would always be on guard against you, and then keep accumulating pressure and crush herself? Bin Shikai gasped in surprise. The reason is very simple, because I'm not performing normally. Zheng Qi replied. Damn, if you're not performing normally, people will feel pressured. It's getting more and more mysterious. Bin Shikai said. Because when I'm performing normally, she'll always cause trouble for a core player like her, so the more abnormal I'm performing, the more she'll worry about when I'll be normal. Have you heard of the story of the second shoe dropping? Zheng Qi asked back. Of course I've heard of it. Bin Shikai nodded. When the second shoe drops, he'll feel relieved, but if it doesn't drop, he'll always be hanging, and the pressure will of course be great. My performance has always been abnormal, which means the second shoe has never dropped, and her pressure will of course be greater. What's more, she has a lot of things to consider, and with the extra pressure, she'll of course be more likely to collapse. At this point, Zheng Qi added, Li Qing's doesn't want to be such a contestant because he's considered this situation. He's much smarter than this young girl. Chapter 936 No More Chance. After hearing what Zheng Qi said, Bin Shikai could only sigh. These days, young players even use psychology, which is really not simple. You know, although his characteristics also rely more on inference and judgment, he relies entirely on intuition. He knows that doing so will form a breakthrough, but he doesn't know why it will form a breakthrough, the so-called knowing the result but not the reason. Bin Shikai is like this. Zheng Qi not only knows what to do, but also knows why to do it. How can Bin Shikai not sigh? However, sighing is sighing. Bin Shikai does not have any jealousy. He is a person who is about to retire. At this time, he can meet a group of strong teammates to challenge the honor of the 5-time champion. What else is there to pursue? You must know that among this group of god-level players, he has always been the inconspicuous one. He debuted early, but became famous late, and has no owners. He is also that kind of relatively low in the evaluation of god-level players. Not to mention that he can't compare with the pride of heaven such as Lu Xiaoxun and Li Qing's, compared with Sun Fei, Daixing, Fang Yuan, Yuan Shao and other god-level players with unique charm and status. He is also a lot worse. Although he was very successful compared to ordinary professional players, after all, there were only about 30 god-level players in the entire league. He was able to enter this group, which was already a lot better than many people, but compared to those geniuses who were born once in a lifetime, he was still far behind. And now, he had the opportunity to get the honor that these geniuses could not get. This made Bin Shikai full of fighting spirit. 2 minutes later, Fifan defeated Zenit's defense again. Only the defense line of Zenit commanded by Agatha could not withstand the offensive power of Fifan's 3 core players. What's more, Agatha's command began to make some mistakes. Fifan's tactics were very simple. Zheng Qi and Shinrao Fei rushed and hit in front, creating opportunities with their impact, and then Bin Shikai seized the opportunity to defeat the opponent's defense line in one fell swoop. Such tactics were almost unsolvable unless someone could withstand the frontal attack of at least one of Zheng Qi and Shinrao Fei. Of course, it is not difficult to do this. As long as there is a god-level player to hold the opponent head-on, it can delay that game for a long time. Unfortunately, Zenit does not have such a player now. Agatha is a god-level player, but she is not a frontal fighter. She occasionally participates in the attack because others are distracting the opponent's energy, but it does not mean that she can really break through the limit of the auxiliary player. Faced with such a fierce attack, Zenit's defensor is simply helpless. Seeing that the opponent seemed to have equalized again as of cutting melons and vegetables, Zenit's fans began to become more and more silent. They worked hard to score a goal, but the opponent scored a goal with a casual attack. It seems that the opponent has a great guarantee to score a goal every time they attack, but what about them? Every time they are dancing on a tightrope, this situation is very, very bad for them. How to play the next game? They began to feel pressure. Such pressure is also shown on Zenit's players. They know that they can only grit their teeth and support at this time, but the key to victory is no longer in their hands. Even if they can finally maintain a draw, it is still a failure, because the first place in the group still belongs to Fifan. They are competing for the first place in the group. Fifan has a much higher goal difference than Zenit. With the same points, they are also that first in the group. Of course, Zheng Qi and his team did not think about relying on a draw to get the first place in the group, because it is meaningless to them. If they cannot beat Zenit, they will not have any psychological advantage if they meet Zenit in the future. Only by defeating the opponent can we build stronger self-confidence. All of this is very important for the entire game and winning the championship. Their mentality has begun to waver a little. Just this time, we will block their attack. Liu Shibo shouted in the team channel, waving his fist. Fifen's players shouted loudly, with great momentum. Although there is only one God-level player, Liu Shibo, on the court, Fifen's other players are not vegetarians. The key is that Zenit's attention is now all on Liu Shibo alone. In their view, if they can defeat Liu Shibo, they can score a goal. This is undoubtedly a very wrong idea. In the game of the football era, although the God-level players and the core are very important, the other substitutes are also very important. There are many situations that can change the outcome of the game. Many of them are changed by the core, and more are changed by other players. Ignoring other players and focusing only on the core is of course a problem. However, the previous attack was so difficult because Liu Shibo was not suppressed enough, so that he could always command and dispatch, so as to bring out the strength of everyone in Fifen. So this time Zenit did not intend to give Liu Shibo such an opportunity. They began to launch a fierce attack, wanting to launch an attack against Liu Shibo, and then kill Liu Shibo first, so as to make their own attack smoother. With Petrovic as the arrowhead, Sergei as the auxiliary, and Agata assisting in the back, Zenit's attack was still quite strong. They broke through Fifen's defense and launched a fierce attack on Liu Shibo. Liu Shibo was entangled by the opponent, and Petrovic and Sergei began to attack him together. Facing the opponent's attack, Liu Shibo, despite his tenacity, was not able to hold out for too long. But at this time, Agata moved forward to support Petrovic and Sergei. Then she was targeted by Wang Yuanfen. Wang Yuanfen's rapid attacks made Agata helpless. Under Wang Yuanfen's interference, she certainly had no time to restore the physical value of her teammates. Liu Shibo, who was about to die, began to recover his combat effectiveness with the support of Su Jin, and in turn entangled Petrovic and Sergei. When one side's auxiliary core was entangled, then this side began to be at an absolute disadvantage. The advantage of extraordinary attributes began to be fully exerted. Wang Yuanfen did not kill Agata, but this kind of non-killing was more troublesome than killing. Because she could no longer play the role of an auxiliary core. With the support of Su Jin, Fifen gradually wore down Zenit's spirit. It was not until Petrovic and Sergei were killed by them that they focused their fire to kill Agata, then snatched the ball and started attacking again. Fifen completed the rotation on the court, and Zheng Qi, Shinryo and others came on the court one after another. Petrovic and Sergei, who had less than 10 minutes left to play, could only sit on the sidelines helplessly, watching Fifen crush Zenit's defense with overwhelming force and take the lead in the score. 6-5, Fifen finally took the lead for the first time in the game. In fact, at this time, Fifen only made up for the disadvantage in the first half, but the momentum they showed was enough to disappoint any opponent, even despair. At this time, the level shown by Fifen was almost invincible. No one could stop their attack, and no one could break their defense. Come on, let's see us withstand their attack again. Liu Shibo confidently took Fifen's substitutes to the court. At this time, Fifen was extremely confident. Even if Zenit is the overlord of Eastern Europe, it still can't withstand our attack in front of us. Because we have Zheng Qi, Shinryo, Bin Shikai, and Liu Shibo. They are all reliable people at critical moments. Generally, teams lose games because the core is out of form. But we have 4 cores. Even if 1 or 2 of them are not in good condition, the others can hold the bottom line. We're invincible like this. With such confidence, Fifen's players began to defend more bravely. Now the second half of the game has only been less than 15 minutes, and the game time is still long. They have only scored 6 goals, which is still a big gap from their accustomed to the overwhelming attack. They have to score more goals and get more leads. The Fifen defenders who thought so felt that they were full of strength. Zenit's attack was a little frustrated. Their fighting spirit and performance have been repeatedly frustrated. It's not that they don't have the ability to fight hard, but considering that they can only play for 10 minutes, even if they want to, they can't fight hard. This attack succeeded, what about the next time? When such emotions appeared, Zenit had gradually fallen into the grey mood of failure. Petrovic and Sergei were still full of fighting spirit, but the limitation of playing time prevented them from launching attacks freely. And Agata's state at this moment has declined a lot. The ubiquitous pressure has overdrawn her energy a lot. Under such circumstances, Zenit's offense will certainly be greatly affected. Under normal circumstances, Zenit's lineup must have an advantage, but at this time, their performance has been greatly discounted. Even if they have an advantage in strength, it is difficult to play out. The extraordinary players are in their best era. The two sides are entangled together, and Extraordinary resists Zenit's attack without retreating. After resisting for 2 minutes, Extraordinary made a hidden substitution, which allowed them to gain the upper hand again. Zheng Qi, who was substituted in, completed a perfect sneak attack and decapitation. He appeared next to Agatha and sent Agatha out of the field. Agatha, who was sent out, could only smile bigly. She had been preparing for this moment, but because of this, when this moment came, she was no longer able to resist. Agatha was sent out, and Zheng Qi grabbed the ball. Fifan's counter-attack began. When Fifan expanded the score to 7-5, everyone knew that Zenit no longer had any chance. Chapter 937. Finals held in advance. Zenit was not only behind in the score. The main force was seriously overdrawn, and the score was 2 goals behind. There were still more than 20 minutes left before the end of the game. If they wanted to wait for the final moment, then the final moment would never come. Before the last 10 minutes, if Fifan could expand the lead to a sufficient level, then what was the meaning of the so-called final battle? But Zenit had no other choice now. Whether they let the core players play more now or let them play in the last 10 minutes, it would make no difference. In all directions, they were suppressed by Fifan. Fifan's accumulated advantages before, after completely suppressing the opponent, began to break out in an all-round way. The offensive was overwhelming, and the defensive was indestructible. They began to tear open Zenit's defense line and score goals. At the same time, they could be more aggressive and brave in defense. Even if the opponent scored a goal, they didn't care, because their offensive could always score. This was the embodiment of Fifan's true offensive strength in the Chinese arena this season, relying on offensive to sweep everything. They began to score one goal after another, and from time to time blocked Zenit's attack. Zenit's current performance can only be described in 5 words: a crushing defeat. Fifan's fans began to shout wildly. In such shouts, Zenit's fans turned pale one by one, because their team, their pride, was being beaten by Fifan in their own half. Zenit has not lost before. In fact, although they don't lose much, it is not uncommon. However, being beaten by the opponent like this, without the ability to resist, is also very rare. But now this is the fact: Zenit has no power to fight back. They are now just looking forward to the game passing quickly, because every minute of the game now is a torment for Zenit players and fans. 90 minutes have finally passed. The final score left everyone speechless. 12-7, this is the final score of the game. Fifan scored double-digit goals again. They scored double-digit goals in each of the 3 group matches. It is not easy to do this. Even Zheng Qi, when they won the championship before, it was difficult to score double-digit goals in every game. After all, the gap between the top teams is actually very small. However, with the extraordinary style and characteristics, they achieved such results. When the final whistle sounded, Zenit was indeed relieved. If they continued to play, they would have a breakdown. However, although they lost the game miserably, at this moment, they did not have any regrets. With extraordinary performance, even if they were not in a passive situation strategically, it would be difficult for them to win this game. Extraordinary relied on steady performance and strong overall strength to form a crushing trend. The level they showed in this game can be said to be better than the level shown in all previous games. Whether they have been hiding their strength before or they have made progress, this level is no longer something they can compete with. So to say that in this game, they can be said to have lost convincingly. "You are the strongest opponent we have ever seen," Petrovic said helplessly to Shin. In this game, they played against each other, and Petrovic was still at a disadvantage. This made Petrovic feel that losing to such a guy was not shameful at the same time. After all, in the game, Shin did not play any tricks. Even many times, he played against him in unfavorable circumstances, but he was still able to gain some advantages, which was enough to make Petrovic know that this opponent was indeed better than himself. Although not much better, but at their level, they can still suppress the opponent's first line, which is a very remarkable achievement. Maybe, in fact, Zheng Qi was the strongest last year, but unfortunately, Shin replied. Petrovic shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. Last year, they were in the same group with Zheng Qi, but when they met in the last round, Zheng Qi retained its strength, so the score of that game could not explain anything. Even if the Knicks are stronger than us this year, it is limited. It seems that you will win the 5 championships. Petronovich sighed. Maybe. I don't know what the score of the other game is. Shinranofei nodded and replied. The result is out. Zheng Qi appeared beside him and smiled meaningfully. Shinranofei was stunned. Could it be? Shinranofei asked hesitantly. Well, those guys are really good at playing. Zheng Qi nodded. Have they never thought that we might do the same as them? Shinranofei said depressedly. In that case, they will have to fight with Zenit, but they can only gamble like this. Now it seems that they really made the right bet. Zheng Qi smiled. While Zheng Qi and Shinranofei were talking, the extraordinary fans in the stands gradually came out of their excitement. Because they also heard the news from another field. Liverpool defeated Knicks 3-2 after 90 minutes of fierce battle and won the first place in Group B. They will face Zenit, the second place in Group A, in the semi-finals. In other words, the Knicks will face Fifan in the semi-finals. Why are they so confident? Many Fifan fans had such thoughts. But it's not strange to think about it. After all, Fifan did overdraw a lot in this game. If the Knicks deliberately lost to Liverpool, they would have better physical strength and energy in the game. These guys really thought of everything. They just want to stop us in the semi-finals. They actually did the same thing last year. Zheng Qi said with a smile after leaving the venue. It's normal. This is their only chance. If they get the first place in the group, they still have to fight Zenit. Even if Zenit's state has declined a lot at this moment, they will have to spend a lot of energy to solve them. It may be relatively easy for us to win against Liverpool. In this way, in the final, we will have a greater advantage. Mengfan said. So they would rather advance the decisive battle to let them be in a better state. When facing us who were in a poorer state, I have to say that this is a good tactic. Zhu Shan nodded. They are betting that we will definitely win the first place in the group. They didn't dare to do so last year, but Chengfen didn't do it well. Mengfan said. It's normal. After all, we are a new team and will only move forward in the safest way. They can easily guess their mentality. However, even if we just fought with Zenit, will we definitely be at a disadvantage in the semi-finals? Zheng Qi laughed. The decisive battle in advance is an exciting thing in itself. Zheng Qi's words made the extraordinary players nod at the same time. Yes, they originally thought that the decisive battle would be in the final, but now it seems that the decisive battle will obviously start in advance. They have already defeated Zenit, and it was a victory that crushed the opponent's fighting spirit. If they meet Zenit in the final, their advantage will be quite huge. If it is Liverpool, there is even less to worry about. The team from Western Europe is still a certain distance away from Zenit and Knicks. So this semi-final against Knicks is actually equivalent to the final in advance. After defeating the Knicks, neither Liverpool nor Zenit could stop Fifan's progress. If they lost, then of course, everything would be over. That's right, compared to ordinary games, this semi-final was destined to be somewhat unfair to Fifan. They had just played against Zenit and consumed quite a lot of energy. They would face the Knicks in 3 days. How much level they could still show is still unknown. However, Fifan was never afraid. They had gotten used to this situation this season. In unfair situations, they constantly faced challenges from powerful enemies. In other words, their opponent would always be unexpectedly given a 120% buff, or their own performance would always be shrouded in a negative state where they could not fully play, but what could they do? They still won all the way. This is a good opportunity. I thought we would have to play 2 games, but now it seems that 1 game is enough. If the Knicks think that they can beat us after a hard fight after they have recovered their strength, then let them know that they're wrong in their calculations. Zheng Qi continued. I think you're wrong. Shinranofei suddenly said. Zheng Qi was stunned for a moment, and the others were also stunned for a moment, and turned to look at Shinranofei at the same time, not knowing why he said that. The only way for them to win is to gather their strength and fight against us who are fighting hard, so they made such a choice. However, for us, whether it is such a confrontation or meeting in the finals, the final result will be the same. Shinranofei paused here, and then continued. Because the final winner will still be us. Last year, I lost in Chengfen with this idea. At the time, we thought it would be easy to beat the opponent if we gathered our strength. But the result was not good. In the World Cup, the most important thing is to keep going forward, especially for teams like us. That's right, so our choice is correct, and their choice is wrong. The correct has met the wrong them, so the final winner will definitely be us. Looking at Zheng Qi who continued the conversation, Mengfan smiled. At this time, he believed even more that this extraordinary team was invincible. Chapter 938. Expectations and Concerns. Now it seems that our bet has been successful. Fifen really used all their strength in the last game. This is more beneficial for us in the semi-finals, Lee Thompson said to Tony Wilson, and Wilson nodded. Giving up the last game of the group stage and meeting the first place of other groups in advance to gain advantages in form and physical fitness is the overall strategy that the two of them discussed with the coach. Last year, they defeated Changfen, and Changfen did that at the time. But overall, such a tactic is indeed very beneficial. It's just that Changfen didn't do the best last year. There were problems with its own performance, not such tactical thinking. So after seeing the grouping situation and Fifen's characteristics, they decided on such a strategy. The grouping is beneficial to them. The strongest opponent in their group stage is actually weaker, and the two biggest opponents in another group are grouped together. They will definitely fight to the end. Fifen is participating in the World Cup for the first time, so they will definitely play it safe. It is precisely because of these factors that they chose to use such a risky tactic. Now it seems that their adventure has been successful. I just watched the match between Fifen and Zenit. It was really fierce. It seems that they both showed their best. Fifen's overall strength is really strong. Although some of their players may be of lower level, their overall tactics and attributes can avoid such problems. In the confrontation, they can perform as well as any of our opponents. At the same time, the level of their core players is also very high. Did you see the performance of their Shinryo? Even Petrovic was suppressed by him to a large extent. Wilson sighed. Hodson was also a little surprised. They and Zenit are old rivals. After generations of fighting, the two of them and Petrovic and Sergi are old rivals. In the confrontation, the two of them have some advantages, but the advantage is not much. In the confrontation with Zenit, the two sides have almost the same wins and losses. The Knicks have more advantages because they're stronger than Zenit as a whole, but they're still a little behind in the top players. However, the strength of the Knicks is not only because of their two all-round core players, but also because they have a group of strong quasi-god level players. From the perspective of personnel configuration, they are almost equivalent to the enhanced version of River Plate, with more than 10 quasi-god level players, and the others are also close to this level. With their two super players, the Knicks were able to defeat Changfen last year, not only because of some off-court factors, but also because of their own outstanding strength. With their true strength, they can win 2 or 3 games in 10 against Changfen. Originally, the victory and defeat of teams of the same level are often between millimeters. The strength that Fifen has shown now will not make a strong team like the Knicks feel that they have no way to deal with it, especially when they have an advantage in energy. They can still win. For the next game, we must prepare carefully and fully play our advantage in energy, Hodson said. Of course, in fact, under such circumstances, our performance has been very skilled. I am very energetic now. In the game 2 days later, I think I can play for a full 60 minutes. Wilson nodded. I can, too. In this way, we can completely form coverage most of the time. At the beginning and the end of the game, we can use all our strength. As for the extraordinary, they can only use more rotations. According to my judgment, their core players will not play for more than 50 minutes. Even if they have more core players, we still have some advantages as a whole, Hodson said thoughtfully. In this way, we can gradually tangle with them, constantly tangle with them, consume their energy, so that we can play better and move forward steadily. Even if the game seems a little boring, it can also allow us to achieve better results. Wilson nodded. Steady progress. This is what we are good at. Therefore core players are too young and too old. If we play a protracted war, we will be a bit cheap, Hodson said after thinking for a while. That's what I think. What do you think? Wilson laughed. Will this affect the final? What if Zenit gets a bargain? Hodson hesitated. It's better to get a bargain with Zenit than with Extraordinary. Zenit is not aiming for the 5-time champion, Wilson answered simply. Hodson slapped his forehead, as if he had suddenly realized something. Yes, that's the truth. Zenit will fight with Fifen to the end in the group stage for this reason. Similarly, the Knicks can now start from this angle. They don't really care whether Fifen can win the World Cup or not. There will be a World Cup champion every year, and the strength of Chinese clubs in the World Cup is not a day or two, but the 5-time champion. This is absolutely intolerable. Fight them until the end. Even if we lose, we have to make them run out of energy. Hodson slapped his thigh and said. The Knicks reached a unanimous opinion. In fact, they thought so from the beginning. An early final. Fifin will meet the Knicks in the semi-finals. The Knicks obviously saved their strength in the last group match, waiting for Fifin to arrive. Fifin should be alert. Last year, the Knicks defeated Zheng in the semi-finals. If they defeat Fifin again, this team will become a nightmare for Chinese clubs. Everyone is not stupid. Various media began to discuss this semi-final. After all, Fifin's level is there. The ability they showed in the group stage has made everyone clear that they are the biggest favorites to win the World Cup. But now that the Knicks are like this, it's really hard to say. Everyone knows that in the confrontation of the football era, resting for 3 days and resting for a week are two completely different concepts. Fifin is inherently at a disadvantage, so whether they can beat the Knicks is really a difficult topic. Chinese fans began to worry. No matter how confident they are in Fifin, they can't overcome this natural disadvantage. Of course, Fifin's fans are still very confident in Fifin. Didn't you see that we scored double-digit goals in all 3 group matches? We even scored 12 goals against Zenit. Did the Knicks ever score 12 goals against Zenit? No. They are far behind us. We are the strongest team. Some Fifin fans shouted loudly. They have great confidence in Fifin, and this confidence is almost superstitious. In short, they believe that Fifin will definitely win. Such determination has infected more fans and made them have more expectations for Fifin's next game. I can't judge the outcome of the next game. It is well known that Fifin is at a disadvantage, and such an unfavorable situation is real, no one can deny this. If you deny it, it is self-deception. I think none of us are self-deceiving. But for me personally, I hope that Fifin can win this game very urgently. The first 5-time champion should be won by the Chinese team. Yuan Fei said this in an interview. His statement, of course, aroused the cheers of countless Chinese fans, as he said, at this time, any rational analysis is actually meaningless. Just support Fifin. What other reasons are needed? As Chinese fans, of course we have to support a Chinese team that is striving for the 5-time championship. It must be said that Yuan Fei's prestige is still very high in the minds of Chinese fans. After he said this, the worries of Chinese fans were swept away, and they began to look forward to the semi-finals. Of course, the analysis of the game itself is still going on. The main force of Fifin and the main force of the Knicks are constantly being compared by the media, although Chinese fans are also very familiar with the Knicks. After all, they defeated Zheng last year and blocked Zheng's hope of winning the 5-time championship. Hodgson and Wilson are the 2 core players of the Knicks. These 2 players are all-around players. Whether an offensive or defender, they have a very high level. This is a bit similar to Zheng Qi, but in comparison, they have no expertise, unlike Yuan Fei who focuses on offensive and Liu Xibo who focuses on defensa. They all play a coordinating role on the court, but there are other players responsible for attacking and defending. For example, Miller, who is good at attacking, has excellent frontal attacking ability, Williams, who is good at flank attacking, Anderson, who is good at frontal defensa, Martin and White, who are good at assisting. As the domestic overlord of the United States in recent years, the Knicks have a group of strong players, and their lineup is also very strong, and few teams can match them. Players such as Miller, Williams, Anderson, Martin, and White are all quasi-God level players whose level is very close to that of God level players. There are no less than 10 players of this level in the Knicks. When facing Zenit, they often rely on overall suppression of Zenit, which seems to be better than Fifin. They were able to beat Zheng last year. In addition to Zheng's own average performance, their strength is also a very critical thing. If Fifin wants to win this game, they can't make any mistakes. They must fully exert their strength to have a chance of winning, otherwise, some media analyzed it this way. Although the fans were very unhappy, they had to admit that it made sense. In such expectations and worries, the semi-finals will soon arrive. Chapter 939. Worthy of the name. Before the World Cup, the same round of matches were played at the same time. However, in the knockout stage, they were played separately. After all, it was a knockout stage, and every match would attract great attention. If they were played together, it would be easy for one side to attract too much attention, while the other side would not attract too much attention. That would not be good. Although in the past World Cups, the level of the first and second teams in the group stage was indeed quite different, and the confrontation in the semi-finals was basically the history of the first team beating the second team in that group, and there would be no change. However, there were also many times, like this time, when one of the semi-finals was the most noteworthy, and the other was relatively weak, and their significance seemed to be to determine the place to lose in the final. Such matches would certainly not attract too much attention. However, after being played separately, many people would still pay attention to them. The two semi-finals were played on the same day, but not at the same time, just one in the morning and the other in the afternoon. The morning match was between Zenit and Liverpool. The competition between the two sides on the field was actually very exciting and intense. After all, although Zenit had a certain advantage in strength, their state had declined a lot. In the match with Fifan, they fought hard. The most important thing was that their confidence had disappeared a lot. After losing to Fifan, they almost had no chance to win the World Cup, which made them feel even more frustrated. The situation was different for Liverpool. Although they also knew that the possibility of them winning the World Cup was still very small, it was also a very good achievement to be able to win to the World Cup final. They had won the World Cup championship in history, but generally speaking, they had entered the final very few times. The more they could, the better. This made Liverpool have a better fighting spirit to welcome the game. This mentality allowed Liverpool to suppress Zenit in the game and take the lead in the first half. First they won the Knicks, and now they're leading Zenit. It seems that Liverpool's level is not bad. Many Chinese fans thought so in their hearts. Agatha's performance was not good, so Zenit's performance was not good either. Was it because of the big blow in the last game that their mentality was unstable? Zheng Qi muttered. Did you hit her too hard? I remember during the East Asian Cup, the opponent's core player was also a woman, and you hit her hard too. Are you a misogynist? You bullied me very hard at the time. Niolawa said. Zheng Qi broke out in a cold sweat. Sister, you can't put this hat on me. I'm not that kind of person. Hehe, I'll let you go. Seeing Zheng Qi start to beg for mercy, Niolawa laughed. To be honest, Agatha's performance was really not good. After all, she might have been too smooth before. Let's see if she can recover from this emotion in the second half. Ben Shikayang said with a smile. Others nodded. However, in the second half, Zenit seemed to find that even if they couldn't win the World Cup, they couldn't play so badly in the semi-finals. Under the leadership of Agatha, they began to fight back. Zenit's passivity in the first half was indeed closely related to Agatha's poor performance. In their system, Agatha's role is the most important. She has to command, assist, and attack at critical moments. If she doesn't perform well, Zenit's performance will certainly be greatly affected. In the second half, Agatha's performance was obviously restored. This allowed Zenit to gain a certain advantage and began to bombard Liverpool, while Liverpool began to shrink its defence, trying to maintain the 2-goal advantage it had achieved in the first half. When Liverpool was determined to defend, they still performed very well. Under the leadership of the captain, they kept delaying Zenit's attack, trying to drag the opponent out of patience. After all, for Liverpool, they also knew that they were at a disadvantage against Zenit. Now that they have taken the lead, the longer they delay, the better. If Zenit loses patience, then the possibility of them winning will become greater. Facing Zenit's attack, Liverpool defended for more than 10 minutes, which surprised the fans in the stands. After all, it was really surprising that they could defend to such an extent under such an attack. It's boring. They put so much effort in defense. They don't want to attack. Zheng Qi, who was watching the game, yawned. What's wrong? I think they are performing very well now. Li Rui asked curiously. In terms of performance alone, of course there is no problem. We may not be able to do such defense, but such defense is undoubtedly very wasteful. Everyone has paid a lot, but it only delays the opponent's attack. The more they consume in defense, the less cost-effective it will be. No matter how good the defense is, under the opponent's strong attack, as long as the opponent does not have any problems, they will always lose the ball. Instead of overdrawing too much on defense, it is better to attack better. Zheng Qi replied. That's because you are better at attacking, right? If you focus on attacking, of course you hope more. Liu Xibo smiled. Not really. If we can launch a counter-attack while defending, like the level of Yonangguo last year, it would be fine, but they are purely defensive. Zheng Qi laughed and said, isn't this passively being beaten? Passive beating, of course, will lose the ball sooner or later. Doesn't that also consume the opponent's energy? Zenit should not have enough energy. Wang Yuanfen said after thinking for a while. Energy is very important, but energy is not everything. Zheng Qi answered simply. He didn't want to explain it too clearly. There are many truths that need to be figured out by oneself. The extraordinary players nodded silently. They also needed to digest Zheng Qi's words. On the court, Zenit continued to attack. Although they were repeatedly frustrated, they were not emotional. Agatha completely regained her composure. She began to constantly command the whole team to attack patiently and not to reveal any flaws. After layers of pressure, Zenit finally recovered a goal. This was a goal they scored without suspense after pressure. Although they were only one goal ahead of Zenit, Liverpool was not worried. After all, they were going to attack next, and in their opinion, Zenit had already spent too much energy in the attack just now, so maybe their next attack would be easier. However, what they didn't expect was that when they attacked, they were fiercely confronted by Zenit. Not only Sergei and Agatha were on the field, but Petrovic was also on the field. His roar filled the entire field. Zenit was not defending, but bravely confronting. They were taking risks and forcibly attacking Liverpool's formation. Although this almost left their defense in the back empty, as long as they could find where the ball was, they would win. Liverpool is not good. They didn't even count the time Sergei and Petrovic played in the first half. I don't know where the confidence came from. Zheng Qi said, a little bored. Liga Rui and Wang Yuanfeng looked at each other, and then blushed at the same time. They also ignored this point. It's really embarrassing. Zenit's passivity in the first half was not only because of Agatha's abnormal performance. The combined playing time of Petrovic and Sergei did not exceed 30 minutes, which was the key to their passivity. However, this also meant that they could play more time in the second half of the game. This was beyond the opponent's expectations. Under Petrovic's fierce attack and Sergei's assistance, Liverpool lost the ball very aggressively, and Zenit took the opportunity to launch an attack. 10 minutes later, they tied the score. At this time, Liverpool still had an advantage. After all, it was their attack next, but the loss of the two-goal advantage created enough pressure for Liverpool. After the Eastern European overlord played normally, it would be too difficult for them to win. So although they performed well in the next attack and surpassed the score again, they still faced a serious problem, that is, when facing Zenit's attack, they had no good way. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Zenit broke their defense again and tied the score again. At this time, there were only 10 minutes left in the second half of the game, but Liverpool was getting further and further away from victory. Zenit needed less and less time to score, and their pressure would increase. After Zenit regained its offensive rhythm, their pressure on offense began to become equally huge. Sure enough, the next attack was successfully stopped by Zenit. When Liverpool's players began to retreat and prepare for defense, even their most hardcore fans felt that they were in big trouble in this game. This was indeed the case. 3 minutes before the end of the game, Zenit achieved their first overtake in this game. And this score was also that final score. 4-3, Zenit defeated Liverpool and entered the final first. But it was obvious that countless people did not have much hope for them to win to the final. They entered the final just waiting for a defeat, especially in this game. Zenit played so hard, it was even more difficult to win in the final. Everyone's eyes fell on the afternoon game. Tiffin vs. Next, this semi-final is the most important game. Even if the winner is scarred, isn't Zenit also scarred? Moreover, they lost an extraordinary game, and in terms of momentum, they have been suppressed by their opponents in the final. This semi-final is a final in advance, and it is worthy of the name. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinis fuerzos invitamos cordialmente visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 940. Liushbo's battle. We actually concentrate in every game, so I'm not worried about everyone's performance at all. There were still more than 10 minutes before the afternoon game started. Zheng Qi smiled and said to all his teammates in the locker room. He didn't say this to comfort his teammates, but he really thought so in his heart. If they often had problems with lack of concentration in the extraordinary games last season, then this season, this situation has actually disappeared. They concentrate very much in every game, because from the beginning, they have a big dream in their hearts. This big dream is to win 5 championships. It is a goal that no team has ever achieved. If you want to win, then of course you need to constantly concentrate your attention and show enough performance to defeat your opponent in every game. Of course, it is tiring to do this, but when you have a big goal and a big dream in your heart, you will not feel tired, but will feel happy about this kind of tiredness. Now is the time to reap the rewards. Since this season, they have achieved countless outstanding results. They have won 4 championships, remained unbeaten throughout the season, and achieved the longest winning streak in the league history. These things added together are enough to make their season the greatest season in history. Of course, the results they have achieved now have made this season a great season, but in order to become the greatest season in history, they still lack one thing. The last of the 5 championships, the World Cup. Under such circumstances, it is even more impossible for them to relax in the game. Even if a mere 3 days of rest does not make them feel really energetic, they will still concentrate all their attention. We have done enough training before. The Knicks are a strong team with many outstanding players, but from a tactical point of view, they are nothing special. They are likely to confront us head-on and try to suppress us with their overall strength. Although we are unlikely to be suppressed by the opponent's overall strength, after all, we have rested less than them and are at a disadvantage in terms of energy. They have racked their brains to create such a scene, and of course we must fully play the advantages brought by this scene. At this point, Zhu Shan laughed. So we must be patient and patiently entangle with them. Don't think that we are really at a disadvantage in terms of energy. They will think so, but we don't have to think so. Even if there are only 3 days of rest, our normal use of rotation can also allow us to perform at our due level at all times. The extraordinary players nodded one after another. Of course, they also knew that if their energy was not as good as the opponent's, it meant that the opponent could always overdraw more, such as letting the main players play more time, but this was only a part of the advantage. If the advantage wants to be transformed into a winning advantage, more efforts are needed. And for most extraordinary players, whether their energy is full or not is actually not important. No matter how tired they are, they will not be unable to contribute their strength on the field, because what they usually have to do in the game is really not complicated at all. If they want to waste time, we will waste time with them. Stay calm at all times. Victory belongs to us. Do you understand? Zhu Shan asked. Understood. The extraordinary players answered loudly at the same time, and then they stood up and walked out of the locker room and onto the field under the leadership of Zheng Qi. They may be the youngest team to enter the World Cup. After all, it took them less than 4 years from their establishment to entering the semi-finals of the World Cup. Even in the early days of the establishment of the World Cup, the teams that were able to participate in the World Cup were often teams that had been established for a long time, otherwise how could they stand out in the domestic competition? After the top leagues gradually solidified, it became increasingly difficult for newly established teams to achieve good results. Even in the classical professional football of the past, it was a very long process for a team to use money to achieve results. If there was a certain foundation before, then spending money could quickly produce results. If the foundation was poor before, it would take many years to spend money. In the current football era, it is not possible to get good results immediately by spending money. In the Chinese league, Hong Yuan is a good example. The consortium behind them has more financial resources than most of the Super League teams, but they can only strengthen the team step by step, because the top players are not moved by money at all. They themselves are a huge money printing machine. Only honor and status can move them. Fifan can do this, which is an extremely outstanding performance. When Fifan appeared, there was a landslide and some semi-light cheering from the stands. This is a sound wave that is enough to form a huge avalanche in reality. Although no shouts could be heard in the stadium, the light above the stadium, belonging to Fifan's color, began to shine brightly, suppressing the color of the light representing the Knicks. This means that in the stands, the majority of fans support Fifan. However, the Knicks players were not moved. They are also experienced and have played against teams from China in the World Cup. You know, in the World Cup, the support for the Chinese team is always the first, and everyone is actually used to this. They are very popular, so we don't have to have any other ideas, just take out all our fighting spirit and beat them. Think about how we defeated Zheng Qi last year. Hodson said loudly during the final mobilization. The Knicks players responded one after another. They are in excellent condition now, and they are vigorous and energetic. In this state, they can show their best level. The opponent is a tired team, and they have extremely strong confidence in this game. The Fifan players are much calmer. Remember, play steadily and fight with them. In terms of endurance, we are not inferior to anyone, and no team can take advantage of loopholes better than us. Zheng Qi said to the extraordinary players. The extraordinary players nodded one after another. Then Zheng Qi patted Liu Shibo on the shoulder. Your performance in this game is very important, understand? Liu Shibo nodded heavily. Of course he understood this, so he also believed that this would be the most important battle in his career. The players of both sides are about to start their games. In the game, the first to start the attack was the Knicks. It may not be a good thing to kick off first, but it can also be a preemptive move. Steady attack, take this ball first. When preparing to kick off, Hodgson shouted loudly. Wilson was beside him, and the main offensive players such as Miller and Williams were all on the court. The first ball would be very important. The map appeared in front of everyone. The Battle of Red Cliffs, the map was in full view. After seeing this map, the Knicks fans couldn't help but shout good. On such a map, strength and positive play are often the most important. Even in the second half of the game, when the terrain begins to change, the positive confrontation is the most important. And after the second half of the game, in order to avoid the changes in the terrain, more energy is needed, which is obviously more disadvantageous for Fifan, who has less energy. But Fifan's fans also shouted good almost at the same time. In their opinion, on such an unobstructed field, Fifan's overall strength can be better exerted. In the direct confrontation, Fifan has never lost this year. Both sides are very confident, and the team they support is also confident. However, after the map appeared, the Knicks were a little stunned. The reason is very simple. When the map appeared, they also saw the opponent's lineup. Zheng Qi did not play, Shinranofe did not play, and Benchikayang did not play. Of the four core players at Fifan, only Liu Xibo played. He appeared on the court with Fifan's defensive lineup. Such tactical deployment is actually normal. Fifan often lets more core players appear in the offensive lineup during the game, but Liu Xibo is the only player to play at the beginning of the game. This is undoubtedly a huge change. They want to let the core players rest better, go up, quickly break through their defense, score goals, and prevent them from having a good rest. Sen shouted in the team channel. He reacted almost immediately. Fifan's tactical intention is actually very obvious. If Liu Xibo can hold back his opponent more, Fifan's weakness in energy will be made up little by little. The game is like this in the final analysis. In addition to the confrontation of details, there is also a gradual change in the general trend. The general trend is a very illusory thing, and it will not be reflected immediately in the course of the game, but it can be modified and made up little by little through hard work. Fifan wants to make such an effort now, and the Knicks need to make their efforts fall through. The Knicks launched a fierce attack, and their overall formation began to move forward quickly, forcing Fifan to speed up his pace so that he could intercept the Knicks in the midfield. The formations of both sides began to move quickly, and the next moment, a fierce attack was launched in the midfield. Without the cover of the terrain, the two sides were fighting for nothing more than the ability to confront each other head-on. The advantage of the attacking side is that they can take the initiative in the attack. For the defending side, they need to pay more attention to be able to fight against the attack that the other side may launch at any time. This is Liu Xibo's battle. Chapter 941. Lessons from the past. Chen Lin, fill in on the left. Yo Kaiam, don't move, someone will come to support you soon. Zheng Thong, pay attention to the right side, they may attack from this side, Liu Xibo kept directing from the back. Generally speaking, in top-level competitions, a round of attack will be completed in 5 minutes, but in an environment like Chibai where the vision is not blocked, it often only takes 3 minutes to complete an attack. As for Liu Xibo, when he needed to lead an extraordinary defensive lineup to fight against the opponent's main offensive lineup, he made up his mind in his heart, that is, in this defense, he must defend for at least 5 minutes, or even longer. Liu Xibo has such confidence. As a top defensive player, his value was not only reflected in his personal defensive ability, but also in the integration of the entire defense line. His ability has been more thoroughly demonstrated since the beginning of this season, as he has been running in better with his teammates. In the last game, his command ability was fully demonstrated. Facing Zenit's fierce attack, he alone, with an extraordinary defensive lineup, was able to withstand the opponent's fierce attack for nearly 10 minutes. This is almost beyond the limit of their lineup. Of course, this is also related to the excessive consumption of Zenit's core at the time, but being able to do this is a great thing in itself. Liu Xibo wants to continue this greatness. Everyone has his own dream, and Liu Xibo is no exception. In addition to the popular dream of winning the championship and the 5-time champion, Liu Xibo's goal is that he wants to become the best player in organizing defensa. He knows his characteristics and wants to become a core with both offensa and defensa. It is not impossible, but it takes a longer time to accumulate, and it may not be possible to truly excel. With his talent, it is feasible to make more plays in defensa. He is a very professional player and has a clear plan for his future. At the same time, his choice of path is also approved by Chen Feng. In fact, he can indeed become a very top defensive player. Now he is, and if he can perform better in the World Cup, then his dream can be better realized. Although he consumed a lot in the last game, the game has just started, and Liu Xiao's energy is in a very good state. He is clear-headed and commanding. The extraordinary defensive players can always play a better defensive state under his command. However, Nick's offensive is really excellent. The offensive level they show is better than Zenit. Not only because they actually have two strong attackers, Hodson and Wilson both have strong offensive capabilities, compared with Zenit, which only has strong offensive capabilities in Petrovic, the offensive is better. Another key is that in addition to these two core players, the offensive capabilities of other Knicks players are also very strong. Miller and Williams are both at the level of quasi-god level players, and the Knicks have no less than 4 offensive players at their level. Such a lineup is really terrifying. Although it can't be compared with Changqing last year, it is obvious that it is only inferior, and it is better than Zenit. From the previous offensive performance, the Knicks were not that good. It is obvious that they also preserved their offensive strength before. Compared with last year, the Knicks' offensive level is stronger. It seems that although they defeated Changqing to win the World Cup last year, the Knicks also know how lucky they were to win. Their strength this season has been strengthened a lot compared with last season. Yuan Fei sighed and said, compared to that, Zenit has been standing still. Fifan can beat Zenit relatively easily, but they will definitely face a tough battle in this game. At this time on the court, the Knicks offensive has suppressed Fifan's defensive. Liu Xiao's command is fine. He also calmly prevented himself from being entangled by the opponent, so that the defensive ability of the entire team can be better exerted. However, under the opponent's fierce attack, Fifan's defense line was still suppressed by them and retreated step by step. It is not possible not to retreat. If you don't retreat, more players will be killed. At the time, it will not be a problem of retreating, but a problem of the entire defense line being broken. Faced with the huge pressure from the Knicks, the extraordinary players could only keep retreating. This level of offensive ability is really good. Liu Xiao thought to himself while commanding the team to retreat in an orderly manner. Before, he wanted to hold out for at least 5 minutes, but now it seems that 5 minutes is a bit unlikely. He can probably only hold out for more than 4 minutes, which is better than the general situation. Liu Xiao was not convinced by this result. However, he was not convinced, but the two core players of the Knicks smiled bitterly in their hearts. You know, although they did not communicate when they launched the attack, they also had a bottom line in their hearts. On such a map, it usually takes 3 minutes to score a goal, but if you crush the opponent all the way in the offensive, 1 minute is enough to score a goal. With the Knicks' strong offensive ability, they can tear open the opponent's defense line from the beginning, not only to take the lead, but also to create enough pressure, so that their offensive will appear smoother in the future. But what about now? Not to mention smoother, the extraordinary defender is so tenacious that although they were repelled, they are steadily retreating. Now it seems that it is unlikely to deal with the opponent in 3 minutes, let alone 1 minute. Normally scoring a goal is certainly leading, but the strategic goal of wanting to put more pressure on the opponent has failed. It is really hard to say whether it is a success or a failure. For top players like Hodson, Wilson and Liu Xiao, their judgment of the game is often quite outstanding, and the following situation is not beyond their inference. At more than 4 minutes and 20 seconds, Knicks scored a goal. After continuous suppression, Hodson forced Liu Xiao away, and Wilson scored a goal. When the score was rewritten, the Knicks fans in the stands shouted wildly. In such an important game, taking the lead is of course a very important thing. You know, for fun, the level they showed at this moment made the Knicks fans worry that the opponent only sent a core player to withstand the Knicks' full-strength attack and then counter-attack to take the lead. It must be said that scoring double-digit goals in 3 consecutive games, especially the fact that Zenit scored 12 goals in the last game, has also created huge pressure on the Knicks fans. Fifan's strategy in the group stage was very successful. Even if they were confident, watching Zenit being scored 12 goals by Fifan was enough to surprise them. Now that the Knicks have withstood the pressure and scored a goal, it is undoubtedly a comfort for their fans. However, Fifan's fans did not think it was anything great. Isn't it just scoring a goal first? You kicked off first, so what's wrong with letting you score first? We can get the score back immediately. I'm ashamed that I didn't complete the assigned task. Liu Xiao said to Zheng Qi when he left the court. No, it's already exceeded. We thought you couldn't last more than 3 minutes. Zheng Qi laughed. Underestimate me. Liu Xiao is speechless. Isn't this to comfort you? It's okay, watch how we quickly tear open their defense and give them a good show. Zheng Qi patted his chest. and Hodson patted Wilson's shoulder. Wilson was responsible for the next defenser. Facing the joint attack of the three core players at Fifan, Wilson was a bit miserable. "Look, I have to keep defending for at least 4 minutes," Wilson said to Hodson. "Of course, I believe you." Hodson laughed. His reaction at this time was not that he thought Wilson was being stubborn, but he also believed that Wilson could do it. "You know, although the Knicks are also good at defense, their defense is relatively stronger. Among those outstanding players, there are more people who are good at defense than those who are good at defense. It's just that because Wilson is not a full-time defensive player, their defense is not particularly outstanding." Now with Wilson's deployment of forces, plus the outstanding performance of quasi-god-level players such as Anderson, Martin, and White, even in the face of Fifan's fierce attack, they have the confidence to resist for a long time. Maybe with better luck, they can put enough pressure on Fifan, grab the ball, and then counter-attack to expand the lead again. Zenit was able to do this before, let alone the Knicks. If the Knicks can take a 2-goal lead in the first half, they have enough confidence to maintain the 2-goal advantage until the end of the game. They did this last year. After gaining a certain advantage, they kept the advantage steadily under their stable performance. And this year, in this regard, they have made more progress, so they have more confidence in being able to do this. "Those guys look very confident," Zheng Qi said when he came on the stage. "They are really good at pestering you and suppressing you steadily. If they gain an advantage, it will be difficult to turn the tables." Shinryo Fei reminded him. "In last year's game, he suffered enough." "Don't worry, we remember your previous experience very clearly." Zheng Qi laughed. Bin Shikai also smiled slightly but didn't say anything. Chapter 942 3 Top Players. How does one say that? Corpses can also talk. Changqing last season was such a corpse. As a member of Changqing last season, Shinryo Fei's evaluation of the game, apart from some abnormal situations, was a full and clear understanding of the Knicks' tenacity. For Changqing, their performance last season was not bad, especially in the second half of the game. Under the leadership of Lu Xiaoxun and Shinryo Fei, they had a strong counter-attack and almost grasped every attack. However, the Knicks' tenacious and tough defense made Changqing always need to put more energy in the offense, so that their main players could only rest when defending. The Knicks took advantage of this and also seized the opportunity to attack every time. In the end, they used the advantages created in the first half to suffocate Changqing alive. This approach is very depressing, but for Fifan, it also reminds them, first, don't put yourself in a disadvantageous position, and second, don't let the opponent involve too much energy when attacking. It is precisely because of these 2 points that Fifan adopted the tactic of letting most of the main players appear in the offensive lineup. Instead of a stalemate with the opponent, it is better to cut the Gordian knot. Sacrifice Liu Xibo so that he can better contain the opponent and gain an overall advantage. This is also a kind of conspiracy, but such a conspiracy is a battle of both sides' foundation and performance. Liu Xibo has completed his certain tasks. He has delayed a lot of time in defense. Now it depends on whether Fifan can break the opponent's defense faster when attacking. The Knicks are very confident in their defense, and Fifan is equally confident in their offense. They have no reason not to be confident. Not to mention having 3 major offensive cores, Fifan is actually a team that is stronger in offense than defense. Such a team should be much better in offense. It can be seen from the personnel composition that the most capable players under the 4 cores are actually basically good at offense. Wang Lanfan, Li Rui, Zheng Qi, Zheng Hai, Niao, even Lin Fei and Zheng Qi were better at defense. However, this can also be seen from their origins. Lin Fei and Zheng Qi, who are good at defense, are from the youth training at the top league team. Such players may not be conspicuous in talent, but their basic skills are very solid, and their personalities are quite calm, which makes them more suitable for defense. Wang Lanfan, Li Rui, Zheng Hai and others are from the grassroots. They have outstanding talents, which is why they have the current achievements and status. However, their talents are outstanding, and they are a little worse than those players from professional teams in terms of rigor, so they are better at offense rather than defense. Most of Fifan are such players, so they are naturally better at offense. For Fifan, what they have to do now is to tear open the opponent's defense line in a faster time. The Knicks should have saved some strength in the group stage, but such saving strength will not bring additional pressure. What Fifan has to do is to confront the opponent head-on and create pressure on the opponent's defense line. After creating it, you will know what kind of pressure the opponent's defense can withstand. Just like the results achieved when Liu Xibo led Fifan's defensive lineup just now. This attack will set the tone for the next game. Whether Fifin can quickly tear through the opponent's defense will play a big role in this attack. The Knicks are good at delaying the opponent's attack, thereby accumulating greater advantages for their side. Fifin must not fall for their tricks and strive to score goals faster in order to establish their own advantages. Yuan Fei explained the next game. What he said was not complicated, but what the two sides showed on the field was not complicated either. On such a relatively simple field, the best way for both sides to gain an advantage is to show their strength advantage to suppress the opponent. This is a head-on competition. Chinese fans have confidence in Fifin's overall strength, but on the one hand, the Knicks had saved some of their strength before, and the level they showed at this moment was better than before. On the other hand, Fifin's disadvantage in energy also allowed the Knicks to close some of the gaps. Fifin's advantage is not as big as it actually is. So now, what kind of performance Fifin can achieve in this attack? Although it will not determine the direction of the entire game, it can also be seen who has the advantage. This is very important in the game. The team that has the advantage in the head-on confrontation, as long as they don't make mistakes and steadily crush the opponent, will have a much higher chance of winning. If the team is at a disadvantage, they have to think of various other ways to make up for the gap. The players of Fifin began to move at a fast speed. Shin Fei took the lead, followed by Bin Xiaoqiang. The other players of Fifin also quickly formed a formation and started to move behind them. Fifin's captain Zheng Qi hit his figure. Everyone should pay attention. Be careful of Shin Fei's impact from the front. Anderson, withstand his impact. Wilson shouted loudly in the team channel. Anderson, who was also in the front, responded and prepared to receive Shin Fei's fierce impact. Even in front of foreign players, Shin Fei's reputation is still very large. His impact on the field and frontal offensive ability will give everyone a headache. Having such a player with super frontal impact ability often makes it very easy to attack. If the opponent cannot withstand his impact head-on, then the defense line will be compressed at the beginning, and then the entire defense line can only be forced to retreat continuously to delay that pressure on the formation. In this case, the first impact is very important. Anderson did not feel any trepidation when he rushed up. As the Knicks' best player at frontal defenser, Anderson is confident in his ability to defend head-on. In the game against Zenit, facing the impact of Petrovic, Anderson can often complete his task well, tracking the opponent head-on, forcing the opponent to use more energy to defeat his defensor. It is actually enough for the defensive players to do this. The two formations quickly approached, and near the center circle, the two sides officially started a wave of conflicts. Anderson stared at Shin Fei, who was leading the way. He was ready to withstand Shin Fei's attack first and fight to the death. His teammate would help him. When he had already thought about it for several steps, Shin Fei, who was about to rush in front of him, suddenly moved sideways. The next moment, the one who rushed forward was Bin Xiaoqiang, who was originally behind Shin Fei. Unlike Shin Fei's fierce attack, Bin Xiaoqiang's attack was not so fierce, but it was more pervasive. Bin Xiaoqiang relied on his metaphysical offensive ability to become a god-level player, but his own operational ability was also at the level of a god-level player, which made him still unshakable in the ranks of god-level players at this age. However, even if his offensive ability was also excellent, Anderson might not be afraid of him. But before, he was determined to resist Shin Fei's fierce frontal attack. However, now, he was replaced by Bin Xiaoqiang, who was equally good at attacking but with a completely different style. Anderson immediately suffered a great loss. He tried hard not to retreat, but in a series of fights, his physical fitness dropped faster than he thought. At this time, Shin Fei rushed up from the side. Wilson quickly moved forward and stopped Shin Fei. Of course, he knew Shin Fei's level. Although he might not be good at attacking from the side, Anderson's physical fitness had dropped a lot. If he was double-teamed by Shin Fei, he might be killed instantly. Losing a main player right at the start is not a good thing. Shin Fei was stopped by Wilson, and immediately changed the direction of the attack and launched a fierce attack towards Wilson. Wilson resisted Shin Fei's attack and sighed in his heart that compared with last year, the pressure created by Shin Fei was much stronger. While sighing in his heart, Wilson also calmed down. He stopped Shin Fei, and Anderson was safe. After the others followed up, he could defend for 1 or 2 minutes without any problem. Then he retreated while deploying defensor. Even if he lost the ball in the end, he could hold on for more than 3 minutes. In this way, Fifin's disadvantage in energy still could not be well compensated. Fifin's energy was worse. Their approach was to use Liu Shibo to better delay the opponent and let more core players play less time. In this way, in the second half, they could play better and make up for the energy gap. They did not hide this, and the Knicks knew it. Just when Wilson was a little relaxed, Anderson's scream came from the team channel. The next moment, Anderson's name in the team channel immediately turned grey. This means that Anderson was killed and sent out of the field. Zheng Qi suddenly appeared and killed Anderson. You have to retreat. Hodson's voice came over, and Wilson immediately resisted Shinryu-Fei's fierce attack, and then began to retreat with his teammates. After hearing Hodson's hint, Wilson immediately understood why. Shinryu-Fei's flank attack was just a cover. The real killer move was Zheng Qi, who had been hiding from the beginning. They should have expected this a long time ago, but the pressure created by Shinryu-Fei and Bin Shikai made them unconsciously ignore Zheng Qi, a more threatening player. But when a person has a knife at his neck, he has no time to pay attention to the aiming of a sniper rifle 800 meters away. Hodson, who began to retreat with his teammates, thought helplessly in his heart. The pressure brought by the three top players is really too great. Chapter 943. Knicks changes. When Shinryu-Fei scored the ball into the Knicks goal, the fans of Fifen cheered proudly. Fifen had defended for about 4.5 minutes before, but this time, Fifen scored in less than 3 minutes. It's a bit tiring to defend with 3 core players. Wilson couldn't help but sigh. Have a good rest. Hodson nodded, then patted Wilson on the shoulder. You should also pay attention, their defensor is not bad. Wilson reminded. We have an advantage in offense, but not necessarily in defense. This time it depends on you. Zheng Qi patted Liu Shibo on the shoulder and said to him. Liu Shibo nodded and didn't say much. He only defended for 4.5 minutes just now, and didn't last for at least 5 minutes as he planned, which made Liu Shibo a little unhappy. Now the opponent should only have 1 core player on the court, and he should be able to defend for a while longer. For Liu Shibo, he must show at very high level at this time to let Fifen defend for a longer time, so that even if he consumes more energy on the court, he can lay that best foundation for Fifen's victory through his performance. He is a defensive player, so he must give his all in defense. We were a little bit at a disadvantage in the direct confrontation just now. It's not our fault, but we need to make up for the shortcomings of the defense line better. Listen to my command. When it's time to push forward, you must resolutely push forward. Do you understand? While moving forward, Liu Shibo emphasized in the team channel. The extraordinary players nodded one after another. They were very convinced of Liu Shibo's command, because although Liu Shibo would lose the ball, his tactical command rarely made mistakes. A core player who rarely made mistakes, of course, made people more trustworthy. The two sides met in the center circle. 4 extraordinary players began to stand and output, while the others were ready to accept Liu Shibo's command at any time. Now there is only 1 core attacker, Bosen, on the court. For the extraordinary, they should be more confident in defense. The last defense lasted for 4.5 minutes. Liu Shibo plans to hold out for at least 5 to 6 minutes this time. The longer the time spent on defense, the longer the extraordinary players who are the main attackers will rest. Fifen's defensor is quite solid now. I have to say that Liu Shibo's ability to command the defensor is really second to none. There are not many players like him, but each of them is enough to raise a team's defense to a higher level. Yuan Fei sighed at the ability Liu Shibo showed in this wave of defense. The Knicks' offense was not weakened much. Although there was 1 less core, most of the time, the Knicks' offense was launched under the leadership of only 1 core. The loss caused by the loss of 1 core can actually be said to be very small, and the impact on their overall offense can be completely ignored. However, under such an impact, Liu Shibo deployed Fifen's defensive power quite well. The weaker players did not need to spend too much energy, and they only needed to stand still and output. The other players with higher operating levels were constantly checking for leaks and filling gaps under his command, carrying the opponent's offense, and constantly resisting the Knicks' attack like a tide. It's been 2 minutes, and Fifen's defense has not wavered at all. If this continues, it will be very difficult for the Knicks to launch an attack. Liu Shibo's performance is too wonderful. Fifen's core players are not only numerous, but also of very high standards. No wonder they can achieve such outstanding results this year, the American commentator said in surprise. His words obviously boosted Fifen's prestige and extinguished his own ambitions. However, seeing that the Knicks' fierce attack had no effect at all, he could not help but feel a little anxious. But soon, he cheered. The Knicks' fierce attack during this period was not because they could not suppress Fifen's defense, but because Hodson was waiting for an opportunity. The continuous attack involved Liu Shibo's attention, and he had to focus most of his energy on constantly dealing with the Knicks' fierce attack. Just as Wilson ignored Zheng Qi before, under such pressure, Liu Shibo also ignored something. In the head-on confrontation, Fifen resisted the opponent's fierce attack, but in such a resistance, their attention was all on the opponent's fierce attack, but they ignored the football. The biggest advantage of the attacking side is nothing else but the initiative. The field of Chibai is certainly visible, but that is before the two sides fight. When the two sides start fighting, especially when the offensive and defense are extremely fierce, the various light and shadow effects displayed by the collision of the skills of both sides and the focus on each other are enough to cover up some movements. In this case, the defending side must be careful of its own gait. This is a basic common sense. However, under such a fierce attack, Liu Shibo's attention was focused on the head-on confrontation. When he was happy that the team did not retreat for 2 minutes, he ignored the possible sneak attack of the opponent. It was not until the goalkeeper by Senator saw both Sen and the football suddenly appearing in front of him, and fed back this news to Liu Shibo, that Liu Shibo realized that he had made a very low-level mistake. However, such a mistake, even if you want to make up for it, it is a bit too late. Shame. When Liu Shibo returned to the bench, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It's okay, it's less than 3 minutes, watch us catch up with this gap. Zheng Qi patted Liu Shibo on the shoulder and said with a big laugh. Because the opponent took advantage of the loophole, Liu Shibo led Fifen's defense line this time, and only defended for more than 2 minutes and less than 3 minutes. The performance below the average line made Liu Shibo feel very embarrassed. What was even more embarrassing was that he made a very low-level mistake. However, everyone naturally forgave him. Under such pressure and confrontation, it is actually a very normal thing for the mind to get stuck in a dead end. For Fifen, their players have made such mistakes many times before, and Fifen's opponents have also made low-level mistakes under their pressure. In the final analysis, there are too many things to consider in the game of football era, and it is inevitable to make mistakes. Even the top players can make low-level mistakes. Next, we can't expect Fifen to make such mistakes again. This set is enough for once. Hodgson said to Wilson when he went off the line. Well, I will be more serious in defense next time. Wilson nodded. No, I mean, don't get involved in defense, join me and strengthen the offense. Hodgson shook his head and said. Wilson was stunned, and then he quickly understood. It might be a good choice to focus on two core players, increase the pressure in the offense, and make the extraordinary players have more problems. After all, if the two of them play at the same time, even if they attack head-on, there is a high probability that they can solve the problem within 4 minutes. In this way, at least the advantage in offense can be maintained relatively well. At the same time, if you take the initiative in offense, you can also control the time well. You must know that when there is not much difference in offense and defense, the control and mastery of time is also a very important time. Use the control of time to make the opponent's last attack not have enough offensive time. In this way, even if you can't make the opponent lose an offensive opportunity, you can still get a substantial lead. The Knicks kicked off first in this game, which allowed them to try to make the extraordinary offensive opportunity doomed to fail from the beginning before the end of the first half. Wilson was very familiar with Hodgson, so he immediately understood what Hodgson meant. He immediately nodded and stopped his steps to play. He wanted to rest on the court for a while. The main players of Fifen are on the field, and the Knicks actually let Wilson continue to rest. Facing the pressure of the three core players at Fifen, the Knicks did not put any core players on the field. Do they have such great confidence in their defense? After seeing the Knicks' appearance, Yuan Fei could not help but be stunned. In his opinion, in the previous confrontation, the Knicks may have fallen behind, but they did not actually lose too much, especially in such a confrontation. The level of both sides was very good, and Fifen's disadvantage would not be made up so easily. However, now they actively let a core player not play in the defense they are good at, which obviously wants to strengthen the offense. Then the question is, do the Knicks have such confidence to continuously make breakthroughs in the offense they are not the best at? This is really a question. In fact, when the Fifen players saw this scene, they could not help but be stunned. Neither Wilson nor Wilson played. Although the Knicks' defensive lineup still had 5 or 6 quasi-god level players, and there were also many other players with outstanding strength, in the eyes of Zheng Qi and others, with their offensive ability, it would be easier for them to break such a defense line. In the past, they had to pay attention to Wilson's replacement and performance. Although he was not a full-time defensive player, his operation and replacement ability were top-notch. Just to deal with him, it took a lot of effort. Now that he is not on the court, the Knicks still have many top players, but they still can't withstand the impact of them in that game. Of course, when Wilson was there, he couldn't take care of the three core players at Fifan, but after all, Fifan's offense now seems much simpler. From this point of view, Bosley was a bit miserable. It depends on whether he can withstand the opponent's fierce attack. Zheng Qi said when he came on the court. Bin Shikai and Shin Rufei nodded at the same time, agreeing deeply. Chapter 944. Near limit attack. The pressure Liu Shibo will bear next will be even greater, and Zheng Qi and the others are well aware of this. You know, even if the Knicks only had one core player on the court before, Liu Shibo is actually under great pressure. Offense always has the initiative, which is obvious. The defending side needs to consider everything, while the offensive side only needs to make a breakthrough in one aspect. This is the difference between active and passive. When the opponent only had one core player, Liu Shibo's defense was already a bit difficult. The first defense was indeed held for 4.5 minutes under the attack of the opponent's two core players, but everyone knew that it was just an exception and would not become the norm. Being attacked by the opponent in the second defense is the norm in defense. We must speed up the offense and reduce the pressure on Liu boss, Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Then he led the extraordinary players and started the attack. The Knicks players started their own defense. Anderson, who was still the strongest in frontal defense, took the lead in preparing to start defense, and Martin White and other players who were good at filling positions were ready to respond at any time, and other players were also in their positions. We need to pay attention to Shin Rufei's frontal attack, Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai surprise attacks at any time. Do you understand? Block their attacks. Anderson shouted loudly in the team channel. For him, the previous defense was attacked by Zheng Qi, and he died without any reaction, but it did not cause too many problems in his mentality, because when defending, he was always able to remain calm enough. He still had not endured Shin Rufei's frontal attack. Now he wanted to see how good Shin Rufei's attack ability was. Even if it's Petrovic, I always have the ability to withstand his fierce attack. Anderson thought to himself. Petrovic was his old opponent. Although he would suffer a little when playing against Zenit, he could also use his tenacious defense to prevent the opponent from completing the attack smoothly. And such defense often plays a big role at a certain time, allowing the Knicks to successfully resist one or two attacks from Zenit, thus turning the situation of the entire game around. In the confrontation between top teams, if we really want to talk about the means of winning, it is nothing more than trying to grasp the opportunity in every attack, and then find opportunities to block the opponent's several offensive opportunities, steadily gaining advantages, so that even if the opponent explodes, it will not be able to equalize the score. All the competitions are carried out around this. In the offense, the team will of course invest more energy. After all, only by grasping the offense can it be better invincible. As a defensive player of the Knicks, Anderson has faced many top attackers. When facing Shin Rufei last year, he did not fall behind much, so at this moment, his confidence is also quite enough. When he rushed to the vicinity of the center circle, Fifan's large force also arrived. Shin Rufei, like before, still took the lead and rushed to the front. I hope there will be no change this time. Anderson, who had made all the preparations, thought to himself. He had already prepared to meet Shin Rufei's attack before, but Fifan changed his way of attack, which made him leave the field quite unconvinced. This time, he hoped that Shin Rufei would not escape again. He had to resist Shin Rufei's impact like last season, and lay a better foundation for the persistence of the entire defense line. Shin Rufei did not disappoint him this time. He still rushed to the front without changing players, until he rushed to Anderson's defense range. At this time, it was impossible to make a temporary change, so Anderson no longer hesitated and immediately faced him head-on. In the previous confrontation between Shin Rufei and Petrovic, Shin Rufei had a slight advantage. It was obvious that compared with last year, Shin Rufei's level had improved a bit. However, Anderson had not stopped improving in the past year. Shin Rufei's improved level was within his calculations and did not exceed his self-perceived tolerance. The next moment, he and Shin Rufei collided with each other. After fighting each other, Anderson thought he could still maintain half of his physical strength when he landed, which could allow him to stand still and not retreat a step. However, after colliding with Shin Rufei, Anderson retreated immediately. He had no choice but to retreat. As soon as the two sides fought, Anderson discovered that Shin Rufei's operating level was higher than the highest level he had judged before. This made most of his calculations go in vain. So the two sides fought for less than a second, and Shen Renofei was still able to maintain half of his physical value, while his physical value was less than one-third, close to the danger line. He could only retreat. While he was retreating, Shen Renofei rushed over to him, still constantly attacking him with skills. Under his precise and crazy operation, the effect of the skills was like a storm, constantly hitting Anderson's body. Although Anderson dodged a lot of attacks that went straight to the vital points by dodging, his physical value was still constantly decreasing. This was a huge pressure for anyone. The teammates' recovery skills fell in time, maintaining Anderson's physical value from being really in danger, but he still had to retreat, and keep retreating. Under Shen Renofei's fierce and effective attack, his physical value was always close to the danger line, so he could only keep retreating. As the defensive player at the front, his retreat also forced the entire team to retreat. Teammates from both wings came to support, and Martin and White filled in immediately. However, as soon as they came, Li Gerui and Wang Yuanfeng from both wings stopped them. Everyone knew that if Shen Renofei was not disturbed, Fifen would be able to suppress his opponent. The other Knicks defenders could only continue to move forward to support Anderson. As one of the core players on the court, Anderson had to be kept alive. Otherwise, the defender would lack a backbone. This situation would have a huge impact on any team. After continuous attacks, the Knicks players finally supported Anderson. The two players stopped Shen Renofei at the same time, forcing him to stop chasing. While pushing, Anderson also paid attention to the opponent's movements, so as to avoid Zheng Qi appearing beside him to kill him just as he relaxed. Zheng Qi did appear suddenly, but not beside Anderson. Instead, he appeared beside Rogers, the auxiliary core of the Knicks. As the auxiliary core of the Knicks, although Rogers is not one of the two cores, his level is also extremely outstanding. He is a pure auxiliary player, and his level of recovery skills is extremely outstanding. His style is somewhat similar to Su Jing and Wen Xiang. He will not do extra work, but he can achieve a very high level in his own work. Such a player usually has enough teammates to protect him. However, at this time, the teammates who protected him have been sent out to open up the connection with Anderson. It is okay not to open up, then the whole team must gradually retreat and use space to exchange time. Doing so is obviously not good for the entire defender, and the time to persist will be shorter. At this time, Rogers made the same mistake as Liu Xibo before. The appetite is too big, and he wants to delay as much time as possible. On the contrary, haste makes waste. In the case of eagerness to delay time, it is easier to make a bigger flaw in himself and be caught by the opponent. The flaw of the Knicks at this time is Rogers. There was no protection around him, and Zheng Qi, who had been hiding his figure, appeared beside him like a ghost. With a series of skill outputs, Zheng Qi took away Rogers in one wave against the output of other Knicks players who had reacted. The auxiliary core left the field, and the Knicks were immediately at an absolute disadvantage, and Fifen immediately took an absolute advantage. Zheng Qi completed his mission after killing the opponent's auxiliary core, and then he was taken away by the counter-attacking Knicks players. But before taking him away, the Knicks players were also focused on by Fifen players, and many of them died. The entire defense line became scattered, and then Fifen was suppressed to the front of the goal. The Knicks, whose personnel configuration had not been restored to a complete state, could only watch Fifen score a goal. They only took 1 minute and 35 seconds for this attack. This was a goal that crushed the withered and rotten. The Fifen fans in the stands shouted wildly. After the opponent took more than 2 minutes to score a goal, they scored a goal in a shorter time. This is a very inspiring thing. You want to use substitutes to delay our offensive pace. You're overthinking it, right? Look at our offensive, it's so powerful. Want to target our defense? Unless your offensive can score a goal faster than us. When the Fifen fans cheered, the Knicks fans were a little speechless. Although the score was still tied, the opponent scored a goal in just 1 minute and 35 seconds. Such a speed was indeed surprising. You have to know that the football era game is still different from the football games in the past. In extreme cases, a goal in a football game may only take a few seconds, but in the football era, it takes some time to score a goal from attack to breaking the opponent's defense line, even if it is a sneak attack. Fifen's performance is almost close to the limit. And now Fifen's scoring rhythm is getting faster and faster, which makes them more worried. Fifen seems to be better at attacking than the Knicks. Isn't such a fast-paced offensive and defense now more beneficial to Fifen? Chapter 945. Unmoved. The current tempo is indeed very fast, which is not what we are good at, but in terms of consumption, we still have some advantages. Our overall energy is better. If we attack and defend quickly, they will be dragged down by us unknowingly. Fast offense and defense are what they are good at, and they are more likely to get into such a rhythm. We must persist until the moment of their collapse. Hodgson said to all the Knicks players when he came on the court. The Knicks players nodded one after another. This was their previous strategy, to use fast-paced offense and defense to let Fifen unknowingly enter the rhythm they are most accustomed to. Such a rhythm is certainly not a bad thing for Fifen, but after playing a nearly overdrawn game 3 days ago, can they still persist for a long time in such a rhythm? Especially after the second half, Fifen also needs to devote more energy to the field. Once overdrawn, Fifen will easily fall into a situation of defeat. Moreover, Fifen still relies on the performance of the 4 core players. In the fast attack and defense, the energy at the 4 core players is also quite huge. If they overdraw too much, the level of the entire Fifen will be greatly affected. Once they perform worse than before, the performance of the entire Fifen team will drop a level. In the final analysis, this is also a kind of war of attrition. The Knicks are very clear about what their advantage is. It is not something else, but that their energy is more abundant than Fifen. For example, based on the current energy of both sides, the Knicks can run 120 kilometers, and Fifen can only run 100 kilometers. But the intensity of the whole game is only 90 kilometers. In this regard, if Fifen lacks energy, there will be no problem, because they are enough to support to the finish line. So what the Knicks have to do now is to change the intensity of the game from 90 kilometers to 120 kilometers, so that Fifen will be dragged down in the last 20 kilometers. How can the intensity of the game be higher? Then the only way is to speed up the rhythm of attack and defense, so that each attack and defense consumes more than usual, so that the Knicks' advantage can become even greater. It must be said that this is also a very good method. Moreover, the posture they have been showing is exactly the rhythm of the game that Fifen is used to, and it is easier for Fifen to enter such a rhythm of the game. After entering such a rhythm, the consumption will of course be greater. The Knicks don't have to worry about the opponent's good performance. Not to mention that they are still leading now, even if they are behind, as long as they can make Fifen consume a lot, they will eventually have an advantage. This is the Knicks' overall strategic arrangement. It must be said that such an arrangement can be said to be very concealed, and it meets the characteristics and needs of both parties. At least Hodgson and Wilson feel that when Fifen reacts up and down, it will be at least the second half of the game. Now no matter how fast the opponent's offensive rhythm is, they are not afraid, not to mention that they have not lost the offensive initiative now. Attack, tear open their defense, Hodgson said in the team channel. The Knicks players responded one after another. Facing Fifen's defense, they must do better in offense. Be patient, don't rush for success. We don't need to fight them for this. We just need to make them feel that we're in a hurry. Wilson emphasized. In the confrontation between top teams, it is actually very difficult to deceive each other strategically. Everyone knows what level they are at. Although the Knicks had hidden part of their strength before, and Fifen Chinarofei also hid part of his progress in the previous game, such hiding is not enough to have more impact on the result of the whole game. But now the Knicks have such a good opportunity to rely on the characteristics of the opponent to carry out strategic deception. Such an opportunity is very rare. Since it is rare, we must do our best. This is the unanimous idea of the Knicks. They have been preparing for this game for a long time. They have been preparing for this game since the day of the group stage, including deliberately losing to Liverpool in the last round of the group stage and meeting Fifen in advance. These are all things in their plan, and now it is time for them to take out the things they have prepared one by one. The Knicks launched a fierce attack. Just from the momentum of their forward movement, it can be seen that their attack this time is determined to win. Fifen needs to pay more attention to defense this time, and be careful of their offense. Fifen has already shown his level in offense before, and in this case, they need to perform better. For Fifen, they quickly talk through the Knicks' defense in offense before, and if the Knicks easily scored in defense, then the next victory or defeat is really hard to say. The situation of entanglement is obviously not good for Fifen, and they are less energetic. Yuan Fei analyzed the current situation. He knew that many fans would not like to hear this, but as a commentator, he had to say what he should say. Many Chinese fans were indeed dissatisfied after hearing such a commentary, but more fans were a little worried. They knew Yuan Fei's level and knew that Yuan Fei was not one of those commentators who would make shocking remarks to attract attention. Since he said this, Fifen's next situation was indeed a bit serious. Listen to my command, I won't make the same mistake again. Liu Shbo said in a deep voice while commanding the team to rush out. Chenglin and others nodded at the same time. In fact, their confidence in Liu Xibo has never wavered. Before Liu Xibo joined, Fifen's defense was even worse. Whether it was Lin Fei and Zheng Qi or Zhuyi and Fu Lady, their defense was not very good. They could only rely on their attribute advantages to fight against others. The series of achievements that Fifen had made before were more related to their offensive ability, rather than how good their defensive ability was. This year, after Liu Xibo joined, Fifen's goal losses were significantly reduced, especially after Liu Xibo was completely integrated into the entire team. When they were defending, they had truly become a whole. Even if they still lost the ball, they could often achieve the established tactical goals. For a lineup defender, being able to do this is already an extremely outstanding thing. The most direct manifestation is that their performance in the game has also attracted the favor of many teams, even if they are just a screw on a lineup defender. Because their level is enough to prove that even as an individual, they can have an extremely outstanding performance. And all of this was brought by Liu Xibo. Liu Xibo not only commanded them well in the game, but also taught them some of the operating skills he knew in the usual training without hiding anything. Although they could not become real top players due to their talents, their strength had been truly improved compared to before. This was undoubtedly brought by Liu Xibo. Although Zheng Qi and others had always been very generous in sharing their experiences in training, they were more offensive players after all, and did not have so much experience in defense. From this perspective, Liu Xibo could be said to have improved Fifen's overall defensive ability alone. For such a teammate, who would blame him? Fifen's defenders would only better surround Liu Xibo and help him achieve better results. This was also for themselves. In this defense, Fifen showed a very high level. Liu Xibo boldly adopted a new tactic. They did not rush to the vicinity of the center circle to launch an attack at the beginning, and then constantly exchange space for time. Instead, from the beginning, they were in a relatively backward position and intercepted on the spot. When the two sides began to contact on the court, Liu Xibo did not let his teammates stand still. After resisting one or two attacks from the opponent, Liu Xibo commanded his teammates to retreat continuously. While retreating, their formation was not chaotic, but they resisted and retreated at the same time, always keeping most of the players on the court. After retreating to a position where it was impossible to be affected by the opponent's sneak attack, Liu Xibo commanded the Fifen defenders to stop and launched a tenacious defense in this area. Liu Xibo continued to command. After avoiding the danger of the opponent's sneak attack, his attention began to be fully focused, and his ability to command and judge was brought to the fullest. Under this mentality, the attention of Fifen's other defenders was also very focused. They kept intercepting the Knicks players and stayed in their positions without retreating a step. Even if they were killed by the opponent, someone would soon fill in. In this backward position, Fifen's defense line was like a dam blocking a flood. No matter how surging the flood was, it still stood still. There was nothing wrong with the Knicks offense. Under the leadership of Hodgson and Wilson, they continuously launched attacks from various positions. However, no matter where you start the attack, the extraordinary players can always tenaciously withstand their attacks. The extraordinary defense line is like a dam. Although it is constantly being thinned, and the thinning speed is much faster than the speed at which they fill it up, but with their tenacity, they can hold on for a long time. The Knicks offense became more and more fierce, but the extraordinary defense line continued to stand still. Seeing this scene, the shouts of the extraordinary fans in the stands began to become more and more intense. Chapter 946. The Knicks are determined to win. The applause of the Fifen fans rang out in the stands. Although the Fifen defensive lineup was eventually defeated by the Knicks' fierce attack, and the Knicks achieved a score of 3-2, the Fifen fans did not feel unhappy at all. Under the attack of almost all of the Knicks' main offensive lineup, the Fifen defense line gave up a lot of performance at the beginning. They persisted for 5 minutes before being suppressed by the opponent and losing the ball. From a defensive perspective, this was already quite good. The Knicks seemed to be very regretful. When they left the court, Hodgson and Wilson looked very depressed. On the court, they seemed to have consumed too much. In this way, the Fifen core consumed much less than them, and the energy gap would be smoothed out a lot. In the overall confrontation, isn't the advantage accumulated little by little? For Fifen, what they have to do now is actually relatively simple, that is, to continue to break the opponent's defense at a faster speed, so that their three offensive cores consume less energy on the court, and let Liu Xibo sacrifice himself to make up for the previous overall disadvantage. There is nothing wrong with this approach, of course. Fifen has shown this attitude from the beginning, so Fifen's fans are very happy with their current performance. Even though that current score is 3-2, the Knicks are leading. But the first half of the game has only been over for more than 10 minutes and less than 20 minutes, and there is still more than half of the first half of the game time, not to mention the whole game. The time of the whole game has passed less than a quarter, and the whole game time is still long. What does it matter if we fall behind by 1 goal? We didn't have any problems in the offense. For Fiffin's fans, their current thinking is so simple. From a certain perspective, this idea is not wrong. When they left the court, Hodgson and Wilson looked very depressed, and seeing them like this, Fiffin's fans were even happier. After all, the other party's depression proves that their performance is good. Good expression. Have you studied acting recently? After sitting on the bench, Hodgson asked Wilson. You know, I have been an actor in my spare time, but your acting skills have improved rapidly recently. Wilson praised Hodgson. Of course, I learned it from you. Hodgson smiled. It must be said that the performance of the 2 core players of the Knicks was indeed too wretched at the moment, but their performance made the Knicks players feel more at ease. After all, for a team, whether they are mentally stable often depends on the core. If the core is stable, they will also be stable. This is similar to the so-called law of the leader. Whether a group of sheep will panic and run around often depends on whether the leader is in a calm state to a large extent. Don't have other distractions, we just need to play well. The offensive lineup led by the 3 core players of Fiffin is indeed too strong, but even if they break through our gate so quickly, they will consume a lot of energy, which is also a good opportunity for us. When they came on the field, the Knicks defensive players cheered each other up. Although they were constantly scored by Fiffin through repressive attacks before, their emotions were still not affected. At this level of top teams, let alone the core players are not panicking, even if the situation is very bad and the core players do not stand up in time, ordinary players will not feel too much panic immediately. Each of them is a good player who has experienced many battles and will not collapse easily. No matter how strong Fiffin's offensive is, they will not collapse easily. Although the offensive level shown by Fiffin really surprised everyone. The time for the restart was the 17th minute and 16 seconds of the first half. However, before the 20th minute, Fiffin tied the score, making the score 3-3. This time Fiffin's attack did not seem so fierce, but the offensive pressure shown was still irresistible. Shinryo kept attacking, and he would retreat immediately after the attack, and the gap he created would be immediately occupied by Zheng and Zheng Qi, and then gradually expanded. This tactic is very simple, but under the performance of the 3 core players, this offensive tactic is completely irresistible. After all, when facing such an impact, unless there is a player who can withstand the impact of the opponent's main force head-on, otherwise, he can only retreat continuously and use space to exchange time. Without the 2 core players on the court, the Knicks players worked very hard, but there was no doubt that no matter whether it was Shinryo's frontal attack or Zheng Qi and Zheng's subsequent seizure of key positions, they had no good means to stop Fiffin's attack. So they could only retreat continuously. Although such a retreat would not be a complete defeat, the speed of retreat was not slow at all. Fiffin scored a goal in less than 3 minutes, which made the Fiffin fans in the stands start to shout louder. As soon as you score, I will equalize. As soon as you score, I will equalize. After doing this 3 times, the opponent's pressure will continue to increase, right? After all, with Fiffin's offensive level, it seems that no team can compare with them in scoring goals. In the World Cup, they can score double-digit goals in every game, and in the Chinese League, they also broke the season goal record. Their offensive ability is indeed the best. As long as they can score, there is nothing to worry about. However, at this moment, in the eyes of Hodgson and Wilson, the situation is gradually getting better. Although their attack this time was also kept within 3 minutes, it was much slower than before. Obviously, such an explosive attack consumed a lot of their energy, or it was not something they could just play casually. In this case, Fiffin certainly needed to use a more normal attack to score a goal. This attack was obviously a more normal attack. It was kept within 3 minutes, which was better than the average level. This was still a terrible performance, but it was not terrible. Although with the Knicks' defensive ability, being able to score within the average time was still enough to prove that Fiffin had an extremely top level, it also proved that Fiffin would feel a certain amount of pressure when facing the Knicks' defense. In this case, the Knicks' strategic goal for this game could still be successful. Delay the opponent, drag down the opponent, and fight a decisive battle in the second half. Of course, they had to strive to maintain the advantage of each attack at this time, but even if they missed 1 or 2 times, it was no big deal, as long as they could delay the opponent. Increasing the game burden of both sides is not difficult to do as long as you drag the other side. As long as you can drag the other side, the one who will be more uncomfortable is definitely Fifun, not them. Although the Knicks will not feel too good if the game burden of both sides is increased, they are relatively comfortable compared to Fifun. After all, they won the group stage easily, and the last round of losing to the opponent used the game to adjust their state. In terms of energy and physical fitness, they are in a peak state. And Fifun, they are not so peak. Now it seems that although Fifun is still excellent in offense, their spirit has begun to be worn out a lot, and such wear and tear will only increase. Even if Fifun rises up next, or the main players explode, such an explosion is limited and will not exceed the normal law. Then the Knicks' strategic thinking can still continue. Patient attack and depression of Liu Xibo is actually a good choice. Hodson said in the team channel. The Knicks players not unknowingly. Offense and defense are not important, but if Liu Xibo consumes too much energy, it will also have a huge impact on Fifun's defense. For the Knicks' overall strategy, such results may be more effective. Continue to apply pressure. It doesn't matter if we spend more time. After all, both sides are consuming energy. Wilson emphasized. Under such tactical thinking, the Knicks launched a powerful attack. The two core players are not actually in the front. Their main purpose is to support their teammates with their excellent level and to complete the fatal blow at their judgment and vision at the critical moment. The real task of frontal impact and oppression of the opponent is completed by offensive players such as Miller and Williams. The Knicks' offense is as stable as their defense. They can play their full abilities very well and play extremely steadily. Such a team is terrible in grabbing points in the league, and the two core players, Hodson and Wilson, provide them with enough power in the stalemate. That's why the Knicks are so outstanding. If they didn't have an outstanding team and strong individuals, they wouldn't have been able to stop Zheng Qi last year. You have to know that Zheng Qi's strength reached a peak last year. How could it be possible to stop such a team without a certain level of strength? This is also the key to the Knicks' confidence in stopping Fifun this year. They played averagely in the league this year, and the championship was snatched away by their old rival, the Lakers. Under such circumstances, it became inevitable for them to defend their title in the World Cup. They are the new kings who stepped on the past kings, the Lakers, and their victory in the World Cup made their aura even stronger. Now, defending the World Cup will make them the real kings. The Knicks are determined to win this World Cup. Si estes escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 947. Early solution. When the Fifun players felt the Knicks' attack, they were a little depressed. The Knicks' attack last time was quite fierce. During the attack, they kept attacking the Fifun defense line, but they still held on for nearly 5 minutes. However, this time, the Knicks' attack was not as fierce as last time. However, as they continued to advance, the level they showed was even better, which put more pressure on the Fifun defense line. Liu Xibo was still commanding calmly, but he knew that the pressure of defense this time was much greater than before. Although the Knicks' attack did not seem as fierce as before, they were cautious step by step without revealing any flaws, which put his defense line under greater pressure. You should know that in terms of attributes, the players that the Knicks attacked head-on are not inferior to Fifun, and in terms of operation, they have some advantages. You should know that although the Knicks are not as abnormal as Fifun, and any one of them has more than 800 attributes, half of their players have more than 800 attribute points. With proper deployment, such a gap can be narrowed. If this is the case, Fifun will not be uncomfortable. After all, in the domestic league, there are still many strong teams that have such personnel configurations. Not only the two super teams Zheng Qi and Team Head, but other top-ranked teams often have similar personnel configurations. However, even if they adapt, the suppression ability shown by the Knicks is indeed very outstanding. Because of the outstanding performance in defense last time, Liu Xibo also used the same trick this time. After the two sides came into contact, they took the initiative to retrieve to avoid the opponent's sneak attack from the rear. But this time, the Knicks played quite resolutely when attacking, constantly seizing positions, and never advancing rashly, but the rhythm of the attack has improved a lot. Just keep attacking like this. This kind of attack will consume a lot of energy. It's worth it to use me to hold you two back. Liu Xibo is commanding while thinking to himself. The opponent's attack did bring him more pressure. After all, he had to keep going forward to fill in positions so that his defender would not retreat faster. Under such pressure, he had to do more things than before, and his own consumption was of course greater. Of course, the opponent was also consuming energy, and both sides were similar in this regard. So Liu Xibo still gritted his teeth and persisted. He believed that the longer he persisted, the easier it would be for his teammates to play. However, in this defensa, they were in a passive state from the beginning, so although the extraordinary defenders were still working hard to defend, their defensa was still being suppressed step by step. When the Knicks took the lead again, they took 3 minutes and 27 seconds to attack this time. They have shown real pressure. You should be careful not to consume too much energy, Zheng Qi said to Liu Xibo when he came out. Liu Xibo nodded. He clearly felt that he had consumed a lot more energy than before in this wave of defensa. This situation deserves vigilance. After all, only half of the first half has passed. We don't need to play too hastily. Suppress them slowly. Zheng Qi turned to Bin Xiaoqiang and Shen Renofei and said. Shen Renofei looked at him with a little curiosity in his eyes. Suppress slowly. We consume a normal amount of energy, while they consume more. Since they're suppressing Liu Xibo, we will suppress their defense line. It's fair. Zheng Qi laughed. It's fair to do this, but the energy we consume is always at the same level, which is undoubtedly disadvantageous to us. Shen Renofei frowned and thought for a while, then said to Zheng Qi. It's indeed disadvantageous, but if we take the initiative to slow down the pace, there will be no disadvantage. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Shen Renofei was stunned. Zheng Qi patted his shoulder and said, go on the court first and equalize the score first. Shen Renofei nodded, put aside his doubts, and went on the court. Then he took the lead and launched a fierce attack. His impact continued to make the Knicks' defense miserable. However, compared with the previous attack, Shen Renofei's attack was just as sharp, but it was less delicate. The impact was over. During the attack, he just output all the damage he could output in a short period of time, and then immediately retreated to rest. Such output is not complicated. With his operating level, it is as natural as breathing. Can breathing cause additional burden to normal people? Of course not. And his impact also forced the Knicks' defense to retreat continuously. Fiffin's offensive rhythm was reduced a little, but it still had a good effect. Watching the defense line gradually retreat, Hodson and Wilson on the bench looked at each other, and their faces were not very good. With their eyes, of course, they could see that when Fiffin attacked, they certainly achieved good results, but their consumption was reduced a lot. It was not that they deliberately relaxed, but that they adopted a more extensive offensive method and did not consider everything. To attack in this way, it is better to say that they have got enough rest than to overdraw their energy. They just attack like this. We can't slow down the pace. They should have discovered this. Wilson said to Hodson. Damn it, they reacted too quickly. Hodson was a little annoyed. Could it be that we pressed too hard when we attacked just now and they found out? Wilson was a little depressed. Then they really reacted too quickly. What should we do next? Hodson asked. We can only continue to press them and try to speed up the pace. We should also be tougher when defending and force them to speed up the pace of attack. Wilson thought about it and said that it seemed that this was the only way to do it now. After saying a few words in the team channel, the Knicks' defensive players began to force out toughly, if you don't pay attention to the details at the offense, then we can gradually take back the positions you occupy. When you were anxious, the pace of the game will naturally be faster. Although the Knicks' defenders are a little breathless in the face of extraordinary pressure, it is also a good opportunity to catch their breath if they really want to counterattack. Led by Anderson and others, the Knicks launched a fierce counterattack. They began to rush forward, seizing the opportunity that Fiffin did not seem to expect, and took back half of the lost position in one fell swoop. However, the Knicks fans in the stands did not cheer, but the Fiffin fans laughed instead. The next moment, the Knicks players also reacted. At the same time as their counterattack was successful, Fiffin had already bypassed their formation with the help of the skill light and shadow. Shen Renofei's frontal impact attracted the attention of the Knicks defenders. Zheng Qi and Bin Xiaoqiang had bypassed from both sides and launched a fierce attack directly towards the Knicks gate. When Anderson and others wanted to return to defense, it was too late. Just as Fiffin's defense line was bypassed by the opponent before, this time Fiffin directly recovered the loss suffered by Liu Xibo and others. There was a huge cheer in the stands. The fans of Fiffin laughed at each other to their heart's content, while the fans of Knicks were extremely depressed. When the defense of Fiffin was bypassed by the Knicks before, they also laughed at Fiffin. Now they were laughed at by Fifin, and they could only shake their heads in depression. They did it on purpose, right? They have a strong desire for revenge. Hodson said to Wilson when he came on the court. If that's the case, it's a good thing. At least the game is faster and we can do it again. Wilson seemed very optimistic at this time. Hodson thought that it was really the case and couldn't help laughing. In the next attack, they also have to speed up the pressure of the attack and drag the game into a fast pace again. This is their strategic thinking in the first half. So far, their strategic thinking has been going smoothly. The game is played at a fast pace, and they've done quite well in defense, scoring goals every time. As long as they continue like this, their advantage will be more obvious in the second half. Fifin's defensive lineup appeared in front of them. If the game is slow, then our weakness in energy won't be a weakness, right? Shinryo-Fei asked Zheng Qi beside him while watching the game on the bench. Of course, but they will definitely notice this, and we are also better at fast-paced games, so it's no big deal to continue the fast-paced game. Zheng Qi replied. It's not good for us to continue to consume energy like this, right? Bin Shikai asked with a frown. If we can't resist their attacks every time, it's really not good, but we can play more flexibly. Zheng Qi replied. You mean, use the defense to give them a good look? Shinryo-Fei's eyes lit up. That's right, who stipulated that the two of us can only play when attacking? Things like fixed thinking can easily make people indulge in them unconsciously. Zheng Qi laughed. What about me? Bin Shikai asked. Boss Bin, you should continue to rest. It's better to let us, who are young and strong, do things like consuming more energy. Zheng Qi replied. Bin Shikai raised his middle finger to Zheng Qi in frustration, and the extraordinary players on the bench laughed. They want to drag the game to the end. By the time, we will indeed be at a disadvantage, but what we have to do will be simpler. We just need to gain enough advantages in advance. Zheng Qi finally said. Zhu Shan and Meng Fan looked at each other and said nothing. Chapter 948. The explosive transformation. Compared with the previous one, the Fifin defense seemed to lack a bit of unstoppable momentum. This was normal. After all, when they started to defend in the middle circle, they had to pay attention to whether the opponent would sneak attack at any time, and when they gradually retreated, they had to be careful whether the opponent would take advantage of the situation to press and occupy more space for activities. So this time, the Fifin defense seemed a bit normal. After they resisted in the middle circle for a while, they began to gradually retreat. In the process of retreating, they left two defenders to block, leaving more time for others to deploy defensa. This made the Knicks seem a little more relaxed when attacking. Go fast, don't give them a chance to breathe. While Hodson and Wilson killed the two Fifin defenders who stayed in place, they shouted loudly in the team channel. The Fifin defenders retreated quickly, and the Knicks attacked even faster. They quickly pressed up, and relying on the overall advantage of having two more people, they began to continue to press, trying to create more trouble for the Fifin defensa. When the opponent has two fewer players, if they can kill one or two of the opponent's players faster, then even if the opponent's substitutes come up, they can still gain enough advantage. Continuously having an advantage in numbers is not only reflected in those one or two people. When launching an attack when there is an advantage in numbers, it is easy to form an avalanche-like situation, thus quickly breaking through the opponent's defensa. The Knicks now have to firmly grasp this advantage. In addition to being able to constantly oppress the opponent, they can also score goals faster. In this way, the opponent's next attack will be more easily affected and continue to maintain a faster rhythm. What's more, Fifin has been suppressed by them now, so there is nothing to worry about. Hodson and Wilson took turns to attack Fifin's defense line. Each of their attacks required Liu Shibo to fill in the position himself before they could stop it. Moreover, they were not so accurate in taking turns. Sometimes it was normal to go up together. The pressure created for Liu Shibo would undoubtedly be even greater. In their calculations, even if Fifin did his best, he could only last less than 3 minutes. At the same time, Liu Shibo's consumption would be quite huge. Although they also consumed a lot, it was relatively easy for the two of them to share the burden. They attacked and suppressed all the way. Neither Hodson nor Wilson noticed anything wrong. Until Zheng Qi and Shinryo-Fei suddenly appeared on both sides of the Knicks' offensive formation. When they saw Zheng Qi and Shinryo-Fei, Hodson and Wilson were both dumbfounded. When did these two people come on the court? They immediately reacted. In such an impact and confrontation, Fifin would constantly have players being killed and leaving the court. It was normal for Zheng Qi and SYNOPSIS to find an opportunity to come on as substitutes. They wanted to retreat, but they were attacking Liu Xibo together before. Now they wanted to retreat to resist Zheng Qi and SYNOPSIS, but they were entangled by Liu Xibo. Of course, no matter how strong Liu Xibo was, he still looked very vulnerable when facing two top-level players of Class A. However, he didn't have to hold on for too long. Under his interception of the cost of his physical energy, Hodson and Wilson could only bear to deal with him first. They all knew that at this time, if they didn't concentrate on dealing with Liu Xibo, then Liu Xibo would definitely continue to pester them. Under their fierce attack, Liu Xibo's physical energy didn't last too long. Less than 10 seconds later, he died. However, before that, a huge bad news had been passed. Nick's auxiliary core Rogers also died in the raid of Zheng Qi and SYNOPSIS, and the football he controlled was also snatched away by Zheng Qi and SYNOPSIS. Nix wanted to counter-attack on the spot, but Su Jin's recovery skill had accurately landed on Zheng Qi's SYNOPSIS. Under SYNOPSIS' protection, Zheng Qi firmly controlled the ball and waited for the support of his teammates. Return to defense. Hodson could only shout loudly, and then led the Knicks players to retreat like a tide. It would be too disadvantageous for them to continue to fight in the midfield. After all, they are now without the auxiliary core, and the opponent still has it. If they continue to fight, they will definitely lose very badly. But even now, they have lost. Losing this possession means that Fifen has begun to occupy a huge advantage at this time. If they can score next, they can take the lead in the score and the opponent kicks off. In this situation where almost all top teams can grasp most of the offensive opportunities, taking the real lead in the score is almost equal to winning half. When retreating, although they are still very calm, Hodson and Wilson are still blaming themselves for ignoring this point. This mindset is too fatal. They actually ignored the possibility that Zheng Qi and others might replace them midway, resulting in such a passive situation. But next, there is still a chance. Under the leadership of Wilson and Hodson, the Knicks took the initiative to give up the midfield and started to defend in the back. Fifen was not in a hurry to attack. They gradually replaced players in the midfield. Ben Shikang and other main offensive players were all replaced. They were determined to win this attack. The Knicks defense only rotated Wilson. Hodson was still on the court. They also valued this defensive very much. Hodson continued to be on the court, which also showed their attitude. That is, Wilson would be on the court at any time when defending. Such rotations were originally a very common practice. Before, Fifen and Nick's tactics were a bit of a return to nature, just like two boxers fighting, not giving up an inch, fighting with every punch. Now, both sides began to dodge more and adopt more systematic tactics. In fact, we could have started doing this a long time ago. Wilson on the bench muttered. Such constant rotations would undoubtedly make the game more complicated. In this way, the consumption of both sides would be greater. For the Knicks, who have an advantage in energy, it would obviously be more cost-effective. However, in the current situation, Fifen took the lead in adopting such a rotation tactic, which seemed to prove that they had noticed that if they continued to fight seriously, their energy would be in danger more quickly. It would be better to fight in a chaotic manner to see if they could gain enough advantages and then kill the remaining time. From this point of view, Fifen now needs to use various methods to make up for their energy weakness, so that the Knicks can roughly judge Fifen's actions and gain tactical initiative. It has not been out of our control so far. Wilson thought to himself while watching the confrontation between the two sides on the court. Fifen dragged the game into a chaotic rhythm in advance, which meant that they themselves were a little unstable. Facing an opponent who was already not very stable was much better than facing an extremely calm opponent. However, Fifen's subsequent attack also made the Knicks a little depressed. They began to advance more steadily and gradually, never leaving a floor. Although doing so seemed to consume a lot of energy, it could steadily allow them to gain an advantage and keep the advantage of the interception just now on themselves. Let them be proud for a while. The Knicks players retreated and could only think so in their hearts. For the Knicks, they are now a little behind on the field, but overall, their advantage is still retained, because they have not lost their advantage in energy until now, but continue to maintain it. In the eyes of Hodson and Wilson, such a temporary lag is not a big deal. As long as Fifen can't make up for their energy lag, then in the second half, Fifen's disadvantage will become greater, and the Knicks' advantage will also become greater. So even though that two core players of the Knicks kept rotating on the field after persisting for a while, they were unable to withstand the rotation of the three core players at Fifen, and finally lost the goal, but they still did not show any emotional fluctuations. The players did not have any emotional fluctuations, but the fans were affected. Now the first half of the game has just passed 30 minutes, and Fifen has taken a 4-3 lead when the opponent kicked off first, which is enough to be considered a pretty good advantage. Defensa blocked their attack. Fifen's fans began to shout again. They saw clearly that in the previous attack, Fifen's 3 core players were not on the court all the time, but took turns to play. Although there were at least 2 core players on the court, which made Fifen's offensive pressure not low, they maintained enough rotation and the consumption was not large. So although it took a little more time in this attack, Fifen's fans really didn't think there was any problem. They have taken the lead and the consumption is not large. Fifen has a considerable advantage in tactics. Yuan Fei also praised Fifen's performance during this period. Fifen suddenly had an explosion in the offensive and defensa during this period, which made them really take the lead. And from the perspective of rotation, they pay attention to keeping their energy full. Since they have noticed this problem, then in the second half, their problem will not be too big. Now Fifen has taken a certain initiative. Next, it depends on whether they can expand their advantage better. The next game will still be difficult, but Fifen must be clear about one thing, that is, after you win this game, the World Cup Championship is basically in your hands. Chapter 949. Being tricked. Fifen's fans still agree with Yuan Fei's words. In the following defensa, Fifen's performance also made them cheer continuously. It must be said that Fifen's continuous rotation before also brought great pressure to the Knicks' defensa. Fifen's defensive formation on the court is indeed always lacking, because there will be players who will take the initiative to help their teammates take damage and then leave the court because their physical energy value drops too much. In this case, the one who will return to the court 10 seconds later may be Fifen's guard, or it may be one of Zheng Qi, Shinryu Fei, and Bin Shikai. Such a possibility can bring huge pressure in itself, making the Knicks' offensive a little difficult, and also making Fifen's defense more comfortable. In this case, the Knicks' offensive is a bit better. While they are step by step to oppress Fifen's defense line, they must also pay attention to Zheng Qi and others who may appear at any time. This allows Fifen to get a certain respite when defending and better consume more time. It took a full 6 minutes for the Knicks to finally break through Fifen's defensa. During this process, Fifen did not let the other 3 core players play, but even so, they were constantly creating pressure. We have to be more stable in defensa this time, Hodgson said as he was preparing to leave the court. Since Fifen can play that deterrent game, the Knicks can certainly play it too. Now Fifen has achieved a sufficient lead. This lead is achieved by relying on their overall advantage, but it also consumes a lot of energy. Now the Knicks look very embarrassed, but in fact, their situation is not bad. As long as they are not too far behind, they may catch up in the second half. You know, even if the Knicks can't win within 90 minutes, even if it's just a draw, their advantage will become even greater in overtime. So don't panic. The temporary unfavorable situation and the score behind are all within their expectations. As long as they play their true strength every time and use their performance to constantly involve the Fifen players, so that they also consume a lot of energy in the game, then their final advantage will definitely accumulate. You have to know that Fifen has played the most games in the world this season, and they have to put in enough energy in every game. In this case, even if they did not try their best in the last round of the group stage, their overdraft is definitely not small. As long as they continue to be involved, their fatigue will always break out. Now what the Knicks have to do is to let their fatigue break out in the second half of the game. As long as this is done, there will be no problem in winning. With such emotions, the Knicks started to defend. They kept rotating when they were attacking before, just to save energy, and doing so is also a good opportunity for us. Seize the opportunity of their rotation, you and I will take action, a wave of counter-attack, and also block their attack this time. When the Knicks players on the court began to defend, Hodgson said to Wilson on the bench. Wilson nodded, which was what he thought. After all, disrupting the opponent's offense through temporary substitutions may not be effective every time, but at least, it should make the opponent afraid, thereby creating additional pressure on the opponent, so that the team can better accumulate advantages. We need to grasp the timing well. Wilson said. Well, we will be careful, but if we do this and they are prepared and can defend, we will not lose. Hodgson said. Wilson was slightly stunned, and then he understood what Hodgson meant. In this case, if the core players of Fifen can still react immediately, then they must have been on guard against Fifen's attack, so their energy consumption is also quite a lot, and the Knicks' advantage can be better maintained. We will know if they keep guarding against us, then we will not lose, and if they don't keep guarding, then we can also get back what we lost before. Wilson nodded and said loudly. His words were actually meant for the other players of the Knicks. Now the score situation is a bit behind, and the morale of the team is also very important. And the next attack, whether it can be successful or not, can find a positive side for the Knicks, although if it fails, they will fall behind again, but obviously, it is still worth trying. They began to carefully observe the situation on the field, to see if the opponent had just adopted a substitution tactic. As a core player, they would not die easily on the field. In this way, there would be a certain time difference between going on and off the field. At the time, it was often the weakest time for the opponent, and it was also that time they could take advantage of. And when such time would appear, it was up to them to judge. After 2 substitutions, Hodgson and Wilson quietly came on the field. After they came on the field, they did not shoot immediately, but kept observing the movement of Fiffin's attack. Soon, they realized that Zheng Qi had not appeared again after 1 shot, and only Shinryu was left in the front line. It was very likely that Zheng Qi had already left the field at this time, and Qi had not had time to come on the field, which was a place that could be used. Entangle Shinryu, we will directly attack their auxiliary corps. This kind of attack certainly could not be hesitated, so Hodgson made up his mind immediately, and after commanding in the team channel, he and Wilson immediately launched an attack from both sides. They wanted to tear open Fiffin's defensor, and then attack Fiffin's auxiliary corps Sujin, so that Fiffin's offensive would be disintegrated from the beginning. They rushed in smoothly. It was obvious that Shinryu was attacking Anderson's defense head-on just now. It was quite normal to force an attack during the substitution to in time. At this time, most of Fiffin's other people's attention was on supporting Shinryu. Hodgson and Wilson seized the opportunity to sprint and immediately rushed into their formation. However, after rushing in, Wilson and Hodgson were not happy at all. Rushing into the opponent's defensive formation was not the purpose. Killing the opponent's auxiliary corps and at least refreshing the football were the purposes of such a raid. They rushed in, but after rushing in, what they saw was not a panicked auxiliary corps, but a calm Sujin, plus Zheng Qi and Qi who were guarding beside her. "You're actually guarding here?" Hodgson and Wilson had the urge to curse at the same time. "We're rotating, but we can rotate on the court. By the way, we dug a pit for you." "Who knew you would jump in so foolishly?" Zheng Qi and Qi thought to themselves while they were attacking. In this way, it can be said that they are taking advantage of others. If Hodgson and Wilson heard what they said, they would probably spit out blood. However, Zheng Qi and Qi were relatively honest and did not really say this. They just entangled Hodgson and Wilson, and with the support of Sujin's recovery skills, they continued to consume the opponent's physical energy. Then they took them away in one wave. The 2 core players left the court. Although the Knicks still had many players on the court, their defense line collapsed directly in the face of Fiffin's sudden fierce attack. After defeating the Knicks' defense line, Fiffin's entire team drove straight in and directly captured the Knicks' gate, rewriting the score to 5-4. Fiffin took the lead again. They actually rotated on the court, but that's right. Since it takes 10 seconds to have one less player on the court, why not rotate on the court? This way, at least it can ensure more sufficient security. Fiffin really considered the details very carefully. But they didn't consider one thing. Now that the first half of the game has passed for 38 minutes, we have to spend enough time in the next attack so that they have no chance to take the lead again. In this way, we can still recover from our previous mistake. "Do you understand?" Hodgson said loudly in the team channel. "It is normal to be pitted in the game. It is abnormal not to be pitted. In this case, you must perform better than before in the game to make up for the loss of being pitted. There are still 7 minutes left in the first half. If the Knicks can delay the next attack for enough time, then Fiffin will not have much time to attack, and at least they can keep the time till the start of the second half. In this way, their disadvantages actually no longer exist. It is also a very good choice to have such a result." Of course, both Hodgson and Wilson knew that it was very difficult to do this, and it required great stress resistance. After all, the opponent was not a fool. You could score whenever you wanted. It was possible to score in the shortest time by attacking with all your strength. You wanted to control the time, launch an attack at the last moment and score a goal. The game of the football era was not like playing basketball, although the controllability of the current football era games was much higher than that of the classic football games. Even if you could suppress the opponent, it was still difficult to score in the time you wanted. What's more, the Knicks' strength was not enough to suppress the opponent. Break their defensive first and suppress the attack to their goal. It will be much easier then. Hodgson said in the team channel. The Knicks players nodded one after another. This was more reasonable and more likely to succeed. Chapter 950. The pressure remains. When the Knicks resumed their attack, the cheers of the Fifen fans still did not stop. Now the score was 5-4. Even if the opponent scored next, it would only be a draw. The Fifen fans felt that they had made a profit by maintaining a draw and the opponent kicked off first. Of course, they hoped that Fifen could withstand the Knicks' attack and then counter-attack and score another goal, which would be even better. In this way, they could enter the second half with a 2-goal lead, which was a great advantage. Although this seemed to be a bit too much to think about, why not think about it? In the eyes of the Fifen fans, they could think of anything now, and they could think of anything. Fifen started the defense on the court, and Liushbo still led the Fifen defenders. Of course, the Knicks knew that they had to face more than just the enemies in front of them. Although the 3 core members of Fifen were sitting off the court at the moment, they could rotate out at any time and bring them huge pressure. They actually only played once, but they were able to bring real and huge pressure to the Knicks. This was also a very depressing thing. But can they not guard against Zheng Qi and his team's appearance? Obviously not. So even though they launched a fierce attack at the beginning, they still did not dare to really put their strength into it. Fortunately, Fifen's defenders did not dare to put too many troops near the center circle. They were also worried that the Knicks would bypass their defender to score a goal, so after a little resistance, the Fifen defender began to gradually withdraw. The Knicks did not seem very happy about such a result, because they knew that before the second line at defensa, they would really face the toughest interception and blockade. On the second line at defensa, Fifen would invest the toughest attitude and troops. Without having to worry about the opponent bypassing their defensa to launch a sneak attack, they could fully display their level. In fact, this is what the Knicks are asking for. In the previous confrontation, Fifen's defensa was indeed so outstanding, but under their strong pressure, they would gradually be crushed by them. In this way, the time consumed would be quite a lot. When they scored a goal, there would not be much time left for the opponent, about 1 or 2 minutes. As long as they could perform better, they would be able to block the opponent's attack. It took them more than 20 seconds to repel Fifen's defensa near the center circle. It would take at least 2 or 3 minutes to press Fifen's defensa to the opponent's goal. At the time, as long as they paid attention, the opponent would really have no power to counterattack. It would be no problem to delay 1 or 2 minutes before scoring. So the key lies in this section of the attack. Is it enough time to guarantee that the opponent's defensa can be repelled? Repelling Fifen's defensa is not an easy thing in itself. Liushbo commanded confidently, and Fifen's defenders fought hard one by one. Their performance was enough to reduce their disadvantages in operation. It is not difficult to deal with such a defensa, but it is really exhausting. If it were not for being dragged by Fifen's defensa, the Knicks' advantage would not have been gradually lost on the court. However, Hodson and Wilson were not in a hurry. They knew that such a result was the price of Liushbo's more energy consumption. Although offensa is important, defensa cannot be too bad. If Liushbo's energy cannot keep up, Fifen's defensa will immediately become weaker. Even if Fifen's other defenders fight again, they can't make up for the defect that Liushbo can't organize the defensa. The Knicks can see this very clearly. They launched a fierce attack. They knew that Liushbo would not let them easily break through their own defensa. However, with just a near-contact attack, Fifen's defensa collapsed all of a sudden, and the collapse was extremely surprising, wondering if something was wrong. The Knicks' offensive lineup turned into a torrent, rushing into Fifen's defensa. This made it impossible for Hodson and his team to stop. It was originally just a tentative attack, but they rushed in directly. This made these experienced players almost instinctively rush in with the whole team. In the process of this sprint, they did not kill any extraordinary players. The extraordinary players gave way to the main road and divided into 2 wings, then began to close the formation and encircle from behind. This approach can be seen as closing the door to beat the dog, but no one would do this, because the gate of our side is directly exposed to the opponent's offensive line. Even if you counter-encircle and kill all the opponent's players and leave the field, as long as the opponent scores a goal first, you will lose. But will Fifen really lose? Hodson and Wilson figured it out at the same time. They can only attack now and score quickly. Even if they want to delay time, they dare not, because if they delay time, the opponent who has successfully surrounded them can refresh the football by continuously focusing fire. They could only attack. It was indeed easy to score a goal at this moment, but if you delayed for a while, it would not be a question of when you wanted to score, but when your attack would be completely disintegrated. They could only score. There was indeed no obstacle to scoring. Fiffin's goal was almost nakedly open in front of them. It would be a joke if such a goal could not be scored. The score was tied at 5-5, and the Knicks tied the score. However, their players from top to bottom did not show any joy, because this attack took them just over a minute from start to finish. There were more than 6 minutes left before the end of the game. This meant that Fiffin had enough time to complete their next attack. Even if they wanted to do what Fiffin did and deliberately let Fiffin score, it would be easier for Fiffin to defend in the next few minutes. Decisive use of a nearly water-releasing method to let the opponent score, so that they could become the last party to launch an effective attack. Fiffin's decision-making ability was enough to surprise the Knicks. Such a powerful opponent, with such a clear mind, is it really easy to deal with? When thinking about this, the Knicks felt a little chilled. It's not that they're afraid, but in fact, Fiffin's biggest flaw is also their biggest advantage. Fiffin is participating in the World Cup for the first time, which is a flaw because they are not familiar with the teams in the World Cup, which makes them suffer some losses in the game. But what is the reality? Those opponents in the World Cup are also not familiar with them at all. In this case, they will suffer some losses, and their opponents will also suffer a lot. Although they have played 3 games in the group stage, they can't quickly get familiar with them just by observation, just like they can't quickly get familiar with the Knicks. Everyone is not familiar with each other, but Fiffin has 4 core players who can change the game, so their advantage is much greater. In the research of many people afterwards, many people believe that Fiffin's strength is not as good as they show in the game. In terms of overall strength, they are still a little different from Zheng Qi in the past 2 years. Zheng Qi in the past 2 years did not achieve such good results, but they created them. There is no doubt that at least in the World Cup, it has a lot to do with the fact that the opponents are not familiar with them and are still adapting to them. In fact, they also took advantage of this in domestic competitions in China. They are a newly formed team, and they've done a good job at performing well as soon as they were formed, and they are still making continuous progress. As a result, some domestic opponents who were not used to it will naturally be defeated one after another. If Zheng Qi and Tin He had not performed extremely well, their advantages in China would have been even greater. Although they seem to be stumbling along the way, in fact, compared with the smooth journey, this situation is better, at least it can keep them in good shape. The year before last, Zheng Qi was actually too smooth in the league, so it was hit hard by Fiffin in the cup final. Last year, Zheng Qi was also because it was relatively easy to win in China, but it was not able to raise its energy in the World Cup. Fiffin does not have such a problem now. They stumbled, but they are strong enough. At the same time, they have a clear mind and excellent team command ability. In the game, even if they have some problems, they can quickly turn them around and suppress their opponents through their own performance. Even if their core players take turns to explode, it is enough to prevent the opponent from reacting well. You pay attention to one, and then there is the second one. You pay attention to 2, and then there is the third one. It is difficult to integrate so many core players together, but Fiffin has done it very well. Perhaps it is because the strength of other players is slightly worse and they do not occupy any tactical position. Although Fiffin has many core players, each player has a different tactical position. In the game, they can take turns to occupy the position of offensive core, making Fiffin's offensive and defensive more outstanding and weird, making people feel that they're hard to defend. This is Fiffin's strongest point. Facing such a team, the Knicks are a little nervous. Although they are still confident enough in their victory and firmly believe that Fiffin's current advantage is only temporary, they will be able to turn the tables in the second half, but the pressure brought by Fiffin's outstanding performance still exists. This is the pressure that Fiffin has been constantly creating for his opponents since the start of the World Cup. Chapter 951 Zheng Qi's victory. Fiffin launched the attack and the Knicks started the defense. For that current situation, the Knicks had only one idea, that is, to try to stop Fiffin from scoring in the last few minutes. In this way, the game would not be too bad if they entered the second half with a draw. Although they did not think that they would lose if they lost, they could always make up for it later, but they still hoped not to lose. So, Hodgson and Wilson also stayed on the court to assist in the defense. With the addition of the two of them, the Knicks' defensive ability rose by at least 2 levels. Even in the face of Fiffin's full-scale attack, it was not an impossible task to defend for 5 minutes. Starting from the center circle to defend, step by step to retreat, and trying to use space to exchange time, these are all routine operations. But a top team like the Knicks come to almost the limit even with routine operations. Fiffin has also done this. The excellence of top teams lies in their ability to turn conventional tactics into top-level tactics beyond imagination. Attack, tear open their defense line, and don't be afraid of consumption. Zheng Qi said in the team channel before launching the attack. Zhu Shan frowned slightly, then turned to look at Meng Fan. Believe him, he won't say such things casually. Zhu Shan nodded. Although in his opinion, such consumption seemed a bit uneconomical, Zheng Qi did not only look at the players in front of him. He made such a decision for his own reasons. Moreover, Fifan's consumption before was not too large. When attacking, they consciously rotated on the court continuously, not only to control the time, but also to prepare for the second half. Controlling their own consumption is not the goal. The goal is to allow them to burst out their energy without worries when they need it. Saving energy is not to make everyone energetic after the game, but to have stronger explosive power at the critical moment. Fifan and the Knicks players will not make such a mistake. Obviously, in Zheng Qi's view, now is the time to have a good explosion. The Knicks will defend more tightly, so they need to be tougher in offense. If you are not tough, it is not enough to tear open the opponent's defense. In such a strong confrontation, it is better to use strong pressure than to waste time without any pain, so that you can tear open the opponent's defense in a short time. Although Fifan could score a goal in 1.5 minutes before, the situation was different at the time. This attack will be the last attack in the first half, and the opponent will also play an extremely strong confrontation to try to stop Fifan's attack. Apart from other things, the two core players, Hodson and Wilson, will definitely be on the court. The Knicks defense with these two people on the court is definitely different from when they are not there. At least Shin Fei will not forget the top level shown by these two people on the defense last year. With Chang Feng's offensive ability, they were able to delay that ball for 7 or 8 minutes each time, so that even Chang Feng's attackers became impatient. In addition to gaining enough advantages in offense, the Knicks' victory last year was also key to being able to hold off Chang Feng on defense. This year's Knicks are stronger than last year. If they concentrate on defense and survive the remaining 6 minutes, there is a great possibility. However, at this time, Shin Fei was not worried about Fifan's victory at all. The current situation is different from last year. Fifan is not only not behind, but also has a certain advantage. Even if the Knicks defend tenaciously, Fifan will not have any emotional fluctuations. As long as they can enter the second half with a lead, the possibility of Fifan's victory will be much greater than before. Shin Fei has absolute confidence in this. He has a group of more reliable partners. Last year's Chang Feng is not weak, but their internal is definitely not as pure as Fifan. With most of them being newcomers, the possibility of Fifan's players being controlled can be said to have dropped to the lowest. They have inherent advantages in attacking the 5-time champion. Of course, their stable performance is definitely not as good as those players from professional teams, but this is a price that must be paid. When launching the attack, Shin Fei thought a lot in his mind. However, after the game resumed, he immediately abandoned all the tedious thoughts and devoted himself to the game. Shin Fei is a man with big dreams. His dream, of course, is to win the 5 championships. He is a die-hard fan of Chang Feng, but he also hopes that he can win the 5 championships with Chang Feng. This is his ultimate goal. So after last year's game, he began to be disappointed with Chang Feng, and decisively left Chang Feng and joined Fifan. Because in his mind, there is something more important than loyalty to Chang Feng. That is the pursuit of the greatest honor. This is a quality that a top player must have. It's just that Shin Fei put such a pursuit in a higher position. If it weren't for such persistence, he might not have broken out of such a path by himself. A person who has not received professional training and relies entirely on his own training can still achieve such a level. He walked out of the system and walked out of his own way. If there were no more evil Zheng Qi, Shin Fei might have created an era that belonged to him. Now, he launched a fierce attack. He has always seemed a little too strong. When attacking, he went forward without thinking too much about the cooperation with his teammates. However, in such a situation, if he got enough support, he would be able to fully demonstrate his offensive ability. When he was in Chang Feng, he could also get such support, but the price of getting such support was that Lu Xiaoshan suppressed part of his performance, so that he could play to his full potential. Fifan was different. There were basically no players with similar characteristics to him. They supported him enough, but it did not affect the performance of other Fifan players. Shin Fei took the lead, and the other Fifan players followed closely. It can be seen from their movements that they were full of momentum. This point would certainly not be ignored by the Knicks players. On the map without cover, Fifan's movements were clearly visible to them. Be prepared to meet their impact. Fifan's offensive is very strong, but our defense is more solid. Hodson shouted in the team channel, and Anderson did not answer, but took the lead to the defense location and began to prepare to deploy defenser. Of course, the Knicks players would not let him stand alone in front. 3 players immediately began to support him, 2 on both sides and 1 behind him, showing a small defensive formation. It's different from the defenser just now. Is this the real strong defenser of the Knicks? Shinryu Fei still rushed forward and went forward. This is his biggest feature. Yuan Fei shouted loudly. As he shouted, the extraordinary fans began to shout more crazily, and then they watched Shinryu Fei rush into the Knicks' defensive formation. This time, Shinryu Fei immediately felt that the opponent's defenser was indeed much stronger than before. Is it different when there are 2 core players on the court? Shinryu Fei thought to himself. This is also a matter of course. After all, with 2 core players on the court, the defenser will be more worry-free and pure. Sometimes the game is like this. During the game, the purer the mind is, the easier it is to achieve truly outstanding results. This is not some metaphysics, but something that can be used to prove countless examples. Now the Knicks' defenser seemed much tighter. As soon as Shinryu Fei rushed in, he could immediately feel the pressure was much greater than before. However, Shinryu Fei did not think much about it. On the court, he was always purer than anyone else. He rushed into the Knicks' defensive formation and felt greater pressure than before, but he did not shrink at all. He did not retreat, but continued to stand in place and fight to the death. He dodged the opponent's attacks one by one. At the same time, in the process of dodging, he also constantly counterattacked with skills. Even if he could not kill the opponent, he could still attract the opponent's attention. He believed that his teammate would seize such an opportunity. Fiffin's players did not miss such an opportunity. Although Zheng Qi and Benchikai were intercepted by Hodson and Wilson in the middle as soon as they moved, Fiffin had more good players in offensive than in defensa. At the same time, their offensive players had more tactical abilities to adapt to changing circumstances. Liga Rui wanted to rush in and connect with Shinryu Fei, but was stopped by Zheng Hai. He first asked Zheng Shu and Niaolua to use their skills to clear the way, and then he commanded Zheng Qiahan to attack from the front. Zheng Qiahan's attack made the Knicks' small defensive system react, and at this time, the channel was truly opened. Liga Rui rushed in and successfully contacted Shinryu Fei. Under the command of Zheng Hai, the other goal scorer successfully cut off this group of Knicks defensive players from other Knicks players. The Knicks defense line was suddenly divided into 3 parts. One part was Anderson's group, one part was Hodson Wilson who was entangled by Zheng Qi and Benchikai, and the rest were other Knicks players. Seeing this situation, Wilson and Hodson were helpless. At this time, they had to retreat, and they had to retreat in a heroic way, otherwise no matter which part of the 3 parts, they would vaguely surrounded by the opponent. If any part was annihilated, it would be a huge loss for the entire team. At the time, the others would not be able to retreat even if they wanted to. When the Knicks' main force began to retreat, the cheers of the extraordinary fans rang out again. This was Zheng Hai's victory. Chapter 952. The most critical reason for Fiffin. Zheng Hai is actually a special player. He is one of the 3 players who joined this year. This year is actually a year with relatively small personnel changes for Fiffin. In the past few years, their personnel changes have been quite a lot. When they entered the A-League, they brought nearly 10 players from Canton, and these people are still in the team. In the first year of entering the Super League, they also introduced many players, including Benchikai. This year, a total of 3 players were introduced. Of course, although the number of players introduced this year is small, the gold content is very high. Apart from other things, the 2 signings of Shinryu Fei and Liu Shibo alone are equivalent to all the signings of many clubs. 2 God-level players, or the top players among the God-level players. Even if it is a wealthy club, it can be regarded as a very successful year of transfer operations if they can introduce 1 in a season, let alone 2. In contrast to these 2 signings, Zheng Hai's joining seems very inconspicuous. After all, he was not a professional player. He was just a grassroots player. Although Fiffin was also a grassroots player, as the 3rd place in the league and the runner-up in the cup last year, they had long abandoned the status of a grassroots team and became real professional players. They were qualified to introduce God-level players like Shinryu Fei and Liu Shibo. Was it necessary to introduce a grassroots player? Fiffin's signing was unbelievable and incomprehensible even among the fans at Fiffin. They thought that the team had no money after Shinryu Fei and Liu Shibo, so they just found someone to fill the gap in the team. But even if that was the case, they could select the best double-flowered red stick from the guild. The fact water should not flow to outsiders. It was not until the later games that the fans realized that this grassroots guy was not a grassroots player at all. Although he was doing auxiliary work on the field, and was the most thankless assistant player, his timely support and filling in could make Fifen even more outstanding in offensive and defensive. Although such a player was inconspicuous, no club could do without such a player. As for Pen, who joined Tinhe this year, he became a well-deserved god-level player with such an identity. Therefore, anyone who has a deep understanding of that football era knows how important such a player is. Fifen did not lack such players before, but that made Zheng Qi sacrifice his comprehensiveness and specialize in auxiliary work. Now Zheng Qi liberates Zheng Qi, and Fifen's performance is really an immediate change. Anyone who likes Fifen will not ignore this. They all know how much Fifen's level has improved this year, and of course, there are also the results of Zheng Qi's efforts. Fifen's players certainly understand this, so in the game, although Zheng Qi is silent most of the time and has no sense of existence, when Zheng Qi and others cannot command, Zheng Qi takes over the command, and they always obey. This will bring them more help, and this time is no exception. Zheng Qi's command allowed Fifen to defeat the Knicks' first line of defense relatively smoothly. Hodgson and Wilson immediately commanded the Knicks' main force to retreat. Fifen was not in a hurry. After defeating Anderson's team defense on the spot, he rested for a while and began to move forward. Only half a minute had passed at this time. "Keep suppressing, they won't let us score so easily," Zheng Qi said in the team channel. In the previous contract, not only Shinryo Fei noticed that the opponent's level was better than before, but Zheng Qi and others could also notice it. With the addition of two core players, the toughness shown by the Knicks in defense is indeed much stronger than before. "Look, we forced out their trump cards in advance, and this is a result," Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Fifen's players all laughed. It was really the truth. If you force out the opponent's trump cards in advance, you will be able to perform more easily in the second half of the game. From this point of view, even if Fifen can't score next, it won't be a loss. There are still more than 5 minutes left. We must attack patiently and not be impatient. We cannot score, but we must not give them the opportunity to counterattack. Do you understand? Zheng Qi continued to speak in the team channel, and his words also caused the Fifen players to nod their heads. This is the truth. As long as they can suppress the opponent, even if they cannot score in this attack and enter the second half with a draw, they will still have an advantage. Of course, being able to lead into the second half is a more advantageous approach, but Fifen will not feel anxious because of this. In the game, a stable mentality is very important. More haste makes waste. This is an unshakable truth. However, even if you know this truth, it is difficult to control your anxiety. Fifen is not very anxious as a whole now, and this is the reason for their success. Under the leadership of Zheng Qi and others, Fifen's next attack seemed much more stable. Although Shinryo Fei is better at frontal attack, when Shinryo Fei's frontal attack opened a gap, Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai picked up the lead and cut in, which has become Fifen's most important offensive means. However, their tactics of slowly attacking have not been abandoned. When there are commanders like Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi on the field, even if they are patient and deal with the opponent, they can perform very well. Zheng Qi gave up the power of command this time, and handed the command to Zheng Qi, and chose to charge in the front line. This change surprised Zheng Qi, but he quickly took over the task given by Zheng Qi and began to participate more in the command in the game. This will not affect his performance. In fact, when attacking, Zheng Qi's main task is often to protect Su Jing on the side, and now participating in the command will not affect his essential work. Zheng Qi concentrates on commanding and protecting, and Su Jing concentrates on assisting teammates. This configuration is a bit similar to dividing Li Qing's tactical position in Tinhe into two, and two people share Li Qing's work. This approach also allowed them to perform quite well. Maybe not as good as Li Qing's, but it didn't seem to be much different. With their support, Fifen's offensive was very patient. They began to use the most reliable method to launch the attack, step by step, and constantly advance. Fifen also had a great advantage when advancing step by step, because they had a sharp knife group with tacit cooperation, Shinryo Fei, Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai. When these three people joined forces, they could always cause great lethality. Under their continuous attack, the Knicks' defense line would be compressed a little bit each time, and then such space would be occupied by Fifen, just like a steel torrent, step by step, constantly pressing past. Although such oppression is the kingly way in offense, it is very difficult to avoid flaws. First of all, you must have a strong impact ability to make the opponent who fights to the death retreat. Secondly, you must have the ability to occupy the space given up by the opponent at the first time, and finally you must have overall tacit understanding. Therefore, this kind of kingly advancement is often the best way for a strong team to deal with a weak team, because even if they reveal some flaws, the weak team cannot catch them well, making it easier for the strong team to score goals when attacking. Football era is actually relatively simple, tactically. Zheng Qi thought to himself while attacking. Of course, he never expressed such thoughts. After all, if he has such an attitude towards such a national sport, he will often be criticized badly, although with Zheng Qi's level, he is qualified to think so. Under Zheng Qi's command, Fifen took every step carefully and constantly compressed the Knicks' defensive space. The Knicks were struggling to support it, but in the eyes of Hodgson and Wilson, the current situation seemed to be pretty good. After all, in defense, the time they needed to retrieve each time was longer than they expected. If this continues, by the end of the first half, they will be fully capable of defending the opponent's attack. Although the opponent will still have some advantages, it is much better than them expanding their advantages. For this point, the Knicks are very open-minded. They are still defending vigorously. Although such defense is very exhausting for the main players of the Knicks, they also know that in such an attack, although Fifen has done a perfect job, their energy consumption is also huge. As long as it is a war of attrition, it will be beneficial to the Knicks, no matter what the final score of the first half is. When the game of the first half came to the last 2 minutes, Fifen had suppressed the Knicks in front of their own goal through a series of fierce attacks. However, the Knicks were not panicked at this moment. They began to intercept more fiercely and must survive the remaining 2 minutes. For Fifen, the current situation is also a bit difficult to get off the Tiger. After all, it is not easy to score a goal by forcing an attack. The best way is to gradually wear down the opponent's spirit, and then come to a group annihilation, and finally score a goal safely. But doing so still takes a lot of time, and now it is obvious that the time is not enough. This makes the Knicks' defense more confident. At the critical moment, what is needed is a candidate to open the situation. Fortunately, Fifen has never lacked such a candidate. The 4 core players are all such players, and there are actually quite a few players among the main players who can open up the situation, especially in the offensive situation. This is the most critical reason why Fifen can always perform better in the offensive situation. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 953. Extraordinary Fans' Confidence. Shinryu Fei really wanted to be such a candidate. In fact, his style was very similar. His style was somewhat similar to Liu Xiaoxin's. Liu Xiaoxin often liked to do such things. When the 2 sides were deadlocked, he relied on his strong operating ability to rush into the opponent's formation. Although he would be beaten up by the opponent, he could attract most of the opponent's attention. His teammates took the opportunity to output frantically and defeat the opponent's defense. It's just that his characteristics are too deeply rooted in people's hearts. Everyone knows that in such a scene, if you want to open a gap, Fifen must let Shinryu Fei play such a role to gain an advantage. Against ordinary teams, even if the opponent clearly knows that Fifen will adopt such a tactic, they can't stop it. After all, with Shinryu Fei's impact ability and the responsibility of Fifen's other players, it is not particularly easy to achieve good results, but at least it is relatively easy. But now facing a team like the Knicks, Shinryu Fei's performance will certainly not be useless, but knowing that the opponent will pay special attention, still let Shinryu Fei launch an attack, it is easy to fall into the opponent's trap. There is not enough time left. If you want to open up the situation, it seems that you can only rely on Shinryu Fei to attack. This seems to fall into a dilemma. However, Fifen quickly solved this dilemma. They have never lacked people to solve problems. Shinryu Fei began to prepare for the attack. His attack attracted most of the attention of the Knicks. You must know that even if you know that Shinryu Fei will attack, you need to put a lot of energy to stop his attack. Let him in, then double team, and resist the follow-up of other Fifen players. All of these require a lot of energy. Of course, Hodgson and Wilson cannot shoot casually. They play a role at the critical moment on the court. The front defender is still handed over to Anderson, who has returned to the court. Seeing Shinranofei coming back to him, Anderson's heart was a little drummed, but he still went up to meet him, although he has already felt that Shinranofei's level has indeed surpassed Petrovich, making it very difficult for him to defend, but he can continue to persevere. Even if he supports it for one more second, he can lay a better foundation for the next game. He is not the core of the Knicks, but he is a very important link in the Knicks' defense line. Not only because of his excellent operation level and defensive ability, but mainly because of his strong character. So he faced Shinranofei without fear. However, Shinranofei only rushed halfway and stopped. Zheng Qi took over and attacked fiercely from the front. This exchange was actually a very simple tactical change, but the tacit cooperation between Zheng Qi and Shinranofei made this exchange seem unobtrusive, as if Zheng Qi had initiated the attack from the beginning. Even the Knicks players were unable to react. Changing someone to attack was not a big deal, but Anderson was used to bearing the impact of Shinranofei before. Although Zheng Qi's impact ability was similar to Shinranofei, the two are still different. Whether it was the details of the operation or the angle of the attack, there were obvious differences. Anderson was ready to bear the impact of Shinranofei, but it was Zheng Qi who came. The difference was a bit too big. So in the following time, he didn't have time to make any reaction, and was repelled by Zheng Qi's series of attacks. He had to retreat, otherwise he would die. As soon as he retreated, Zheng Qi quickly followed, and at the same time, Shinranofei and Binship Kaiyang took the initiative to meet Hodson and Wilson, who came to support him on the left and right. Hodson and Wilson originally planned to wait for Zheng Qi and Binship Kaiyang to support Shinranofei and come to intercept, but now they were actively entangled by Shinranofei and Binship Kaiyang, and Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen followed closely to support Zheng Qi. Their operating level was not as good as Shinranofei and Binship Kaiyang, but their speed was just as fast, like two sharp knives, deeply cutting into the Knicks formation, and forming a strong offensive arrow with Zheng Qi. With the two core players gone, the Knicks players quickly responded with the strongest response. They rolled over from the back defenser, hoping to rely on the advantage of numbers to surround Zheng Qi, Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen in the middle, and then focus their fire to take them away. Unfortunately, when they just rolled over, Nioliwa and Zheng Qi's covering skills had already covered the sky and the earth. Under the command of Zheng and Sujin, Nioliwa and Zheng Qi's skills had the maximum output. In the continuous output, the physical value of the Knicks players was rapidly decreasing. At the same time, the operating level of Zheng Qi, Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen completely broke out. The Knicks players, whose physical value had dropped a lot, kept leaving the field with the full output of Zheng Qi and the assistance of Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen. Every time a ray of light flashed, a Knicks player left the field. Hodson and Wilson were helpless, but they had no other options. They couldn't avoid the entanglement of Shinranofei and Binship Kaiyang. Even if they were distracted, they would be killed by Shinranofei and Binship Kaiyang in succession. After all, facing such an opponent of the same level, it is normal to be killed in seconds if you don't concentrate. They could only watch Fifen quickly clear out most of the Knicks players, then press in front of their goal, and then score a goal under the protection of Zheng Qi. 6-5, Fifen took the lead again. There was only a little over a minute left in the first half of the game. This time was not enough to score a goal. It's just that even with the offensive strength of teams like Fifen and Changfen, it is very difficult to score a goal in such a short time. You have to be lucky to do it. The Knicks had such confidence, but under such circumstances, their fighting spirit had been frustrated a lot. They wanted to resist the opponent's fierce attack, but they still couldn't resist it. In the first half, it seemed that they didn't fall behind, but they didn't achieve the goals they wanted to achieve. They always couldn't get the best option. Although they haven't reached the point of no return, they can feel extremely bad. In such a situation, although they still have fighting spirit, their performance has undoubtedly been greatly affected. They paid everything and did everything, but they couldn't achieve the goals they wanted to achieve. This is of course a big blow. Even the Knicks players need some adjustments at this moment to recover. What's more, after the restart, they immediately found that Fifen also sent all the main players to defend this time, and it was clear that they wanted to keep the leading advantage until the end of the first half. Seeing the opponent's posture, the Knicks gave up the idea of tying the score in the first half, but they did not relax their offensive. Under the leadership of Hodson and Wilson, they launched a fierce attack. Even if they did not expect to score, they had to at least hold back the Fifen main players and let them continue to consume more energy in the first half of the game. They achieved this goal. Although in the following time, they only attacked Fifen's goal and failed to score a goal, they kept the Fifen core players on the court and spent the last minute. It is always good to let them consume one more minute, even if the opponent calculated the time and did not output at full strength on the court, but even such calculations would consume energy. In the final analysis, the Knicks were at least successful in the strategic goal of attrition war. This made the Knicks players look serious when they left the court, but in their hearts, they still seemed a little relaxed. Although in the stands, their fans were not so relaxed. They kicked off in the first half and were still 1 goal behind. In the second half, wouldn't they be 2 goals behind? The pressure must be huge by then. Fiffin's fans were extremely happy. Although they felt a little unsatisfied with only 1 goal ahead, Fiffin's performance in the first half was not problematic at all. Instead, he continued to score goals through his own performance. Such stable performance often gives people more confidence. You know, in the last round of the group stage, they still suffered a lot. Zenit led by 2 goals at the beginning. In this way, they gradually equalized the score after the second half. After this kind of pressure, they will definitely play better in this game. Now they're leading in the first half. Can't they keep such an advantage in the second half? Impossible. Fiffin has basically never lost the game in a favorable situation. They are very good at playing with the wind. Some of the games they lost were often because they were at a disadvantage or behind in the first half of the game, and they lost the game because they were unable to make a comeback in the second half. After gaining the advantage, they never lost your game even against top teams like Zheng Qi. Moreover, the most recent game they lost was last season. So far this season, they're undefeated. At the same time, the winning rate is still very high, exceeding 90%. Such a result is the confidence of the Fiffin fans in winning this game. We still have 1.5 games to go before we win the 5 championships. By then, our team will be the greatest team in the history of the football era. A Fiffin fan in the stands shouted, and his shout was the voice of the Fiffin fans at this moment. Chapter 954. Worry. We played very well in the first half. We were able to lead 6-5, which means we can expand the score to 7-5 inches the second half and led by 2 goals, but one thing everyone should understand is that we actually only successfully blocked one of their attacks, and we grasped every attack, which gave us the advantage we have now. In the second half, if the Knicks can also grasp every attack of theirs and then block one of our attacks, they will be able to drag the game into overtime. And in overtime, we will face the most difficult situation. After returning to the locker room, Zhu Shan emphasized a long passage. His meaning was very clear. In the first half of the game, Fiffin actually only blocked 1 more attack than the opponent, and their disadvantage was still there. In terms of energy, we still consume a lot, so in the next game, we still have to try to delay them. In the first half of the game, the 3 of you actually consumed less energy, but Liu Shbo consumed more. In the second half of the game, we must try our best to grasp the offensive advantage, suppress them, and consume their energy. Do you understand? Hearing Zhu Shan's words, Fiffin's players nodded one after another. This is also their strategic thinking. In the first half, they strive to gain an advantage with similar consumption. In the second half, they can rely on their overall strength to delay time. For the offensive side, they rely on the role of the 3 core players to fully control the opponent's defense. It is not impossible to rest on the court. They rested on the court in the first half, and the effect was good. Of course, there will be more changes in the field in the second half, but with the level of Fiffin's core players, even if there is damage caused by the field changes around them, they can react immediately without causing too much impact. As for other players who were hurt by the change of the field, the impact on the whole team was even smaller. After all, the most important thing for Fiffin was these core players. Although other players were also important, they were not important enough to affect the overall situation. We did a good job in controlling the situation in the first half. The Knicks will definitely try to perform better in this regard in the second half. We should pay attention to their movements. However, their strength is bottomed out now, and there won't be any special situation. If they can hide it to this extent, then we will accept it. Meng Fan added. Fiffin's players laughed. This was true. If the Knicks could hide it for a season, or even until now, it would be basically impossible. Even if they hid some new tactics, but the tactics that had not been practiced in actual combat, the biggest possibility was that when they were used, they would not only fail to make the opponent lose their composure, but also make themselves lose their footing. The possibility of the former is very small, and the latter will be the norm. Fiffin doesn't have to worry about the opponent leaving any special tactics, and in fact, the Knicks didn't leave any special tactics. In the first half, we played okay, but Fifen played too perfectly. However, such perfection must have cost them a lot of energy, and this is our chance. Hodgson said in the Knicks locker room. The first half of the game did not cause them much emotional fluctuations, although they did not play as well as the opponent. Statistics. Wilson said to an assistant coach. The assistant coach immediately reported the statistics of the first half. Regarding the game statistics, among all the football-era powers, the American team pays the most attention to the data. Although many Chinese clubs disdain this practice, believing that in many cases, the self-feeling and intuition of the players on the field are much more important than the data, it must be said that the American team relies on their mastery of data to make them a super first-tier power. Only the Chinese team can suppress them overall, and the Russian team seems to be much worse. The assistant coach quickly read out the data of the first half, mainly the playing time of the core players of both sides. From the time point of view, the average playing time of the two core players of the Knicks was exactly half of the first half, that is, 22.5 minutes. Among the extraordinary core players, Liu Xibo played for 25 minutes, and the other three played for more than 25 minutes. From the perspective of the playing time of the core players, their core players consume more energy than us. In addition, we were actually resting in the last game. In the second half, the playing time of each of their core players was just over 20 minutes, not more than 25 minutes. 25 minutes will be their limit. And what about us? We can play for nearly 40 minutes. This is our huge advantage. We rested enough and the overdraft in the first half was smaller. This allows us to cover more playing time in the second half. In the first half of the game, you played more. At this time in the second half, it depends on us. Wilson said. The Knicks players nodded repeatedly. This was a very clear conclusion from the data. Although there were many extraordinary cores, they could only play 2-by-2 on the court in the second half. At most, they could only have God-level players on the court at all times. What about the Knicks? Their two cores could almost cover the entire second half. From this perspective, the Knicks could completely use constant forced confrontation to quickly consume the energy of the extraordinary cores. The closer it got to the end of the game, the more advantageous they would be. After the second half starts, we must also focus on defense and distract their offensive attention. Even if we lose the ball, it's not a big deal. The key is that we must hold them back well and let their main players consume more energy. After the second half starts, they will definitely send out an offensive lineup with three cores again, so that they can expand their lead to 2 goals. This is where we can take advantage of it. We must seize every opportunity to consume their energy. Wilson now did, and the Knicks players nodded repeatedly. They never wavered on this point. In the first half of the game, Fifen did play well, but we should also notice that their 4 core players played for quite a while. On both offensive and defensive, Zheng Qi, Shinrou Fei, Bin Shikai and Liu Xibo played for quite a while. Liu Xibo played for less time, but more often, he was fighting alone on the court, consuming a lot of energy. Zheng Qi and the other 3 also had to play on defense to gain an advantage for the team. In fact, the time when Fifen successfully blocked the opponent had a lot to do with the sudden appearance of Zheng Qi and the others. To some extent, Fifen has gained an advantage now, which is cause for celebration. However, such an advantage is only achieved because they paid a sufficient price. I hope they can hold on longer in the second half of the game. Yuan Fei sighed as he analyzed the situation of the game during the halftime break. He actually felt that something was wrong at this time, and began to feel that the situation was not very good. However, he could not shake the confidence of the audience because of his emotions, although his words would not be heard by the Fifen players under such circumstances. Although he did not express it directly, the fans understood the meaning of his words. It was nothing more than that Yuan Fei was not optimistic about the second half. As such an authoritative commentator, he showed such pessimism, which was actually very telling. Many Chinese fans began to worry, and of course some people breathed a sigh of relief. This is a story for later. Almost all Chinese fans hope that Fifen can win the 5-time champion. When Fifen competed for the domestic championship before, no one except their fans hoped that they could win the 5-time champion, but when Fifen had already won the other 4 championships and only 1 World Cup was left, countless Chinese fans hoped that they could become the first 5-time champion in history. Just like last year, after Zheng Qi won 4 championships in China, even teen-hair fans supported Zheng Qi to win the 5th championship. Because this will be an honor for the whole of China. Last season, Zheng Qi fell in the semi-finals. This season, will Fifen also fall in the semi-finals? You should know that before last year, Chinese clubs had won 5 consecutive World Cup titles, Chengqing won 3, Qinhe won 2. Even if Chinese clubs have always performed very well in the World Cup, but winning the World Cup for 5 consecutive years is unprecedented. This proves that the domination of Chinese clubs in the World Cup has reached a peak. But there is a saying that prosperity must decline. A peak dynasty may not collapse suddenly, but it starts with the loss of a championship and a failure, and gradually collapses. Last year, they lost a championship. If they make another mistake this year, does it mean that the World Cup will enter an era of competition among the heroes again, and the advantages of Chinese clubs in the World Cup will no longer exist? This is not impossible. Chinese clubs have indeed won the World Cup the most times, but the situation of not winning the championship for several consecutive years has not happened before. After all, there are still many strong teams in the World Cup, and there have been times when they were at a disadvantage as a whole. Chinese fans are a little worried about this. Losing a championship is not a big deal, but losing 2 championships in a row, or losing them to the same team, will undoubtedly bring extremely huge pressure to the next Chinese team participating in the World Cup. If FIFA wins the 5-time championship this time, then last year's defeat would be just a fluke. If not, then the Chinese team may fall into a trough, and the one who stands up from this trough will be the Knicks, who miraculously won the World Cup championship for 2 consecutive years. Chapter 955. Consumption. For FIFA, they don't have any worries now. The reason is very simple. Most of FIFA's players will not have any pressure. They know one thing clearly, that is, no matter what, the most important thing for FIFA is the 4 people. Zheng Qi and the others have no pressure, so of course they will have no pressure. You should know that FIFA's overall strength is actually a little bit worse than Chengqing last year and the year before, but this year they've created domestic results that no other team has created, mainly relying on the tacit cooperation and close performance of these 4 people. This is a rare thing. For any team, it is very difficult to let these core players fully exert their strength. For example, Chengqing sacrificed part of Lu Xiaoshen's offensive ability for Shen Ruofei, and Nangyue also sacrificed part of Sun Fei's tactical position because of Lianzhou. Such sacrifices are often unavoidable, but not everyone can bear such sacrifices. Lu Xiaoshen was willing to bear such sacrifices at the time, but Sun Fei was unwilling to bear such sacrifices at the time. This is everyone's own choice, and there is nothing to blame. However, these 4 core players of FIFA have no influence on each other. They can fully display their own level on the court without affecting others, and other players besides that 4 of them can surround them and help the 4 of them to perform better through their performance. The game is not a simple addition and subtraction. If the strength of each player is expressed in numbers, the total strength of FIFA's entire team may be 2,000, and the total strength of Chengqing last year is 2,200. It's not much higher, but it's definitely higher. However, FIFA's performance this year has fully utilized these 2,000, but what about Chengqing? Their performance last year may actually have only utilized 1,800. This is not because Chengqing's overall level is too poor. In fact, the most important thing is that there are not many teams like FIFA that have room for improvement. Their overall performance is not bad, but because many players only have excellent attributes and are a little worse in terms of operation level, the entire team has a lot more shooting space, which can accommodate Zheng Qi and others to perform better. This feature is not possessed by other teams. Although this is actually a weakness of FIFA, after the introduction of Shen Ruofei and Liu Xibo this year, this weakness has become their advantage. This so-called advantage is actually not replicable. And for FIFA, even if Zheng Qi has not thought about leaving the professional arena after this year, they will definitely go downhill next year. After all, their current team formation method is based on chance and coincidence. In the final analysis, it is not enough. If a club wants to be strong, it still has to take the road of professionalization, Eastern Standard Time establish its own youth training system, and gradually enhance its strength. FIFA's rise is very accidental and not worth imitating. However, this year, they can still have a good time. Now this team has started to play. For FIFA, they took the lead in the first half, so in the second half, they must first expand their lead. In fact, they have never concealed this point, and they don't bother to conceal it. Even if we cover it up, you'll think that it is better not to cover it up. This is what we must do as a team that wants to hit the 5-time champion and has a great chance of hitting the 5-time champion successfully. The players of both sides came on the field, and the second half of the game was about to begin. Prepared for defense and hold them back from the beginning. When he came on the field, Hodgson said in the team channel, "Prepared for attack, Be patient, don't be afraid of consumption. The more afraid, the easier it is to consume. Just relax. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. This is the first time he has faced the issue of consumption. For other FIFA players, they don't really care about consumption or not. After all, most of them have to do things that are not complicated. Even if they're on the court all the time, they won't be tired. And FIFA's main players, such as Zheng Qi, Zheng Qi, and Niu, although they also have a certain role in tactics, their specific consumption is actually not much, and most of the things are still carried by Zheng Qi and others. The ones who really consume too much energy is Zheng Qi and his 4 people. Zheng Qi's words now are actually talking to these people. They will not have any psychological problems. Shin Fei is brave, Liu Shibo is resolute, and Bin Shikai is experienced. Their mentality is much calmer than that of most players. FIFA can have such an outstanding performance in a short period of time, which has a lot to do with the fact that their core players are all of this type. If they were not extremely outstanding in mentality, they would not have achieved their current achievements. Although these 4 people are very talented players, they can't play their true level with talent without strong psychological quality, and they may even die halfway. Because even if they are geniuses, they will continue to suffer setbacks in the process of growth. Only by constantly coming out of setbacks can they be truly tempered. This is not only in the football era game, but also in the past competitive confrontations and all other games. This can be well reflected. FIFA's core players are obviously such players, which is also that key to their trust. So even if Zheng Qi really mentioned the word consumption, FIFA's players did not have any mental shakes. They just played well. When both sides came on the field, FIFA was the first to kick off. FIFA moved forward as a whole from the beginning, ready to launch an attack. On the deck, fireworks began to appear continuously. The fireworks must be at the feet of the players, sometimes on FIFA's side, sometimes on Nick's side. These fireworks are very lethal. If you don't dodge them immediately, staying in the fireworks for a longer time will take away more physical value. For example, if it only takes away 1% of a player's physical value at the beginning, then the next second it will be 2%, and the third second will not be 3%, but 4%, the damage per second is multiplied. If a player stays in the flames for more than 7 seconds, then even if he has full physical value, he will be burned to death. Of course, most players are not fools and will not watch them burn for 7 seconds. In the game, 7 seconds is a very long time. Even if they are targeted, they can find a way to avoid it. Generally, by taking advantage of the changes in the terrain, the opponent can force you to stay in the flames for a little longer, causing more damage, and then use the advantage in damage to gain an advantage in the game. This is also a way of thinking in the game. For both sides, how to make the other side consume more physical energy in the game is to lay a good foundation for the final victory. You know, even if you can return to the field 10 seconds after leaving the field, one less person in these 10 seconds is enough to cause a greater impact. In the constant dodging, the speed of both sides' advancement was affected to a certain extent, but FIFA still showed an extremely excellent state. They were the first to arrive near the center circle. 5 positions forward, attack. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel. If the speed of both sides is about the same, then the current position is the best position for attack, but this time the Knicks moved forward a little slower, and Zheng Qi would certainly not be polite to them. After moving forward 5 positions, just when the Knicks were preparing to counter-attack, FIFA's formation stopped. Then it was a patient attack. After occupying the advantage of the terrain, it is actually not difficult to score a goal through FIFA. Everyone knows this. Gradually suppressing and advancing step by step, as long as the strong team itself does not have problems, even if it faces a strong team of the same level, it can basically score a goal completely. Of course, to achieve this, the energy consumed is also extremely huge. This should have been something that FIFA had tried to avoid, but at this moment, they had no intention of saving energy. If the ball went in, they would be 2 goals ahead. In the face of such temptation, did FIFA lose his composure? Looking at FIFA's steady suppression of the attack and the gradual expansion of his position, Hodgson couldn't help but think in his heart. You know, such an attack is quite energy consuming. In the first half, FIFA was not so patient when attacking, except for the last time. They used more rapid attacks to open the situation, and then scored goals through the excellent operations of several core players. This approach is faster but not so safe. However, such an approach will prevent several offensive core players from overdrawing too much. After all, a wave of recklessness is a wave of recklessness, and the energy consumed can be said to be quite small. Such a suppressive attack is certainly safe, but it will consume a lot of energy. Entangle them and wear them down. Hodson immediately emphasized again in the team channel, and then took the initiative to rush out to assist Anderson in starting positional defensa. This approach will undoubtedly make the positional defensa stronger, but to some extent, it can only better consume the opponent's energy. In the previous defensa, neither Hodson nor Wilson would defend on the front line, because this approach can certainly strengthen the defensive ability of the front line, but it will also completely lose the mobility and no longer have the ability to counterattack. They can only passively take the beating and eventually lose the ball. This kind of defensa is meaningless because it will lose the ball sooner or later, but at this moment, it has become the best choice. Chapter 956. The tenacious defenders. Too much, they are really going to drain us. Zheng Qi muttered, and then shouted in the team channel. Everyone concentrate, don't be afraid of wasting energy. The more afraid you are, the easier it is to consume, understand? Fiffin's players did not answer him, but they all nodded silently. They undoubtedly understood this truth. Even if their thoughts were uncontrollable, they would not have other distractions. After all, it was Zheng Qi and the other core players who would have a headache. Even if other people had a headache, it would be useless. This idea was a bit of shirking responsibility, but at this critical moment, it made Fiffin's operation smoother. Fiffin began to press step by step, and the next defender was constantly retreating under pressure. Although the two core players, Hodson and Wilson, joined, their level could be extremely outstanding even if they were defending on the spot, but under Fiffin's pressure, their defender could only retreat step by step, even if the retreat speed was a bit slow, which would consume enough time. However, they were still retreating. Fiffin took a full 5 minutes to suppress the next defender to their goal. In the next attack, Fiffin was more cautious. The last attack in the first half was because they were afraid of not having enough time. What were they afraid of now? So they attacked patiently, and their patience seemed a bit too much. In a blink of an eye, they controlled the ball and attacked for another 3 minutes. After suppressing the opponent in front of the goal, the attacking party can have an absolute advantage. As long as they don't lose the ball, they can suppress the opponent all the time. They don't want to delay time, do they? Wilson asked Hodson. It's very likely that this Chinese team is really a bit shameless, unlike Zheng, Hodson said helplessly. Zheng disdains to use such a tactic that seems a bit embarrassing, but Fiffin doesn't seem to care about it. The lack of familiarity with Fiffin has always caused the Knicks to suffer a big loss. Now they have been suppressed in their own half by the opponent. If Fiffin keeps controlling the ball and suppressing the attack without scoring, how long can they kill? Even if they can't keep killing time, they can take advantage of the opportunity of attacking and let the core players take turns to rest, just like in the first half. Wouldn't that mean they can't kill the opponent's fighting spirit? Thinking of this, both Hodson and Wilson were sweating coldly. Although only 8 minutes have passed, there are still nearly 40 minutes left in the second half. But if the opponent really keeps on wasting time, attacking for more than 10 minutes at a time and letting the core players take turns to rest, they will be suffocated to death by the opponent. If the core players of Fiffin don't overdraw their energy before the 90 minutes, then as long as they take the lead during this period, even if they faint as soon as the game is over, the Knicks players will still be vigorous and energetic, and there will be no way to stop them. The game should take time into consideration. Bounce it back so that they can't easily launch an attack, Hodson said in the team channel. The Knicks immediately started a fierce rebound. If Fiffin is not careful, they may be able to rebound successfully and even let the ball refresh. In this way, their defense this time can be considered a success. Unfortunately, Fiffin did not relax. They were killing time, but they did not relax their vigilance. The Knicks players who bounced out rushed into Fiffin's defensa, and then were double-teamed by Fiffin. Shinrao Fei and Bin Shikai cut off the connection between Wilson and Hodson and other teammates and entangled them, while Zheng Qi began to lead other Fiffin players to beat up the Knicks players. When the Knicks players left the court one after another, Fiffin's goal also came at the right time. 7-5, Fiffin took the lead by 2 goals. The Chinese fans in the stands began to shout wildly. They were waiting for this moment. Fiffin led by 2 goals. In such an important game, the advantage of 2 goals can be said to be huge. However, Wilson and Hodson looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It seems that they also know that killing time is unreliable. They have been vigilant during the attack, so that they can defeat us, Wilson said. It seems that their core players have consumed a lot of energy. Hodson nodded. Attack, narrow that gap to 1 goal first. We are actually only 1 goal behind, Wilson shouted in the team channel. The Knicks launched a counter-attack. They urgently need to get back a goal. The field conditions in the second half are more complicated, which may increase the pressure on defensa, but it may also make the pressure on offensa equally huge. If the time to score a goal in the first half has an upper limit and a lower limit, then the time to score a goal in the second half has a higher upper limit and a lower limit. Without unexpected offensa and defensa, there will be fewer factors that can be used, and with unexpected offensa and defensa, the impact on both sides will become equally huge. So they need to get back 1 point to keep the score in a relatively safe environment. Before, the three offensive cores of Fifen had spent 9 minutes on the court. They didn't have much time to play next. In defensa, it was difficult for them to create any pressure. This made the Knicks offense less worried. After all, for the Knicks, they only had to face the Fifen defense led by Liu Bo, and they still seemed very relaxed. The Knicks quickly launched an attack. After the restart, they began to move quickly and attack forward. Flames continued to emerge from the ground, but they did not block the sight of both sides. Hodson and Wilson saw clearly that the players who played in Fifen were the ones they specialized in defensa. With Liu Bo as the core, and Chen Lin, Zhu Ye, Fu Lei and other players with strong personalities and strong defensa, they all had strong fighting spirit, but their operation level was indeed a little worse. After 2 years of training and improvement, the level of Fifen's substitutes has gradually approached the average level in the Chinese Super League. However, compared with top teams like the Knicks, the gap is still a bit large. After all, the level of ordinary players in such top teams is also a little higher than the average level of the Super League. You know, teams like Zheng Qi have even higher levels. Of course, Fifen's players have also become accustomed to trying to play their best when their opponents are better than them. Don't force it too much, Zheng Qi said off the court. Liu Bo nodded. Of course he knew this truth, but since they were on the court, they certainly couldn't just admit defeat. When the two sides met on the court, the battle line was obviously more biased towards Fifen. In terms of overall movement, although the barrel theory can be used, the shortest board determines the weight of the barrel, but having top players on the court is always a lot more advantageous to the attacking side. What's more, the attacking side is indeed less scrupulous. Under the command of Liu Bo, Fifen's defensa began to fight and retreat. After all, for Fifen, they didn't have to stop the opponent's attack. Now that they were leading by 2 goals, killing time was undoubtedly beneficial to them. In the final analysis, both sides were consuming each other, but the focus of consumption was different. The Knicks needed to consume the energy at the opponent's core, while Fifen, it would take more time. The Knicks are forcing Fifen's defensa, and it is also important to put pressure on Liu Bo. After all, Fifen relies more on Liu Bo on defensa. If Liu Bo's energy is overdrawn and he can only rest on the sidelines, then Fifen's defensa can no longer block the Knicks' offensa. Fifen's defenders are brave and tenacious, and they work hard on the court, but they are much worse in terms of the overall situation and cooperation. This year, Fifen's defensa can be taken to a higher level, mainly because of Liu Bo's integration and command, which makes Fifen's defensa more and more outstanding. In this case, Liu Bo is really indispensable on the Fifen defense line. Liu Bo played a lot of time in that first half, and most importantly, he was under great pressure in the game, which made his energy consumption seem more than his playing time. This is of course a very stressful thing, but Liu Bo kept his calm, and he did not have any reservations in command and performance. Because defensa does not allow for any reservations, and if it is almost, it may be a huge loophole. A calm mood and a non-conservative performance are the key factors that make the defensa become an iron wall. Liu Bo obviously has been maintaining this performance all the time, even if a player like him has begun to lack energy, as long as he is not too tired to move, his performance will not be much different. So under his leadership, the extraordinary defensa is still extremely tough. Although they gradually retreated under the pressure of the Knicks, they still held on tightly until they could no longer hold on, and then they gradually retreated. Under the command of Liu Bo, even if they retreated, they would not become a rout. Time passed by minute by minute. Although the Knicks continued to maintain strong pressure, the defense line led by Liu Bo persisted for a full 4 minutes. It was not until 4 minutes later that they began to retreat from the second line at defense and gradually retreated to the front of the goal. Looking at the defensive fighting spirit they showed, it seemed that there was no problem at all to hold on for another 3 or 4 minutes. Hurry up and deal with them. If we delay any longer, the 3 offensive cores of Fifen will have to recover a lot, Hodson said to Wilson, a little depressed. Wilson nodded. At this time, he was also a little annoyed. The tenacity shown by Liu Bo and Fifen's defenders made them begin to bear enough pressure without realizing it. Chapter 957. Sincerely happy for Hodson and Wilson, They did not notice that in their hearts, they were actually beginning to feel a little anxious because of the pressure. No matter how much they knew that their grand strategy was still being implemented, no matter how much they knew that delaying the opponent was equivalent to delaying victory, they were still anxious in the face of the situation of falling behind in the score, the situation of falling behind by 2 goals, and the reality that 10 minutes had passed in the second half. They were also beginning to feel anxious in their hearts without even noticing it. Liu Xiao's strong resistance also made them a little anxious. Although they knew that if they were more stable and could score a goal, it would be a very easy thing, but they still began to feel anxious involuntarily. Of course, with their level, even if they were a little anxious, it was not difficult to score again. No matter how tenacious Fifan's defense was, they lacked the power to counter-attack and could only retreat step by step. Nix continued to attack, and Fifan launched a deadly defense. In such a confrontation, it is normal for both sides to have people leave the field. However, the probability of the Nix players who have the offensive advantage dying is much lower than that of the other side. After all, the defensive side often cannot retreat. Even if they will die, they must persist to the end, so that the offensive side can play more flexibly. Seeing that the Fifan defense line has been leaving the field, the Nix players are more determined. The goal is in sight, and the score is tied back to 1 point. Only 1 point is in sight. However, at this moment, 3 nightmare-like figures appeared in front of them. At the juncture where the Nix just breathed a sigh of relief, Zheng Qi, Shen Fei and Bin Shikai quietly appeared in front of them. This is undoubtedly an adventure, but it is a successful tactical deception. Hodson and Wilson have fallen into the Fifan defensive formation and are desperately entangled by the Fifan players. At this time, the 3 core players of Fifan came out and killed towards the Nix lineup. Their target, of course, is the auxiliary core Rogers. Without 2 core players to fill in the gaps, the others were unable to react immediately. As a result, they were knocked away by Shen Fei before they could resist the impact of Fifan's 3 core players. It is not an easy task to kill the opponent, but it is not difficult to knock him away. At least Shen Fei can achieve the best effect in the shortest time under such circumstances. The 2 Nix players who blocked the road were knocked away, and Rogers, the auxiliary core of the Nix, was immediately exposed as Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai, and the football he controlled also appeared. The football is usually controlled by the auxiliary core, and the Nix are no exception this time. Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai shot at the same time. They would not leave any time for each other. Rogers was controlled by Zheng Qi, and Bin Shikai snatched the football in the first place. The next moment, Rogers had no choice but to leave the field in front of Zheng Qi's crazy output. Fifan started a counter-attack, and the Nix could only be defeated all the way. Without the auxiliary core and without the ball control, it was impossible not to retreat. Hodson and Wilson also wanted to retrieve together, but Fifan ignored the other players and tried to keep the 2 core players. With the help of other Nix players, Hodson retreated with residual blood, but Wilson was chased by Shen Fei and successfully killed. At the same time, most of the Nix players were killed and left the field in this wave of confrontation. It was so miserable without the auxiliary core. Fifan began to push forward with all his strength and pushed to the front of the Nix in one breath, only to be stopped by the Nix hastily formed defense line. However, the shouts of Fifan fans in the stands were already earth-shaking. They blocked the Nix attack again. If they scored this time, they would expand their lead to 3 goals. Even if there was more than half an hour left before the end of the game, the advantage of 3 goals was already terrible enough. The current situation is undoubtedly extremely favorable to Fifan. Fifan began to suppress the offense continuously. They patiently looked for opportunities. At this time, they maintained enough patience. Although the 3 core players were on the court, they were able to control the ball continuously without overdrawing the score. The current situation of the game allows them to waste time with ease. Anyway, they are leading. The Nix are really in a dilemma now. They just realized that maybe they have the upper hand in the general situation, but the reality is that they are behind. Fifan can take advantage of this and use various means to keep the lead until the end of the game by taking the lead. Although they seem to have overdrawn a lot now, they can gain enough advantages. In the face of such an advantage, everything else is secondary. Even if the core of Fifan takes a little more rest, it is enough for the others to continue to delay time. Thinking of this, Hodson and Wilson felt a little regretful. But there is no use regretting. In these few attacks and defenses, they did not make any mistakes. It's just that Fifan played better than them. Playing better can occupy such a big advantage in the score. Although it is also because of their grasp of their psychology, just being able to do this is enough to make them feel terrible. Fifan's level is indeed so outstanding. After thinking about it, the Knicks couldn't concentrate on defensa. They focused on defensa, and Fifen could have slowly killed time. They distracted their attention and gave Fifen a chance, which would make it easier for Fifen to attack. Mastering the real leading advantage means mastering the real general trend. This is something that the Knicks had not considered before, and it is also that key to Fifen's absolute advantage now. After a fierce attack, Fifen scored a goal. This was their 8th goal in the game, and it also made them lead the Knicks by 3 goals. This is a real, huge advantage. Although there is a stork in the past classical football, that is, the side that led by 3 goals will definitely be overturned, but that is just a stork after all. In more than 99% of the cases, leading by 3 goals means that the game will definitely be won. In the game of the football era, the advantage of 3 goals is not as big as in the past classical games, but it is still a huge advantage. Zheng Qi raised his hands high. The strategy for this game was jointly determined by Meng Fan and Zhu Shan, but how to do it specifically and how to grasp the first-hand situation on the field are what Zheng Qi needs to master. This is also a great pressure, but fortunately, Zheng Qi has completed such a task perfectly. His several on-the-spot changes and commands have allowed Fifen to take a 3-goal lead. Our core can have a good rest now, with a 3-goal lead. Fifen's fans said happily. We can't rest at ease at this time. A friend next to him looked at the watch and said solemnly, now it's exactly 15 minutes in the second half, and there is still half an hour. The Knicks are not desperate yet, and they will definitely launch a fierce attack. Let others waste time first. With a 3-goal advantage, how can we not play it? That's right. There were discussions in the stands, but no matter how much they discussed, Fifen's fans were already very optimistic at this moment, including Yuan Fei, who had been a little worried before, and began to look extremely optimistic. Although my previous worries have not been eliminated yet, I can see that Fifen adopts the tactic of establishing sufficient advantages first. I have to say that this is a very correct idea. Being at a disadvantage strategically is not the end of the world. Gaining sufficient tactical advantages can also be a way to take victory into your own hands. The game is undoubtedly a confrontation, and the confrontation is completed within 90 minutes. The strategy and tactics are formulated for this goal, especially for such an important game. Fifen's thinking has always been clear. Their several changes have achieved good enough results, which has also allowed them to gain enough advantages. Although it cannot be said that they will definitely win now, compared with before, their advantage is indeed very large. It depends on whether they can maintain it well in the future. Yuan Fei sighed in his commentary position. Now the advantage established by Fifen can be said to be a slap in his face, making his previous worries seem like a joke. However, Yuan Fei at this time could only feel sincerely happy in his heart. Leading 8-5, although it is not certain to win with half an hour left in the game, it is still a great advantage. If the Knicks can get through this game, then in the next final, the possibility of Fifen winning is more than 80%, and winning the 5-time championship is just around the corner. As a senior commentator, as a former professional player, and as a Chinese, Yuan Fei undoubtedly has an incomparable desire for the 5-time championship. As a god-level player, he also hoped that he could lead his team to win the 5-time championship. Unfortunately, his team was weak overall at the time, and he only had one chance to participate in the World Cup, and he did not win the World Cup championship that time. After retiring, he had expectations for many teams, and there were also many teams that made him see hope. Meng Fifen's Nanglo, Lu Xiaoshan's Changfen. Unfortunately, these teams were a little bit worse in the end. Fifen is a new team that makes him hopeful, and it is also that team most likely to win the 5-time championship. Now that this hope is in front of him, how can Yuan Fei not feel sincerely happy? Chapter 958. Continuous pressure for Fifen. They are of course extremely excited now. The 3-goal lead gives them many options. They can continue to let the main players entangle with the opponent until the lead is dragged to the end, so that the Knicks can collapse from top to bottom. They can also let the main players get enough rest time now, use the lead to exchange time, so that the main players can play better in the final battle. No matter which way they play, it can play an extremely good effect, which is almost certain. Play hard, we don't have any other way to go. Hodgson sighed. Although they all knew that they still had a chance in the general situation, they were already far behind in specific tactics. Whether they can make up for the disadvantage of these 3 goals in the remaining 30 minutes is something that no one is sure of, but can they not do it for this? Of course not. Continuing to work hard on offensive and defensive is their only way. And the 2 core players, Hodgson and Wilson, have no other choice. They can only continue to fight on the court. Even if they lose, they must try their best, so that they will not leave any regrets after the game. If you're always worried about gains and losses and fail to show your full level at the critical moment, then you will be shrouded in the shadow of failure for a long time after failure. Hodson and Wilson are very clear about this. Although they are now top players, they have also failed. They know how frustrating it is to have the strength but not be able to use it after failure. What tactics is Fifen going to use next? This is what Hodson and Wilson want to know. Knowing what tactics the opponent uses, we can make some preparations for the next game. But after thinking about it, Hodson and Wilson began to feel that such a judgment seems to be meaningless. Fifen's ability to change tactics is too strong. They all rely on the-spot changes. If you use normal thinking to figure them out, you are likely to fall into passivity. Aren't these 3 goals lost in such circumstances? Instead of thinking too much, it is better to deal with the situation as it happens. The most critical point that the Knicks are at a disadvantage now is that their players pay too much attention to the overall strategic goal and ignore many details. Fifen took advantage of this and did his best in the details, which allowed them to take a 3-goal lead. What they need to do now is not to think too much and deal with the situation as it happens on the court, so that they can make up for the disadvantage. Thinking of this, the Knicks players, led by Hodson and Wilson, immediately launched a fierce attack. The game started again. At a glance, the Knicks players immediately found that the Fifen defenders did not even play Liushbo at this moment. It can be said that a group of pure substitutes were about to start defense on the court. Without Liushbo's command, their defensive strength was obviously much lower, but looking at their fighting spirit and morale, anyone can feel that these guys will definitely fight to the last minute on the court. If they can delay the Knicks offense for 1 minute, the Fifen core players can rest for 1 more minute. However, the Knicks did not dare to charge and attack fiercely. Who knows if Fifen's core players will suddenly rotate out and hit the Knicks head-on? The Knicks' 2 failed attacks were both handled by Fifen. They have been tripped twice, and now they have to be tripped for the 3rd time. Isn't that really stupid? However, they have no other way now. If they are delayed for too long by Fifen's substitute guards, they will also appear to be very passive in the defensa. So although they launched a fierce attack, they still have concerns. Fifen's first line of defense was quickly broken by the Knicks. Without Liushbo's command and replacement, the defense line they formed was full of flaws, and they could easily grab a lot of them. However, they retreated very resolutely. Several main players began to retreat quickly, while those substitutes did not retreat, but stayed in place and continued to output, firmly tracking the opponent's attack. Of course, the Knicks didn't dare to bypass them and launch an attack. If they were really bold enough to do so, the opponent would double-team them from front and back. Even if they had the advantage in strength, they would be easily defeated by the opponent. Therefore, it was the safest choice to annihilate the opponent's players who stayed to block them. This was actually the normal mode of the game, but in the current situation, the normal mode of the game was not what the Knicks needed. After they killed the players who stayed in place to block Fifen, they began to attack forward. Next, they would face fewer players in the second line at defensa, but it was also a time to increase their attention, because in a few seconds, Fifen would have 4 or 5 players who could play. Who knew if Zheng Qi and the others would come up to help defend? But this time, Fifen didn't seem to think so. In the second line at defensa, Fifen's defenders were still resisting tenaciously, and the players who returned to the field began to join the defensa continuously. This allowed them to keep the defense line intact even though they were constantly retreating. Despite the lack of Liushbo's command, they were still able to keep the defense line intact and not collapse. And because their defense line has no core, they are very brave to sacrifice when they sacrifice. They use 1 or 2 players to hold the opponent's route forward, and then create opportunities for others to reorganize the defense line. They are quite skilled. It took the Knicks less than half a minute to break through the first line of defensa, and the second line of defensa took them a minute. After all, the further back the defense line is, the less space you need to take care of. When the defense line began to be organized in front of the goal, Liushbo appeared on the court. In the narrow defense line, Liushbo's command made Fifen play every bit of defensive strength. In the end, when the Knicks finally scored, the second half of the game had passed again for nearly 4 minutes. This is already a normal defensa. Fifen saved the energy of the main cores and delayed a lot of time. Now there are still 26 minutes in the second half of the game. Fifen's fans were shouting the time until the end of the game. Their shouting made the Knicks fans feel a little upset. Fortunately, the shouting at the fans would not affect the court. Otherwise, with the current mentality of the Knicks players, they might really be affected by the fans on the sidelines. The Fifen offensive lineup is on the court. Zheng Qi is not on the court. Shinryu Fei is not on the court. Only Benshik is on the court. Isn't this a bit bold? Now they're only leading by 2 goals. If this attack is not successful, a commentator exclaimed. It seems that Fifen is planning to leave the victory to the last 15 minutes, and take this opportunity to let Zheng Qi and Shinryu Fei rest for a while. Benshik is an offensive core who is good at catching the opponent's loopholes, and Fifen's other main players are on the court, plus the offensive initiative. They are still quite confident. Yuan Fei expressed his appreciation for this approach. Although he had been worried that Fifen's core players could not support it for too long, it now seems that Fifen has not ignored this problem. After gaining enough lead, they have begun to let the core players get more rest time. Moreover, in many previous offensive times, Fifen's 3 offensive core players took turns to rest, and their energy did not drop as much as imagined. Now it seems that the Knicks have been thinking about exerting their energy advantage, but instead tied their hands and feet, making their tactics more traceable. Fifen may have taken advantage of this point, using several sudden bursts on the court to gain a big enough advantage while not consuming too much of their core players. With Yuan Fei's tactical ability, he could easily infer many ways that Fifen could use now. After all, he was already familiar with Fifen's offensive level. With the Fifen level he knew, he could smoothly maintain the advantage until the end of the game using several methods. Such inferences made Yuan Fei smile. Although he knew one thing, that is, in such a game, no matter how big an advantage Fifen had, he might still be overturned by the opponent. However, that would only happen under very extreme circumstances. Miracles certainly don't happen often, and Fifen wouldn't let such a big advantage slip away easily. They were just stalling for time and letting the core players rest more, so that they could maintain more energy when the decisive battle came. Although they had clearly shown their intentions, did the Knicks dare to believe it easily? They couldn't be sure that Zheng Qi and Shinryu Fei would not appear in the middle of the game, whether it was during offensive or defensive. In this way, even if they didn't appear, they could bring enough pressure to the Knicks. Such pressure cannot be accumulated in this game. Since the World Cup group stage, Fifen has created huge pressure with offensive. At this moment, it finally bears fruit. As Meng Fan said, if you score more than 10 goals in Melbourne, other teams will only laugh. If you score more than 10 goals in River Plate, other teams will start to pay attention. When you score more than 10 goals in Zenit, other teams will have huge pressure. Even the Knicks. Fifen's top level in offensive has been continuously creating pressure. Such pressure is very slight and not obvious, but at the critical moment, it will play a huge role. Fifen has scored 8 goals now. There is no doubt that they will score 2 more goals in the next 20 minutes. They can score double-digit goals in every game. What kind of pressure is this? Can the Knicks ignore this pressure? Chapter 959. Glory belongs to the extraordinary. Actually, no. No team can ignore such pressure. A team with such a strong offensive will undoubtedly bring all kinds of pressure. The Knicks' ability to withstand pressure is not bad. Such a top team cannot have such a poor ability to withstand pressure. However, in such a situation, no matter how strong their ability to withstand pressure is, they can't stand it. Although Hodgson and Wilson are both on the court, with their level, either of them can have no problem against Benshik, but in such a situation, their hearts have begun to be confused. Confusion means that their performance has been affected. If Benshik is a player like Shinryu Fei who is best at frontal impact and only good at frontal impact, he may be blocked by them more easily. However, although Benshik is far inferior to Shinryu Fei in direct threat, he is worse than Shinryu Fei in experience and comprehensiveness. The so-called veteran god-level players can basically do anything. As soon as the two sides came into contact, Benshik immediately noticed that the other side was obviously a little impatient. Facing Fifen's attack, they wanted to block it as much as possible, but they were worried that Fifen would have some conspiracy. As soon as he noticed this, Benshik knew what he should do. He began to hide behind and constantly commanded the extraordinary attackers to attack in front. His tactical command ability was actually not bad at all. Although his overall tactical layout was somewhat metaphysical, his basic tactical command ability was excellent. Under his command, the extraordinary offensive players such as Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen continued to create opportunities, and cooperated with the large-scale skill bombing of Niedalua, Zheng Qi and others. Although the frontal attack ability was somewhat insufficient, it was able to create huge damage. The most important thing is that such an attack can also compress the opponent's defensive space step by step, and can also kill a lot of time. When the Knicks players couldn't stand it and launched a wave of counter-attacks, Benshik noticed it in advance. Ben Shikayang's metaphysical tactics once again played a huge role. An operation that he himself didn't know why he did this became a natural trap. Most of the Knicks' main players were killed. Fifen broke through the opponent's defense in one breath. Under the leadership of Ben Shikayang, before the Knicks had time to reorganize their defense, they directly overwhelmed them in front of their own goal. Next, Fifen, who had completely mastered the initiative, broke through the opponent's gate and expanded the lead to 3 goals again. 9-6. Although it was just like before, it was nothing more than maintaining a 3-goal advantage, but between this attack and defense, the second half of the game lasted another 10 minutes. Now there are only less than 20 minutes left before the end of the game. If they really want to delay time, Fifen is also crazy. The Knicks will not have any chance. They didn't have any chance before. Fifen didn't give them any loopholes. Now for Fifen, they have completely grasped the victory in their hands. Yuan Fei shouted loudly. If the attack failed to score this time, the Knicks might still have a chance, but now that Fifen scored a goal in this attack, the Knicks will no longer have any chance. Boss Liu, go ahead and make them lose their fighting spirit. Zheng Qi patted Liu Shibo on the shoulder and said with a big laugh. The game has been going on until now, and he can finally say boldly that victory is now in hand. Although there are still nearly 20 minutes left before the end of the game, and although the outcome is often determined in the last 15 minutes, with the advantage of 3 goals in hand, the core players have a certain amount of rest time. Zheng Qi can be sure that no matter what, they can hold the victory firmly in their hands. No problem, I feel full of energy now. Liu Shibo laughed. In the defense just now, he got a certain amount of rest, and the time consumed in the attack just now is not short. After such a rest, Liu Shibo's energy has been restored a lot. Although he is not in the best condition, he can play his level well in defense. With the spirit of Fifen's defenders and Liu Shibo's command, more importantly, the fighting spirit of the Knicks is definitely not as good as before. Otherwise, Ben Shikayang might not have had a chance just now. With continuous pressure and the leading advantage of the fuse, Fifen has occupied an absolute advantage. Sure enough, in the following defense, Liu Shibo thoroughly demonstrated his level, and then in the constant command, the Knicks' offense was seriously hindered. They kept attacking, but they were constantly being commanded by Liu Shibo and the Fifen defenders to snatch the space back. Although they were still retreating step by step, they had wasted enough time. This made the Knicks even more anxious. At this time, Liu Shibo commanded the players to launch a counter-attack, and then successfully refreshed the football. This made the Knicks completely lose hope. After controlling the ball, Zheng Qi and Shinryo, who came on the bench, firmly grasped this opportunity. They launched a counter-attack. Zheng Qi broke the formation and Shinryo scored. 10-6, Fifen took a 4-goal lead when the last 15 minutes came. This killed the game in advance. The Knicks completely lost their fighting spirit. The mentality they had forced to stabilize before could only allow them to barely maintain a normal state of the game. However, the situation not only did not improve, but became worse, making them really lose their fighting spirit and desire for this game. The last 15 minutes will indeed see a lot of changes on the field, but what about it? 4 goals behind. Half an hour into the second half, the opponent scored 4 goals, and they only scored 1 goal. This is an overwhelming disadvantage. Can such a disadvantage be reversed in the last half hour? Impossible. No team has ever been able to reverse such a disadvantage. Although the football era is more complicated, it is precisely because of this complexity that it is impossible to reverse the situation in a short period of time. In the past games, it may only take more than 10 seconds to score a goal. Whether it is 3 goals in 6 minutes or 4 goals in 5 minutes, although it is extremely rare, it is not impossible. However, such a miracle is absolutely impossible in the football era game. From restarting the ball, to successfully intercepting the opponent, to breaking through the opponent's defense line, it is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Under such circumstances, the football era game cannot tolerate mistakes, but it also loses a bit of suspense. This is the fact. In the next 15 minutes of the game, Fifen did not perform as well as before. After all, for Fifen, their core was indeed overdrawn a bit, and the terrain changed more drastically, so they began to make many mistakes. But the change in terrain was the same for both sides. Fifen make many mistakes, and Knicks also make many mistakes. Although the number of mistakes was less than that of Fifen, on the whole, such an advantage was not enough for Knicks to reverse such a big gap. In fact, in the remaining 15 minutes, the increase in mistakes caused by the change of the venue made the offensive and defensive rhythm of both sides faster, but in the end, Knicks tried their best and only reversed the gap of 2 goals. 12-10, this is the final result of the game. Knicks also scored double-digit goals in the game. They scored 5 goals in the first and second half respectively. However, compared with Fifan, their performance was much worse. After scoring more than 10 goals in 4 consecutive games, Fifan has advanced to the finals. We won this game with great difficulty. When the moment of the game came, Zheng Qi breathed a sigh of relief, then walked towards Hodgson and Wilson and said to them, "So what, no matter how difficult it was, you won." Wilson said helplessly. Hodgson was not so angry at the moment. "You prepared better for this game, and we lost convincingly. You prepared less than us, but you are still able to prepare better. That's your ability. At the same time, we admire your level." Zheng Qi smiled slightly. To achieve this, it was mainly Meng Fan's strategic arrangement and foresight. Of course, there was no need to say such words now. "You deserve to be the 5-time champion," Hodgson said at last. "The final hasn't been played yet." Zheng Qi laughed. "It's just a formality. The Knicks can't be your opponent." Wilson followed up. "The fact seems to be true. For Fifan, after passing the semi-finals, they have already won the 5-time champion. Although the Knicks tried harder to play for 90 minutes 3 days later, they still had no chance of winning. Fifan suppressed them from the beginning, and used a storm-like attack to suppress the Knicks. 11-7, this is the score of the final. Fifan defeated all opponents and stepped onto the stage of the World Cup champion. At the same time, they also became the only 5-time champion since the establishment of the football-era professional league. The whole of China was boiling. Although it was in the game, there was still a grand celebration. The cheers of Chinese fans almost made the server unable to bear it. The unprecedented 5-time champion belongs to Fifan, and the glory belongs to Fifan. This is a great miracle that Fifan has created in 4 years. They are the first 5-time champion in the history of the football-era professional league, and the only team that has won all the championships in just 4 years. Glory belongs to Fifan, and greatness also belongs to Fifan. Such a great team will definitely become the most famous team in history. Chapter 960. The Era of Football, Finale. What happened to football era? It's been 7 days, why hasn't it been restarted successfully? Who knows? No one can control the server of football era, and the server has never been restarted. Now that it has been restarted, I feel that governments are at a loss. For all football era players around the world, these 7 days are undoubtedly difficult. No one could have expected that after the end of this season, the system of football era would suddenly notify that it would be restarted and major upgrades would be carried out at the same time. After this news came out, everyone was stunned. You know, football era has never been restarted since it appeared. No one can find where the server is, and no one understands the principle of how this game works. After the great abundance of materials, governments of various countries actually have nothing to do. After all, the intrigues between countries in the past were all for money. Now no one in the world will lack the materials for life, and the competition between each other has become meaningless. Therefore, in the past 100 years, governments around the world have basically devoted their energy to studying football era. But over the years, by studying the operating principles of the various details of the football era, the entire Earth has made a leap forward in science and technology, but the core of the entire football era is still far from being reached. According to scientists' predictions, the current level of human technology will take hundreds of years to develop even to understand the operating principles of the football era, let alone copy a similar game. This is the greatest gift King Noon left to the Earth before he left. Never stop, never restart. But now, it has restarted. Once restarted, it will take 7 days. These 7 days are very difficult to enjoy. After all, over the years, people have become accustomed to staying in the football era. There is nothing more pleasant than staying there. Now I can't go on for 7 days, which is really unbearable. Fortunately, after the end of the season, it is a holiday. Whether it is Chinese or foreigners, they have to celebrate the new year. At this time, staying with family for a few more days is not unbearable. Although you still have to wear a mask when you go out, and although the only place you can live is your own small house, everyone seems to be more tolerant during the new year. Zheng Qi stayed with his parents. After winning the 5 championships, Zheng Qi seemed to be sick again. After the doctor's examination and the best instrument examination, it was found that his physical condition was not very good now and he had to rest better. So Zheng Qi returned home. There was no conflict between him and his parents, and he lived a happy life. This kind of life lasted for 7 days. Then the world's human beings saw the restart of the football era. The grand sound rippled in the air, and every human being heard the sound from the restarted football era. The football era, a new upgrade. Virtual reality is the result of the new upgrade. What is virtual reality? The system explained this at the first time. The restart and evolution of the football era was arranged long before King Noon left. When humans trigger a certain condition, it will appear. And that condition is that a team wins the 5 championships recognized by the system. This proves that the entire Earth has become accustomed to living in the football era, and at the same time, most humans are already completely familiar with the football era. At the same time, after the game football era is created, it will take about 10 years to reach the point where it can be restarted, and King Noon himself has gone to a higher dimension of space, and it is impossible for him to continue to stay on Earth. So he arranged such conditions. It will take at least 10 years for a global professional league to be established, and it will take more than 10 years for the 5-time champion to appear. It will be just right at the time. However, even King Noon did not expect that. He originally thought that the conditions could be triggered in at most 20 or 30 years, but it took hundreds of years before the extraordinary led by Zheng Qi triggered such conditions. Even if King Noon can calculate everything, it is not satisfactory. Fortunately, this condition was still triggered. And the result after the triggering made all the people on Earth ecstatic. Virtual reality shines into reality, which means that the attribute points obtained by players in the game can be reflected in reality. Everyone is a Superman. Everyone feels the drastic changes in their physical constitution. Many people with chronic diseases have eliminated their chronic diseases and become healthy people. The scene of Zheng Qi standing up from the wheelchair, laughing up to the sky, and then crying with his head in his hands infected many people. Zheng Qi's brain nerve deterioration was completely cured. The fate of mankind has begun a new beginning. King Noon's words echoed in everyone's ears. The deterioration of the Earth's environment is actually an inevitable trend. The development of mankind requires the deterioration of the environment, but mankind can continue to progress. When mankind can adapt to the harsh environment, it is the time for human civilization to rise to a new dimension. Human beings and the Earth have begun to enter a new dimension. Of course, this is not the end, and the test is still ahead. After the virtual shines into reality, the physical fitness of human beings has made great progress. The Superman in the fantasy culture in the past is now a Superman. They have inhuman strength, inhuman speed, inhuman brains, and the ability to adapt to any environment. Even in space outside the atmosphere, with the current physical fitness of human beings, they can survive for more than a day. This makes many assumptions become new possibilities. At the same time, the lifespan of human beings has also been greatly increased, and the time of aging has begun to be delayed. If you had to retire at the age of 30 inches the past, now as a professional athlete, you can completely maintain your peak state until you are 100 years old. Zheng Qi and others began to have new goals. After ascending to a new dimension, humans began to know more things. For example, why did King Noon leave behind the football era instead of other things? Because in higher dimensional civilizations, there is no war. But there are games. Football is not only the first sport on Earth, but also that first sport in the universe. The confrontation between all high-dimensional civilizations in football matches is the most attractive and the most critical. That is the era that truly belongs to football. If the Earth wants to truly become a part of the high-dimensional civilization, it must win the final victory in the challenge once a year to enter the high-dimensional civilization. There is only one quota per year, and only by getting this quota can we truly become a part of the high-dimensional civilization and get better development. Our goal is to enter the high-dimensional civilization within 50 years. The leader of the Earth Federation shouted like this. Classical football is restarted, because the confrontation is the rules of classical football, not the football era. The abandoned leagues of various countries have begun to restart. In the fierce competition, the confrontation selects the strongest team to carry out the annual impact. They faced countless opponents in the universe. The number of those opponents was indeed large, but in the continuous elimination of single games, no matter how many opponents there were, they would always be gradually eliminated. Although this would be a very difficult and long process, the humans on Earth would continue to work hard for it. Isn't this the meaning of life? The Earth began to enter a new era. The football era. And Zheng Qi and his struggles would be passed down forever. Fin d'est capture much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No esse indeed like busgasms contendo exclusivo ixo in medito. Si scribata news teropatrian. Recurda, carda like, si scripsino donacin nos anima continue. Greaters a todas nos vemos on alpsmovdo.